Jay, this goes into the clip that we're gonna play. I wonder if Haitian got it queued up, which really goes into what's the real reason why there's this presence.
I just want to say, as of late this month, DC did have, they had reportedly gone 20 consecutive days without a murder, but that's also happened in several multi-day periods without homicides were also reported earlier in the year. So, what do we attribute those to with no National Guard around? What does that mean?
Yep. That stat was going down. There was already a zero murder weeks prior to the National Guard being put in there. Basically, taking credit for someone else's job. So, nothing new there. But let's go with the real and why he's implemented.
Let me just describe some of the steps, and you tell me if I'm being paranoid. First, create a masked police force.
Run it real quick. Hey,
Just looking at that. No,
run it real quick. Hey, go do it, run it. So rewind it real quick from the beginning.
let me just describe some of the steps, and you tell me if I'm being paranoid. First, create a masked police force. Get people used to looking at that. Normalize snatching people off the street. Get them used to that. Normalize seeing the National Guard, and the military off the street. Then start talking about crime in the capital, which is basically, it's always been a fairly crime-ridden city. This is our nation's capital where elections are decided. And then because the crime is so bad, have other states start sending their troops, not just the National Guard there in D.C., but now at least 6 other states are sending their troops, which then Trump can then federalize. So you're having many states' troops on the ground there, and now they're under federal control. So you have in the capital a sort of permanent police presence. So when an election dispute might come up, just hypothetically, and I don't want to be a big pessimist, and I'm going to pretend for the rest of the duration that the Democrats still have a chance of winning, and they might win the next election. I just don't think they're ever going to take power, because this is what's going to happen. Because I think this coup is going to go off a lot smoother than the last one. There was, they still have
Now you guys realize what he's trying to do? It's called a slow-moving coup. Is it really about crime? Or is it about keeping power? Just like you guys said, they're going to try to take it all the way till Barron becomes president, right?
I don't believe that.
So you're gonna react? Are you gonna have some issues?
I personally don't agree with that either. I'm a Trump hater. I mean, quite frankly, as a Democrat, we dropped the bag this election. Let's not say that he stole it or anything. We just dropped the fucking bag. We weren't as organized as we should have been.
I agree with that. I agree with that simple explanation. And listen, I don't have a problem saying when I get, when things are done incorrectly. I don't have a problem with that because I'm not trying to solve or prove anything to anybody. I agree with we dropped the bag. I don't know the particulars. It's obvious because we lost. And I don't have a problem with losing because losing is a learning situation for me. So for everybody else, nobody's over here crying. Nobody's over here doing anything. We're just in this mess right now that we're trying to figure our way to best deal with it. And we need to, because just sitting down and having our thumb up our butt for 3 years is not going to work. It's a strategization, if that's a word. It's a clarification. It's the identification of the things we need to do to make sure that this shit never happens again. This person here, like he's slow walking us. I don't even like Bill Maher because he's a flip flopper too, but he is slow walking us to a place where we've never been before. And some of you guys think it's cool. I don't think it's cool. Some of you guys think it's productive. I don't think it's productive about you MAGAs, you come on, I don't mind, because y'all taught me some shit and informed me some stuff. You say, oh, look how much money such and such made since they've been in office. Look at this, look at that. But you're not saying the same thing about the Godfather. He has literally, how many times, tripled his wealth, the fake ass wealth he said he didn't have. He for sure got it now off of the backs of whom?
He invested only 100 million, and he made around 3.4 billion off of those investments in bonds and in companies that are really tied to his policies. So he made billions already.
And were you guys here the other day? I think it was Patty's room. I'm not gonna talk about that now. We can probably circle the block, but just think about this new coin that he has put in the big beautiful bill for some of you financiers and you investors and shit. He's been played right in our fucking face with this fucking coin, and we're gonna let the people who know more about it speak on it, because I just learned this shit 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? It was Saturday or Sunday, whatever day that was. I knew nothing about this coin. This is the big beautiful bill, his coin. All right, it's just crazy that nobody else can use but him. Or I'm sorry, somebody's gonna explain it to you.
I agree,
But all this
Quincy.
stuff, the grifting,
Thank you.
the putting black people up.
I don't know.
Black
I don't know how
communities as
funny
being
Pepe
the
is,
problem.
but you
And some
can't
of you
make
guys
fun
are
of him.
agreeing with it. How could you dare? How could you ever?
He's
sit
not a
here and agree
comedian.
that
He's not.
you're
He's
not
good at
separate
starting to
from
pop,
us.
but
You gotta
he's
get
not
out
that
of,
funny.
you got a
He
nigga
could be
get out of
funny.
jail free card or something that we don't know about. You need to
Let's
pass
not
that
talk
shit
about
around.
Pepe. Pepe's old news.
He's
Pepe's just
saying
sprouting
that
stew
you
now.
are the problem in this country.
Pepe's
Your communities are the problem. Your black women are the problem. That's what's happening, and you guys are co-signing it. That's what we're saying.
Don't forget, continue to change history.
Oh yeah, that's why I said you're the problem.
Frederick Douglass, felt like it was a compromise.
So I would say, Lisa, I would say if you want to learn more, there's a pub owner, Irish pub owner in Chicago. He did an interview with CBS Chicago. I would say take it the moment when you get a chance, you just need some, late night video. He talks about the crime. His pub was robbed by gunpoint, right? Because why? Because we're so stationed far out, because we have to be in these other communities. Y'all call it an occupation. I would say it's going to be an emancipation, a proclamation for black people. Because
How does that work?
I don't know. You have to. I don't live in Chicago, but I would say look at the city. Look at the city. This is what he said. This is what he said. The reason being, right? So
Explain how does that work?
no, I'm not a Chicago police officer. I'm not. Do I look like I'm a captain?
You're bringing up to support your argument.
Am I having a briefing at 6 in the morning and telling the cops where to go? Like,
To support your argument, it doesn't make sense.
you don't make sense. Why are you questioning me about police strategy? I'm just telling you.
Using it to support your argument.
I'm not using it. I told her to look up the interview. Matter of fact, let me get it. Hold on. I'm supposed to be running the police.
No, I just went ahead and dropped a link. There's a link in the chat of Grant Cardone.
Oh, I found it. I can listen to it. Listen 1 second, please.
And I want you to think about the fact that
You guys let her land. Who is that? Who's that? Who's that?
I was talking. I was in the middle of talking. They cut me off.
You were playing something.
Wait, hold on.
Background noise, Amari.
Okay, hold on for just 1 second. I want to hear the thing about Grant Cardone one more time, and where did you put it? Because that's another thing. He's supposed to be running for governor for California, if y'all didn't know that. Go ahead. What did you say?
I'm taking a risk talking about it.
You think I'm lying,
Just interviewing
Jay?
Nelson.
Hey, no.
All of us have access to somebody who actually knows Donald Trump, dines with him, hangs out, went to the inauguration. Nobody else in the world has that. We on this app have that. You can get on Debate the News, you can get on Chatter, you can get on Million Marathon, and hear what he's got to say after he's all pumped up, hyped up, and he comes with his big fat mouth and he spills shit that he's not supposed to be
he's supposed to say? Stop giving him free advertising.
Get up, Water. She wasn't done.
No,
Go ahead, Tony. I don't think Tony was done.
Go ahead, Tony, finish out, please, and then we'll try
I,
to play the link if we can find it.
Grant Cardone interviewed me because for 20 years I've had an e-commerce business. He interviewed me on this app. I cried for 2 weeks after. He asked me if I was a stripper. He said some fucking horrible things to me. So I'm not here advertising for him. I'm not here advertising for him. I'm telling you, this is what he said. And a lot of people don't have access to this type of information, but we do.
No, you're
You can do
scared
whatever you
of
want
him.
with it. You can do
Why are
whatever
you still interrupting, Water?
Why are you scared?
Little
What
do
the
whatever you
fuck
want
are
with
we
it.
scared of?
You're not gonna be able to stay on stage if you can't control
Yeah,
yourself when other people are speaking.
Now that's something, April, did you hear that shit?
I did, I'm trying to listen.
Okay.
I'm not surprised that he spoke her that way. We know Grant Cardone.
No, I'm talking about the part where he said that, this is what he said, that the Trump children, and I'm trying to find anything on that where you guys could hear him.
There's
I'm
not
sure
gonna
it's
be
not,
anything on
yeah, you're right.
on this app. He let it slip out. I think he was getting excited. He was fighting Tyra. You know, she's a lawyer from New York. They fight all the time on there. He was fighting with her, and he fucking said that to her. And it wasn't. I was telling people. I posted on Facebook. This is what's going on, and nobody would listen. And then I came on here trying to tell people, and then I saw Gavin Newsom talking about it, and other people talking about it. And he didn't name the person. He didn't want to give any.
Wait, Gavin Newsom, whoa. Slow down. Gavin, did you just say Gavin Newsom was talking about it?
Yes, because someone gave him the Trump 2028 hat. He's been talking about it on the news. He said,
I'm
"This is
gonna find
serious.
this.
These people
I'm
are
gonna
fucking
find
serious."
this. Because you
I'm the
guys
one who
did
said
not
that. It's
know,
Grant Cardone.
y'all did not know that Grant Cardone is running for governor of California?
I was already joking about it.
God,
I
him and what he
didn't
was
know it.
Oh my God.
Lisa, he had been saying it on X, but I don't know.
How many times are you gonna repeat that?
It's the same thing.
You know what? Okay, wait, hold on.
I remember Grant saying that. I was in the room when he was talking about it.
Yeah.
We see his ads. I mean, I'm in California, so I see his ads.
No, not the
Get out of here.
He just bought an ad for World Star. He just bought an ad for World Star. We were being trolled, is all I'm saying.
You're not being trolled.
Oh,
He
dear.
has been talking. You know what, Water? I swear to God.
Water needs to dry up into a little dry place right now.
Right.
I agree, April.
All right. So anyway, I don't know why we can't find the one. We found the one from Bill Maher. This.
So, AJ put some news in the chat, breaking news.
Okay, go ahead, AJ. Is he on stage or no?
I think another black lady was fired.
Shut up, boy. So what's the breaking news, y'all? I'm not at the phone. What's the breaking news?
So, Donald Trump just fired the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook, who went after him for mortgage fraud also. So,
It's about time you showed up over here, I've been looking for you.
No, we're on
Yeah,
a
we're on a
revenge tour. This is Trump's revenge tour because they won't let him buy the Buffalo Bills way back then, and he said, "I'm going to get them all back. I'm going to run for president." And now we're all stuck in hell.
How did you guys let the blue anon take over? What's going on here?
Real.
like I said, we blew it out.
What's the breaking news?
The breaking news is Donald Trump just fired the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook. She's one of the people that went after him for that exposed him for mortgage fraud also.
Yeah,
So,
he told her she needed to resign or he's going to fire her. She refused to resign.
Let him finish.
so she just got fired 18 minutes ago. So
Yeah, Lisa, she's from Lansing, from Michigan State.
yeah, she's a black woman.
Okay,
Black
another black
lady.
woman gets fired.
Yeah,
And
he
he's
just fired her.
He's citing mortgage fraud again as,
Her too?
that's what he's saying.
Yes, she broke the law. You know what's the ironic thing about her is that she did exactly what she accused Donald Trump of doing. I mean, literally, she did exactly what she accused Donald Trump of doing. Like Donald Trump's deal, right?
Hold on.
If that's the case.
No.
Wait, don't let him land. Let him
Is
land.
this Ralph
Let him
again?
land. Let him land.
So Donald Trump's deal was a sophisticated deal between two independent, a banker and an investor, right? No harm, no foul. He paid all the money back, right? So what she did is she lied and got a discount on her mortgages, like three of them. Originally, she lied about and said that her father was her husband on one, which was fraud. We're not talking about it. Then she lied. We're not talking about on two. Still talking about.
Hold up, yo. Hold up.
You're talking about two different people.
Exactly. I thought we were talking about Letitia James. Excuse me.
We're not talking about Letitia James. We're talking about Miss Cook.
By the way, folks, the conversation is that she needs to be fired with calls, and he fired her without calls, so she probably won't be without her job for some time. But you can't just fire somebody without calls, especially in her.
She ain't no dummy. She's not no dummy.
Hold on a second. Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte, P-U-L-T-E, an outspoken critic of Jerome Powell, publicly accused her of mortgage fraud on August the 20th and sent a criminal referral to the Justice Department. So they're probably working hand in hand.
Yeah, how convenient, right, April?
Yeah. They're trying to get her out of the way, actually, because
You can't have two homes and
they can't fire her because of her position. So it's gonna be a lot of battle between her and Trump and his groups. So they're looking for everything to get her down, to bring her down. But these people are crazy. So yeah, this is the new era of what America is.
it is a new era. At least somebody said it.
This is a lot.
Let's not forget. I'm sorry, Lisa.
No, go ahead, baby. Just that's heavy. Go ahead, Sandra. Sorry.
Let's not forget. Trump hates heavy-set black women. He's going after all of them. He's going after all of them. There was an article this morning.
Is she lying?
There was an article this morning that said he hates fat black women. It was the first thing I read
Lisa,
this
don't
morning when I
believe
was
this, Lisa. Don't fall for
It's
it.
not a lie. No, I'll find it. I'll find it for you.
I know you will. I know you're not gonna bring something to
Lisa, don't fall for this, please, Miss Lisa.
Why do you think you
Please
don't
don't.
for it?
Don't
Oh
do
my
it.
God, not I hate fat black women.
Everyone Donald Trump has been insulting, firing, are mostly black women.
He hates Adam Schiff. That's not a black woman.
Black women.
He
He hates.
You just hateful.
Brandon Johnson's not a
Right,
black
Omari?
woman.
Can you agree with that? That he's hateful?
So wait.
He hates Rosie O'Donnell. Now she's fat, but not a black woman.
So
So you
are
would
you
say he's hateful, huh?
telling me he hasn't been going after black women?
No, he hasn't went after Fonnie yet. When he goes after Fonnie, that's when you know he's going after black. Well, guess what? The Democrats.
Bonnie has already been pushed out.
He has not. They have not. She's not under criminal. She's not under like any type of investigation. Oh, he could. Oh, there's enough to get her on. They just haven't done it yet.
So who gonna go after her?
She's last. They're gonna go after Alvin. I'm sure they're gonna go after Alvin pretty soon. But they're gonna go after Letitia
He
James first.
went after the lady from New York.
It's a big TV show. Okay. Yeah, he's.
This shit make your dick hard or what, AJ?
No,
This shit make your dick hard? You must be a white boy. I don't know who you are, but this shit makes your dick hard. You a dumb motherfucker.
That wasn't
No, that's not AJ, please, Sandra.
That was Omari.
Let me just read this. I found something that's referencing this, but I don't have it in Trump's words, okay?
Sorry.
Trump's viral rants about fat black women. Let me see if I can, it's easier to play it than to say it. Yeah, and this is coming from the Daily Beast. That's as far as I went. I didn't want to go too far, so hold on. Let me see what it said. I have not heard this or vetted this. So you're all hearing it at the same time I am hearing it. Let me see if I can
Thank you.
Oh, who got me in
so here we
trouble?
go.
Nelson's pinging me right now. Someone got me in trouble in here.
Good.
Oh, I bet. Tell Nelson I said what's up.
Labor Day event. Go see it.
Okay, here we go.
Epstein is a problem. It could, in fact, be a mortal problem. So we have to do anything to frustrate that story continuing on. Where we are in that story is that Congress has insisted on seeing some aspects of these so-called Epstein files. So the question is, there's two questions. What are they going to get? And actually, the continuing question never answered is what is in these files.
Fast forward.
Welcome to the Daily Beast podcast. I'm Hugh Doherty, and I'm sitting in with my East HQ in Manhattan. I'm executive editor of the Daily Beast, and yes, this is my Scottish accent.
Let me see if I can fast forward this a bit.
Who imagine being able
and so the FBI went in with a search warrant to John Bolton's house.
Hold on, let me try one more time here.
Files.
That's not it.
The FBI went into his house, took his computer.
That was like a clickbait.
You know, self-awareness certainly is not something.
Okay, so let me just read this here. The title is Trump rages about fat black women in revenge rant. This was published Saturday, August 23rd at 11 Pacific Standard Time, okay? Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook has been the latest target of President Donald Trump's ire as he looks to strong-arm the central banking system out from under Chair Jerome Powell's control. Yet according to Trump's biographer, Michael Wolff, his disdain for Cook, the first African-American woman and the first woman of color to sit on the Fed board, are the tip of an iceberg of bias the MAGA figurehead has held against black women. Quote, I spent the last 2 years, more than 2 decades, deeply involved with Trump's campaign, Wolff told the Daily Beast. One of the motives that was pervasive in the campaign was Trump's attitude toward black women. In Trump's head, Wolff alleged, Cook, New York Attorney General Letitia James, Atlanta prosecutor Fani Willis, and January 6th case presiding judge Tanya Chupkin are all the same. Fat black women out to get him. This had particular and special meaning. Black women are coming after him, and that shortly became, in his rendition of this, fat black women, said Wolff. The personal ominous here, the personal revulsion on Trump's part, the personal fear, this was essentially on a daily basis. People around him would call me up and say, another fat black woman? Trump appointed Federal Housing Finance Agency Director William Pulte alleged that Cook had falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loans, potentially committing mortgage fraud in a criminal letter posted online to Attorney General Pam Bondi. And then they show the letter that he wrote to her. However, Cook, a Biden administrative appointee, has brushed off Pulte's claims in writing in a Wednesday statement that she has no intentions of being bullied to step down from my position because of some question raised in a tweet. Cook added that she takes any questions about my financial history seriously as a member of the Federal Reserve, and so I am gathering the accurate information to answer any legitimate question and provide the facts. Let's see, Trump is already run, yet Trump is already run with Pute's or whatever his name, allegations, treating them as fact and civil fraud lawsuit against him for inflating his finances for years to secure favorable loan terms. He was ordered to pay $500 million, and that was turned over on appeal, but not the 32 charges. Let's see. So that's basically it. And this is not coming from Trump's mouth, but this is coming from his biographer. And is it not too way out to believe that he's sitting in his closed doors at the kitchen table while eating Kentucky Fried Chicken? Then he said, "I can't stand fat women." Come on, y'all. And it's noticeable how he's going after all of them, And I have to take exception with that. Just it's big bone, not fat. Let's get it right. Okay, go ahead.
Come on, Lisa, you can't fall for this stuff.
We know he said it. We know he said it.
No, y'all do not.
No, wow, come on, y'all. We gotta do better. This is bad. I would think this is funny, but this one is not funny.
You do better.
This is not
What do
funny.
you expect from this fucker? What do you expect from this fucker?
Andrea, this is not funny.
Seriously.
A
Whatever.
person going in the news calling black women fat.
He calls us all kinds of names. He said he don't want black people.
This is not
He said
word that
in
came
his
from Trump.
casino. He said in his casino he didn't want black
You're
people
going back to
touching his money.
1994 now. Okay, got it.
Let's go back. When he didn't want black people in his apartment. He didn't want to rent to black
All
people.
right. I'm talking about this article. Can we stick to an article, please?
Omari, can you
Let's just be
stop
serious.
defending the pedophile?
History
While
repeats
we
I
have
need you to
this
stop talking
discussion.
to water. This is
Jesus
horrible.
Christ, you.
History repeats
I just heard a
itself.
white liberal call a bunch of my black women. They call my black women fat, and that's not something that I think is funny.
You're saying we're going
This guy's called black women chucking. The judge chucking is skinny. Why would you?
Sisters, we are lost because we have nobody to defend us. We are on our own. And I'm not even a fat black woman. We are on our own.
A white newspaper to call you
Why is
fat.
that?
You should be more angry at that.
Why do we want to stop talking about what people have done in the past? Because whatever you've done in the past says who you are to today. You can't change that. Someone who had gone, most of the targets he has done recently are all over black people. You look at how he attacks all the governors who are in the democratic states, like the black people.
Gavin Newsom is not black. What are we talking about?
AJ's still talking, Omari. Thank
I
you.
was talking for Tika. Okay, go ahead. You
After so many black women,
Let me know when I get to a second.
and you know that, why are we denying the fact that this man has always gone after black people? Most of the things he has said, degrading stuff and everything he did, even in Texas, he did that to their reps. Why are we defending this man, the same man that hates you, and you're defending him? Because I know you're a black man. The same man that hates you, that feels you're disgusting to him, and you're still defending him. Isn't that crazy enough?
Look, bro, I don't know who you are, what planet you live on, but I'm gonna talk about what I just heard, which was disgusting. Was one of the most, this has got to be the most sickening thing I've ever heard, where someone went on, talked to someone who used to be, what did he used to do? That guy used to follow him and write about Trump, and said he hates fat black women, and then named the fat black women and called them out for being fat and black. That's more offensive to me than anything. Like, who the fuck are you to call these women fat? He could have said he went after black women, but he had to put the fat shit in there. He had to fat shame these women. That is disgusting, and no one even cares about that. That's wrong.
Amari, are you saying that because he's providing hearsay to what Trump allegedly said, or are you saying that you're genuinely offended?
No, I'm genuinely offended because it's not even hearsay. This is him actually. This is him. Excuse me. Shut up, please. This is him.
Fuck up. You taking
Seriously, this is not joking. This is not.
No, this is not
Word.
joking.
This is conversations between Dr. Goddess and him. Can they go ahead and suss this out? Thank you. I see you, Privilege. You're next.
He is trying to say, he's trying to kind of connect dots and say, this is how he feels because back in the 80s and 90s, he hated fat black women. So he's trying to say that's his goal is to attack fat black women. This is not even something that Trump said.
or no one knows proof that he's doing. But he called out these black women and then called them fat.
Oh, so you don't know what Trump has said about Letitia James.
I've watched what he said about Letitia James, but he's doing that because he's trying to get his lick back. But he's never called her a fat black woman. He's never said that.
He has absolutely talked about her appearance and in a disparaging way. There's no question about it.
But it's not because he's never targeted just fat black women. I mean, I don't even like saying that. I'm
literally.
Man, forget it.
He has literally. I don't know if he said literally the words in order. Fat black Letitia James, but he has absolutely said a number of disparaging things about her physicality. And she is a black woman.
So John Bolton, he's an equal opportunist. John Bolton is not fat and black. Adam Schiff, pencil neck Schiff, is not fat and black. Jim Comey is not fat and black. Like, this is not
so you don't think
so
that
why are we going?
You don't think that Trump has a specific issue with these types of black women, fat or otherwise?
I think he hates anyone that attacks him. I think if you nice him, if you kiss his ass, you could be like Diamond and Silk. He'll love you.
No, actually, he doesn't even remember them. Actually, but when it comes to Rosie O'Donnell, did he not attack her weight? Like, you're acting like he's above this.
Right. Yes, Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie hates Trump too. Like, he talks about.
Did he attack her weight?
Has he looked at his weight on the scale lately?
I mean,
but the premise was is that he hates
He ain't got no room calling anybody.
Right, he's going after fat black women. He's not just going after fat black women.
He needs to go after his own fat ass and say, "Why have?"
But April, that's the part that I'm trying. Can you just understand? He's not going after just black women.
Look, we got bigger
Nobody
issues.
said that it's exclusively black women.
We have bigger issues to get distracted by Maury's bullshit saying he's offended.
Yeah, I agree.
I didn't bring it up.
No, we good, bro. Let's talk about some
I'm ready. I'm good for game for any subject. You know me. I'll come to play.
Yeah, and the new way they teaching kids in school, right? New bullshit history they want to change up. You found that too, right, Mark?
I don't agree with that. You guys asked me that question the other day. I said I disagree with anybody, you know, taking out slavery, regardless of how bad.
Anybody? Is Trump in that anybody?
Trump is anybody. Anybody needs anybody. The word anybody, you can look it up. As Patty was included. Well, you like to hear Trump name call out people out.
I like to hear
Trump,
you disagree with
the
Trump.
45th through
Because you
47th
won't say
president.
that. You say you disagree with anybody, but you won't say
Donald John Trump. It's wrong for him to do that.
Yeah,
Try to change it. You got it? Since we knew
he was going to do this before the election, why did you vote for him?
I'm not worried about that. To me, that's not like an issue that's on my kitchen table.
You don't care.
So that's an issue on your kitchen because I know it could be like that. Listen, I know it could be put back because I know there's going to be a Democratic president that's going to come in and is going to restore some of these other things. Like they're going to change the bases back, and then another Republican's going to come in and change the bases back. It's the fucking game they play.
Well, do you know
why are we acting like we're 5 years old again?
AJ, hang on, just let him finish and then you can go. All good. Go ahead, Omari.
No, I mean, look, you got Republicans, you got Democrats. They're night and day. What I care about, I didn't like the immigration situation that happened from 2021 to 2024. I was not for that. I did not like that shit. I thought Biden was horrible at the border. That was my vote.
You see what Moose is?
What did Moose do?
I'm not talking to you.
Okay, good. You shouldn't be.
But Biden deported more people than Trump did. So what are you talking about?
That's gonna be wiped away by 100-fold. Trust me.
Okay, let him keep doing what he's
Trust me,
doing.
that's gonna be wiped away.
But he did.
The self-deportation is over $1 billion already.
You said it's gonna be wiped
What are we
away.
talking about?
But
Please.
Biden.
How do you count self-deportation?
We already know. They already came out with a study. Pew study said 1.4 million people since Trump has been in office. Pew Research.
You do not know.
Well, Pew Research already did the research.
People don't go say, "Hey, I'm self-deporting. Look over here at me."
Pew Research already did it. They have the numbers. Yes, they did because you get $1,000 when you self-deport.
Made up bullshit. Nobody gets $1,000.
Where is
You
that?
get $1,000.
You didn't hear about you get $1,000 when you self-deport
No.
and the flight home?
I've heard about it. I like to see them paying it out.
So now you need proof of it.
Yeah, I do.
Let me go find the person in Ecuador to get you the proof.
I'd like to say something.
Let me go
I
talk
wish
to
I could self-deport.
from
I wish I could self-deport
Are you stupid?
Amari, I have a question.
I'm gonna be gone if I can get caught out of here. I'm not leaving my children.
Amari,
You're a dumbass.
did Trump make immigration better or worse? Legal immigration.
Illegal immigration? Legal immigration, people are still getting citizens. People still getting citizens. I mean, I'm not really sure. People are still being able to.
Is it better or worse?
It's better. To me, better. It's not better.
Let me give you an answer. He made it worse.
To you.
Okay, to me. Let me tell you
Tell me
something.
about you. Yeah, tell me how.
Okay, now let me tell you one of the reasons why we have the issue of illegal immigration is backlog. Do you understand me? Backlog at the embassies and at USCIS. I know you don't follow this because you don't care about it, but I will tell you something. USCIS right now are facing the same situation we were facing before Biden came into power. Now we are back to the Trump era again. By USCIS telling everyone that they have backlog again because of the same situation they were facing during the Trump era. They couldn't process files immediately because laws are changing every time because of instability of this man's emotion every time. It changes everything every damn time for them. So they don't know how to process cases effectively anymore.
They don't want to. Have you seen Bannon post? He's basically shutting down our country. He had a Steve Bannon had a post. I'm just telling you.
What does Bannon have to do with
What's going on? Because Bannon has an ear. Bannon has the president's ear. Because they want to shut down.
What does he have to do with deportation?
So y'all remember when Elon was talking about bringing in all these other visas? Remember MAGA went? They don't want people to come in. They want to shut. They don't. Wait, am I the only one that actually really?
The only one that's moving the goalposts all around the fucking field.
At first, he's not going to want people in. They don't want anyone coming into the country. That's unless you. They don't want anyone coming in.
So he doesn't want anyone coming in for
There's only 50 people.
That we know of.
He doesn't want
Unless what, Omari?
Unless you have merit.
So he doesn't want any of the whites.
Omari.
Omari, the Caucasian settlers in South Africa, they have merits, right?
So 50 people, 50 farmers. Come on, stop it.
So what? You're talking about 50 farmers?
I appreciate you guys back and forth, but yeah, let's hear from Brooklyn and lots of other voices that haven't spoken yet on the stage. Yeah, go ahead, Brooklyn. Yeah.
I got a question for Omari with this marriage shit. What the fuck is marriage, buddy? What does that mean?
I mean, merit would be like someone that actually, comes in with maybe that has some type of, engineering degree, or someone that maybe comes from like Nigeria who, comes in and they want to go to school, and or they come in from India, different places, Sweden, wherever it may be, Asia. I think if you come in to contribute to the country, that's merit. That's all it means. It's like you can show that you're going to contribute to the success of America. Versus this now where we have this people using asylum loopholes to get in.
So most of the Hispanics or Latinos that are being deported, they don't contribute to the system?
Yeah, I mean, they do. They also,
so why is it picking on them? Why is it picking on these people?
So those people who are coming in America, they're coming in. So there's nothing stopping Hispanics from getting. There's no limit on how many visas you can get, right? So if I'm a Hispanic from Central or South America, I can apply for a visa for work, like agriculture. They're letting those people in. Those people are still coming in. Trust me, there's no shortage of vegetables in California. I don't know where anyone else lives. Maybe y'all live in some dirt poor area. I don't know what y'all for. But my grocery store is Gucci. That's
Okay, so my grocery store is Gucci, but the same way, I don't know where you live in California, but the last time I was in California, they were fucking in Whole Foods, of all places.
they were fucking running low on fruit. Maybe your fruit that you get is the reject kind. That's why they put it at Shop and Stop. But I'm telling you, at Whole Foods, and I said it on this app. Y'all heard me when I was in there shopping. They were out of fucking fruit. So I didn't say completely out, but they were low. I had never seen nothing like that before. I didn't ask anybody what the situation was because I had to get out. But y'all heard me say that when I was in there. So I don't know how we got on this, but I'm really getting ready to blow you guys' mind. We were talking about Trump, talking about fat women, and I know he said it. I know he said it. I would bet a check on it that he said it. So you think he's sitting around going, I just love black people. That's why I'm sending troops into their community. That's why I'm cutting off their he believes is our SNAP. But we know that they're more. He didn't even did the research. He just thinks SNAP black, food stamp black, housing black, whatever that program is where you get your rent cut black.
Medicaid.
That's in his brain. That's what he thinks. And the way he talks to these black mayors and governors, he should be a fucking shame to himself.
God bless you, Lisa.
If a man like Trump would sexualize his own daughter and say he would do her, what are the chances that he would say something about a black woman?
Well, you saw what happened that time he was at that press. It was a press.
Yes, I'm already
on
gonna
the
say
black
there.
when he was. Remember when he was at that black news conference and it was all black journalists? He almost fucking peed on himself.
He almost lost his shit.
He almost, yeah, in real time. And we need to keep playing that over and over. He picked up that woman's water bottle out of nowhere. Like, this is what I do to you black bitches. He picked up her water bottle across the table. And he had to lean over to get it. And then he took the top off of it for some strange reason. He was going to spit it in that thing. Why would you lean all the way over and pick somebody else's water bottle up across the table, bring it to you, and unscrew it? She was talking to him, and she was not letting his ass off the hot seat. And he did it. Then he put the top back on it and went and set it back over. Y'all don't remember that? Did you watch that with your eyes like I did? Did you see that?
I will never forget it.
Okay.
Never
I don't
forget.
care what you ain't saw, but I'm telling you what happened. So y'all getting ready to set yourself on fire again, all you mad guys, and try to explain it to us because you guys are welcome. Nobody's disrespected you on the stage. Nobody, not yet, but no one's disrespected you, dropped you, or anything. We're here to have a dialogue with you, and this is something that you guys got to start explaining. I'm only playing bits and pieces of this. I've been waiting all day to play this for y'all. All day celebrating. Okay, this is your man Trump. Okay, and you said he's hiding his hand, so I'm gonna watch very carefully on this video if he's hiding the massive bruises it's not funny. I'm sorry, I apologize, God. The massive bruises on his hands. So let's listen to this first couple of minutes and I'll shut it off like every 5 minutes because he's gonna say some dumb shit. Let's go.
1,700.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh damn, what did I do that for? Okay, hold on, y'all. I gotta go back.
Girl, did you see how big that vein was on his hand in one picture?
No, this is the first time I'm seeing this.
Girl, he's pumped. If I put a needle in there, it would have sprayed my whole goddamn scrubs. And
Lisa, when he met with Zelensky and he was meeting with the other folks, he was sitting behind the desk because he didn't want them to see his fat.
You know what, April? I think it's a skunk bite. I think if let's spread rumor, it's a skunk bite. And that's it. It's the infection. The infection slowly spreading.
Okay, I'm about to play it right now. This is Trump today signing his executive orders, and I want you. Wait, what are they talking about? It will begin shortly. No, you already did it. Okay, here it is. Hold on. Let me press play.
Thank you very much. It's a very important day for many reasons. We've had a lot of important days lately. But this is a meeting and a group of people that are doing an unbelievable job on a thing called crime. And in particular, violent crime. Today we're going to be discussing it. And I watched as a very incompetent mayor from Chicago said, well, what do they know? They only arrested 9 people. I said, 9 people? We didn't arrest 9 people. We actually arrested a total of well over 1,000 people. We took hundreds of guns away from young kids that were throwing them around like it was candy. We apprehended scores of illegal aliens. We seized dozens of illegal firearms. There have been 0 murders. It sounds sort of terrible to say. It's embarrassing. I did this over the weekend. I'm making a speech. And I acted like I was so proud. As they said, we've had 0 murders in the last week. And some of these people were from foreign countries. They said, that doesn't sound so good. And I said, well, it doesn't sound good, but Washington was the most dangerous place in this country. And now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country. Everyone's starting to come here. The restaurants now, you can't get in. Many of them closed because they couldn't open with crime. Everybody before me is happy what I'm doing. Most of you won't say that because you're radical left. The newspapers are so dishonest. The press is totally dishonest, but that's all right. We got used to it. And we won on the landslide, so they obviously lost their power. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that when you get 97% negative stories, purposely negative stories, even though you've done 97% positive things, that they could, then you could win an election in a landslide, winning all 7. Think of it, all 7 swing states, winning by the popular vote by millions of votes. We had it fantastic. The best is your districts out of 3,000 districts. I guess we won 3,500. We won 2,750, and they won 500. And that's said to be the best of all. And we had tremendous in every way, the election. And it's hard to believe you can do that when you have a corrupt media. But many of you are corrupt, and it's nothing we can do about it. But we keep winning, and we're going to keep winning. And this whole story on crime is incredible that the Democrats wouldn't be with us. So the mayor of Chicago, I watched him this morning, he said, Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He only apprehended 9 people. Well, number one, that's false. Literally, it's thousands who get into that. But more importantly than anything, we took guns away. We have some of the worst career professionals out of the country already. They've been taken out of the country, and some are in solid confinement because these were.
All right, I'm stopping right there. Solid confinement. And they talking about the mayor of Chicago, incompetent. I think you guys voted him in Chicago. Am I wrong?
Yeah, 6% approval right now.
Oh, he's at 6%. Let's look that up. He's at 6% approval. Anybody want to take that challenge on? Let me see if I can find this. Go ahead, y'all keep talking. So he talked about his election that he won in a landslide. Anybody got any issues with that? Mayor Chicago.
Are you talking about Brandon Johnson won in a landslide or Trump won in a landslide?
He said he won in a landslide.
I mean, in theory, he did. If you look at it, I mean, he won pretty handedly. I mean, it wasn't even close. It was over the same night. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, I know the Blue Anons are saying that he didn't really win. I've been seeing those TikTok videos. I didn't know how to cue and switch sides. Like, I'm just so confused, man. Like, you had this Tony lady talking about the Trump kids are gonna stay there until Barron Trump can win. Barron is 18, I think, 18 years old. You can't be president until what, 35?
Down said that.
But the fact that you parrot that is crazy. Like, it's true.
Question?
Okay,
Like,
so
it's
you
the
just
gospel.
lied. Then you just lied. I just read.
Details, so you must be filling in a lot of blanks.
And he just told a story. I'm not going to say lie anymore. You said 6%. I'm looking at 26%. And they said he is least my popular mayor in the country. But you said 6. That's a long way from 26. Let's tell an accurate story, okay? And this is coming from, oh God, what paper is this? Chicago Centurion. So yeah, this is a paper out of Chicago. So, right. So let's start off with that. Now, what is Trump?
So can you Google the 6%? But I'm looking at there was a poll. Maybe that's one, but there's another poll.
This is from August 22nd, 2025.
Right. There was another one. So there was another one.
And the day is the 25th.
So, okay, this was back in August. Let's see, Chicago Sun. Let's see. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has a 6% approval rating.
Your data is older, so we gonna release this. I don't know what.
Yeah, we'll say maybe he went up by by 20. Let's say he went up by 20%.
And the Chicago Sun, according to the piece in Chicago Sun Times, the recent Institute for Urban Innovation poll shows that Brandon Johnson has had a huge surge in popularity, climbing from less than 10. That's probably where you got that from. Climbing from less than 10% approval all the way to a massive 26%.
Okay, good for him.
So
I'm glad he came up. Okay, yeah, he's coming up now. That's good. Maybe because he's showing a little bit of fight.
So what's Trump's approval rating today? Anybody? Any of the months of state? What is it?
It was an average of 44% right now, and 50.
Let me look that up.
51, 53. No, it's okay. Yeah, look it up. I mean, I don't mind. Hey, I'm not a person. Lisa.
Last week it was 37%. So I don't know how last week it went from 37 to 44.
I think you go like that. I think if you go.
No, the national average is about 37%.
Where did you get that from, sir?
That was all of the polls as of last week, but I can pull it up.
Okay.
Here's one from 10 hours ago from Newsweek. If it'll go ahead and load here. Let's see. And I know he's trying to hate on nobody's polling, but we just want to make things accurate.
Hey, look, I like that.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's hard to believe, Omar, that like you want to give him like so much credit. You're giving him room. You say you don't care about him. You care less if he died.
I don't care about. I don't care about.
But the caping is crazy to me. Like you cape hard for this motherfucker, man.
Well, because I'm the only voice in here to be able to do that. Like,
no, that's other people in state.
If I wanted to do a human centipede thing, then that's fine.
I do this something on the human centipede thing. I'm calling like his bullshit.
Yeah, but I do this when I go in the room in the right. You can bring Beaver or Matt Cool in here when I go in there. You can do the same thing.
One of those rooms. I don't know how you could be uncomfortable in those far right rooms. You seem to.
I could be comfortable in any room because this is a talk.
You got the purpose of the stage that agrees with you, and then there's a couple other people in the audience who agree with you. So, I mean, you're not alone, and I'm here to make sure that you can speak. So, okay, so from this article, the worst poll for Trump was conducted by American Research Group. They're reputable. We don't have CEO in here, but ARG from August. I have a echo. Somebody's off mic. Okay. From August 17 through August 20, among 1,100 voters, because that's what a poll is. It's not the whole country. It's a poll. It showed 59% of respondents, 59% disapprove of the president, compared to 38% who approve. That's a big difference. That's a big deal. 59 to 38. It's a big difference. So I don't know where all these accolades are coming from. Go ahead, sir. I appreciate you.
That's embarrassing, Lisa. That is absolutely horrible. You said 30, I had to turn it down. You said 37%, and his rating before that was what? Repeat that again, before that rating?
It's saying 50, let me go back up here. It's saying that 59% of the 1,100 voters, because it's a sample size, y'all, disapproved of the president compared to 38% who approved of him. And now there was a poll by YouGov. I guess we like YouGov, but all of these polls are high. Okay, so ARG, Echelon Insights, Insider Advantage, what you guys call IPSOS. I know I'm mispronouncing it. Morning Consult, Navigator Research, Qantas Insights. Rasmussen was the only one who had him tied, and Nathaniel Something News, Southern California Strategies, and YouGov all have seen his approval rating down and his disapproval rating high. So if you want to argue with all these polls, go ahead.
What's the real clear average? But that's the gold standard. The gold standard.
I don't see real. What is it? Real what?
You take the when people do polling, they take the real clear average.
Oh, okay, I see. They did it. Trump's approval rating has been stronger in comparison to his first term in office. Real clear politics. That's what you're showing.
Correct. That's the one that
aggregated showed that 45.8% of Americans approve and 50.9% disapprove.
Yeah, baby. Can I get a sorry, Amari?
53% disapprove, by the way.
Well, I mean, it's always going to be. Look. When you start new work for the people, but look at if you look at the Republican Party, he's up there, the highest rating ever as a Republican. So that's all that matters to him.
Pew Research is the lowest, but the other ones, most of them hover around 40% approval rating. So the difference between 38% and 40% is pretty damn.
What's the Democrats' rating right now?
Probably bad. But that's not what we're talking about.
It doesn't matter.
You guys say we lost. So what do you fucking care?
It's a party. The Republican Party is higher than the Democratic Party when it comes to polling. But you want to talk about Trump polling is higher than Biden's. But Trump is actually like you guess what? Biden couldn't beat Trump today. Kamala Harris couldn't beat Trump today. None of you. So even if the election was held tomorrow, Trump would still be the 47th president. No, because no one likes you guys. No one likes you.
Can I speak? Because I want to say something to that point. Okay.
Can you speak in 4 letter words?
According to, I don't know how to speak in 4. I can. Fuck you. Fuck. Shit. Shit. But according to the polls, I don't think that your theory of if Trump was running today against Kamala or Biden would ring true. I think you should take that back too.
And that's false. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm explain to you why.
According to the polls, he's doing poorly.
So President Trump's popularity amongst his base is higher than ever, while the Democrats are at their lowest. So the biggest problem in the 2024 election is Kamala still could have won, but majority of the Democrats were not motivated to come out and vote for her, right? Because she got like 10 million votes less than Joe Biden, right? So if your approval rating is extremely low, that means that your voters are not going to be motivated to come out and vote. So you guys are behind.
I didn't say that. Notorious.
The problem is we're being militarized. That's the problem.
I didn't understand what he was saying. Say it again.
Okay, so Kamala Harris got like 73 million votes or so, right, in the 2024 election. When Biden got over 80 million, right? So the biggest problem, the Democrats probably still could have pulled it off if their voter base had been motivated, but there was so many Democrats who didn't show up at the polls. So if your approval rating is lower than ever and the Republican approval rating is higher than ever, you will definitely lose at the polls, because that means that the Republicans are going to be motivated to come out and vote, while Democrats are going to be
Debbie speaking. Your Republicans were motivated by a bunch of lies, and they ran out and voted for a bunch of lies. So, notwithstanding the purge votes that where people voted and they didn't count them. So,
Can you explain that, Ms. Debbie, Deborah?
I'm sorry?
There was votes not counted in the 2024 election? Is that what I heard?
They purged votes. Threw them out. They threw out votes.
Also, I would add that they were so confident of winning the election, they wouldn't be so worried about mail-in votes.
Absolutely.
And gerrymandering, both two of them together, because that's the reason they're doing it. I mean, we know the Democrats are voting way more time. And that's, if you're saying problem was a discrepancy in how many people came out to vote, well, there's your answer.
I want to offer some hope and an olive branch to all the maggots on the stage up there, and those in the zoo too. Don't worry, because when the Democrats back in again, we'll make sure that you guys have the mental health support that you need to come out of this cult that you're in. We know you're in end stages right now. It's gonna be a hard time, but we'll be there for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna come put my head on your shoulders.
Well, that's a good point. We can't underestimate the anxiety of cult separation, April, right? So we'll be there
It's
for
gonna
you.
be a mental health crisis.
Thank you, white people. I appreciate y'all being here.
Go ahead, Andre. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, come on. Let's just say, because Amari was in the room talking about Trump was getting his lick back. So maggot should have no problem when a Democrat president gets their lick back.
Getting his lick back? Is that what he's supposed to be doing, or running the fucking country?
He's supposed to be running the country.
Okay, y'all, see what I'm saying? But that's okay with you, Amari, that he's on a revenge tour instead of trying to solve what's going on with the homeless, trying to solve what's going on with these fucking high-ass prices in Trader Joe's and in Whole Foods. I don't know what the hell you're talking about right now. This is not what y'all elected him for. Y'all should be mad. And if the election, there's a poll up, and if the election was held today, all you people who voted for Trump, knowing that he didn't do not one fucking thing that he told he was going to do. Gas is still high. Your goddamn eggs are high. Your Jiminy sausages are still high. You don't have health care anymore. You can't get dental care. None of the shit that he promised you that he was going to do, except for getting rid of these fucking immigrants because he feels crazy that the country is drowning. That's his whole reason. Let's get these motherfuckers out of here. He said he was going to even pay for, what was he going to pay for? Damn it. Not artificial insemination. What was he paying for? God damn it.
Talking about something that IVF.
In vitro in vitro. And that shit did not come through because he wanted more of the others to have babies. That had nothing to do with black women. You take your black ass up there and try to get free IVF and see how you get kicked out of line. He wasn't talking about y'all. This is all directed. And Amari, if you would take a breath, you and Notorious, if you just take a breath and ask God to show you the light before you guys go to sleep tonight, you're gonna wake up with a whole fucking clear head and see that this whole presidency is to try to eliminate your ass. So let me finish playing this other clip, and I'm gonna stop it again because we corrected you on the polls, we corrected you on the landslide, we corrected you everything they said, and we corrected you on the Chicago mayor.
But I said 45%. Hold on. I said 45. I said 44. You said 45. I was wrong. You said 6% to 26. I think he was still at 6%, but I was. So I was 40%. He's on an average at 45%. Real clear average has him at 45.
There's only one poll that has him at 44%.
RCP has him at 45%.
The Economist, Pew, and AP has him at 40 or below.
Doesn't matter. RCP has him at 45. That's the numbers you need to take. RCP has him at 45. Are you declining that?
I would think RCP is one that is
real clear politics.
Yeah, but go ahead and compare Trump to Pritzker's approval rating.
Let's do it.
Pritzker said for Trump to stay his ass at the house.
What's Pritzker's chance of winning being president?
We're not offering him a president at this point.
President. What are you talking about?
What are you doing?
Are you serious?
Even decided to run for president. What the fuck is wrong with these MAGAs?
Now they're trying to tell us.
You trying to say he's not like semi-running?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Okay.
I never came out of my mouth.
He was running.
Oh, it's wild. It's
Wow,
wild.
this is wild that you guys can't tell that he's actually trying to position himself.
How is he doing that?
Is it Gavin, or is it Pritzker, or is it GOC?
I would ask God for you guys tonight to take that blindfold off. Take the blinders off. This is not the Santa Anita racetrack.
You've been using mine. Go ahead.
This is not the Santa Anita racetrack where you just have blinders on, you just going down one lane. You know these people are running for president. Like, you know that the 2028.
Or you the jockey? Which one?
Okay, now I'm an RC. So everything I say, if I say it's biased, I'm a MAGA. If you say it's biased, you're right. Okay, got it.
No. I'm not saying that.
I got a wife, I've been married. I've been my wife for 15 years. I've been my wife for until I was 15.
Well, to be fair, Omari,
conversation with y'all that is against maybe your own ideas. Why does that make me seem like I'm girlfriendless or I'm some P-list, that I'm not giving no.
Earlier, be in such an outrage over calling black women fat.
Oh, I hated that. I don't like that. Trump didn't say that. Trump didn't say that, though. He didn't say
I'm
that.
just saying that she, pretended to be outraged.
Trump dated black women before Barack Obama did.
What? Okay, let me finish this.
Hang on, go ahead, Deborah.
Why do you lie like this?
I think Deborah was trying to say something.
No, I'm done. I'm going back on mute and wash my dishes.
Alright, go ahead,
Oh,
bro.
Mari, so then, hold on, y'all. Let me ask the mic. Why would you lie like that? What possessed you to say that?
Because when Barack Obama was before his first
You
girlfriend
had,
was
no.
white, Trump
You're
was dating a
lying.
black woman in the 90s. If you remember, Trump had a black girlfriend. Exactly. That's why I said Trump dated a black woman before Obama.
Oh my God, this is
That's just a fact.
And
He had black girlfriends.
unbelievable. Now Trump is dating black women.
Was he dating Whitney Houston? Was it Whitney Houston or was it Omar?
I'll find her picture. She was a light bright, but she was black.
But the thing about it, she said that Trump leaned on racial stereotypes.
She didn't. Did she really say that? Because she was talking good about her on the other article.
How come he gives the job to immigrants for being his wife, except for the exception of one?
Oh, that's right. His wife is like European white, so that doesn't really count.
They're over here with their anchor babies.
He was surprised to see black people attending the U.S. Open to watch Venus and Serena Williams.
Okay, yeah, so we do have him dating, what's her name, Kyra Young?
Yeah, Miss Young.
Okay, so she said that Trump made racist and insensitive comments while dating. Okay, his biracial girlfriend.
Wait a minute. I guess she's lying too, Omar.
That's my tea. She said, I'll take. Look, if she said that, then I'll take her for a word. If he was saying that's on. Yeah, because she seemed like an honest person from her interviews.
Yeah, but we can only go by the data, right?
So right. We only go by what she says, and she said
Okay,
that.
So she wrote a book. She wrote a book called Confidence Man, and she said that he, while dating, he made insensitive remarks. Made disparaging remarks about non-white people down the years, including thinking a diverse group of Democratic congressional staffers or waiters at the White House reception. So he thought y'all black students at the White House reception in fucking tuxedos. He told her that they were all probably waiters. That's your boy.
But she dated him,
That is your boy. That has nothing to do with whiskey. All of us made mistakes.
When did she write that book, Lisa? What year did she write that book, Lisa?
Let's see. When did she write the book? It doesn't say when it was
It
published.
better not be 2018 to above, because that
I'm
shit.
gonna go look for that. I can't be doing all this research.
Let me see. I'll do it. I'll look it up right now.
Okay.
Like the blacks. Sure, in 2019 during COVID, she was born.
This sounds on brand.
Hey, but he still had a black girlfriend before Obama, though. Can y'all at least say I was right?
Why we gotta always go to Obama and everybody else?
Lisa, they love Obama, so.
Clinton didn't have a black woman. The Bushes didn't have no black women, so president is the second black president. Carter didn't date no black women. Trump dated black women.
One man, and she was wrong as hell.
I don't even think Biden had any black booty before.
You're wrong about that. You know what? You don't TM is
Wait, hold on, you guys. Go mute. TM, what were you saying?
I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on right now.
You hear what's going on. There's nothing to figure out. These people have lost their minds. I don't know what is going on here, but you see. Okay, okay, defense at whatever level they can. They're gonna defend this president. They're gonna continue to make us think that we're crazy. We'll pull out clip. I researched everything, and I'm still wrong. And I gave you Pew results. I gave you the book names. I gave you this. It don't matter what I do. I don't know why you guys take us through this shit. Just say I'm not gonna believe nothing you guys say. I'm gonna support this man blindly. I don't care if he talks about black people like they're the enemy of the country. I don't care if they talk about black women. You don't always talk about how you support black women. What happened? Not today. Not today. Not supporting us today.
Black women.
I support you all day, 24/7. I support all the women that's wrong. And the men. I think the people in the room are good people. You know, and I think like me and Moose go way back. Me and Moose go way back, and I never had no issue with Moose Star. Oh, shut up.
Okay, so here we go. Let me finish out a little bit more, and then we'll. Okay.
She's arrested. And for the last 11 days, again, I hate to say it because it sounds so ridiculous, but in the last 11 days, we've had no murders.
And somebody can fact check him on that too. That they had no murders.
And that's the first time that's taken place in years. Actually, years. We always have a murder a week. They call it a murder a week. You come here from Iowa, you come here from Indiana, you come here from Idaho, because you're so proud of your country, you love your country, and then you get murdered, your son gets murdered, your daughter gets murdered, you get murdered.
And then you go home and your vacation is ruined because you got to
Washington, because you're all murdered. And I know that every time I do this with you almost fool with everything, but every time I do this with you, people are saying to yourself, he's right, and then you write a negative story. But we are doing an incredible job. The people behind me are amazing. We're working very well with the Washington police, as you know. The DC National Guard is unbelievable. We're also getting tremendous help from Secret Service. And we are at a point where Washington is booming again. People are pouring in like we haven't seen for years. Nobody wanted to come here. They didn't want to come here and get murdered. I have a friend of mine who has a very successful son. And I said, where is your son going to be this weekend? He said, he's going to Washington with his friends. I said, really? Yeah, he's wanted to do it for 4 years, but he couldn't do it because it was so unsafe. He's a tough kid, too. It's so unsafe. And he ended up staying 3 nights, going out to restaurants all 3 nights. He said it was so beautiful, so peaceful. Because all the criminals are either arrested or they're hiding. And we're finding the ones that are hiding. So I want to thank Pam Bondi. I want to thank our Vice President. I want to thank everybody standing behind me because they are really, Gaddy, you've been unbelievable, by the way. They have done an unbelievable job. They're working 24 hours a day. And Washington, D.C. is now in great shape. I'm going to be working with Clark Construction, which is by far your biggest construction company. And we're going to also beautify Washington. We're going to rip down the broken medians, fix them. We're going to put asphalt on the roads. We're not ripping them apart like these stupid people do. They rip a road down to the dirt, and then they spend 5 years in building the new one, and then it starts settling. The whole thing is so crazy. And they'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a road. I'll spend about.
Is this his infrastructure bill?
Okay, let me put this on pause right here. So he's talking about. Did you guys hear him say his friend was going to Washington for 4 years? He told another one of these lying ass stories about how his friends didn't want to go out to eat for 4 years. Remember that story? Do I have to pull the clip?
Yes, I remember the story.
There's something I'd like to add to that clip you just played. I talked about all the communities we're working with. I left out that we're working with the Black community as well. So, we'll find the bad blacks. We're working with the good blacks.
Well, thank you for thinking that some of us are good, and we're all not tripping because we are what was the word he used? Because of slavery. No, he said we're I have to go and get that word, and it depressed. I can't remember it. We talked about it, the definition for a whole goddamn hour. But so he said that Washington D.C. he's gonna fix it up with his contractors. Did you guys just hear? He said that.
Girl, he don't pay nobody.
Okay, and not just that. He said, listen to what he said. He said the roads, when they tear them up and try to repair them down to the dirt, it costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Do I have to replay this? I'm gonna hire my contractors, and it's gonna cost like $4.
Right.
Did y'all just hear that?
Right, yeah, he's so
I had to laugh out loud at that.
I mean, and people
He
say,
is
well,
Contractors were Mexican. I bet you
They're gone. His contractors are gone.
Okay, I don't even know
Mexicans
what
are
the
the best
fuck.
workers.
so the other ones charge hundreds of millions, but Trump is gonna fix it for you for $4. For you,
That's not to keep it illegal.
It's gonna come out of your pocket, Lisa, $4 whole dollars, honey.
And that's why.
You don't know, you have.
Yeah, I bet not get us some goddamn at $4.
Alright, YouTube, we're gonna end this live and we're gonna switch over to live stream next. Go to John Kitover IL on X. That's John J-O-N Kitover K-I-T-Over IL for Illinois on X. If you're enjoying this
Lisa,
live
when you
stream,
finish playing your thing, I want to tell you about another thing that
hit
Trump
the like button,
against women who've
hit
been
the share
sexually
button.
assaulted.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna go to that part because we're gonna talk about that.
Allegedly.
Hold on.
Allegedly.
You're gonna be allegedly on stage and
With Clark Construction, which is by far your biggest construction company. And we're gonna also beautify Washington. We're gonna rip down the broken medians.
I ain't doing it for $4.
Put asphalt on the roads. We're not ripping them apart like these stupid people do. They rip a road down to the dirt, and then they spend 5 years in building the new one, and then start settling. The whole thing is so crazy. And they'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a road. I'll spend about $2.
Oh, $2.
So we're gonna be replacing medians. We're gonna be replacing much of the asphalt in the road in the city, which is in bad shape. We have great stripers. We have great contractors. But we have to let them know. Congress has said that they'll give us whatever money is needed to fix it. And we're not gonna spend a lot. It's gonna go fast, and it will be spotless. And we want it spotless for the World Cup and for the Olympics. You saw the World Cup was here the other day. And come to think of it, there's your trophy for the World Cup. Like your solid gold. That's actually solid gold. So, I mean, some of the people in this room would be able to. Why does this man lie to himself? Placed it right above the angel, right over there. That's solid gold. We're gonna put it right up there. Look at that. It's a solid gold trophy. They know how to get to me. Like the angel movie. So,
Black and blue.
we're gonna do a sign and then we'll take a few questions and we'll tell you how good a job we're doing. We want to go from here to other places, but I was telling some of the people that in a certain way, you really want to be asked to go. You know, I hate to barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians like a guy like Pritzker. You know, spend more time in the gym, actually. Guy is a disaster. Gavin Newsom's a disaster. When we saved Los Angeles, you wouldn't have been able to have the Olympics in Los Angeles. You barely they did lose 45,000 houses to a fire that should have never occurred because they didn't let the water come down from the Pacific Northwest. You guys don't want to write about it. I had to break into the water supply to let the water down. And even now, we want more. Much more. It's less than half of what should be coming in.
Okay, so let's stop here. More lies. More lies. So he said he had to, first of all, he called Pritzker needs to go to the gym. The kettle is you got to be fucking kidding. You making a fat joke. Really, sir? Really? So anywho, he said that the Olympics are going to be held. Yes, they are in California. And he said that he had to break in and release the water because we lost 47,000 homes from Governor Newhansom's inability to fight the fire. Do you guys know what happened to that water? Anybody
Wait,
here?
Lisa, I live on the river where that water was released.
Mm-hmm.
So the water was released from the dams. The dams hold Lake Success and Lake Cahuilla, which is just 17 minutes from my house. I live on the St. Johns River. That water went into the Central Valley. That water is for the crops and the farmers for the summer months when we run out of water. have to go through 2 towns to go and get my prescriptions in another state, another town. And I used to think it was a damn shame when I would go from here all the way to there knowing what was coming. That every single fucking farm and ranch had a giant Trump flag. You drive now, there's not even one. Not even one for 20 miles.
Yeah.
So Tony, Tony's absolutely right. I was just through there like last week. They do have their Newsom signs claiming that Newsom's trying to get rid of our water, but not admitting the fact that Trump was literally going to flood all of their farmland.
Correct. And all those farmers.
Those are heavy Republican.
The whole Central Valley is heavy Republican.
Yeah, and Democrats have been screwing them over fucking fish. I lose snail fish for how many years?
That's a lie.
No, you guys are gaslighting.
No, that's not true about the smell. That's
That's a damn lie.
true.
Matter of fact, how do you know? Have you talked to an agriculture? Have you talked to a pumping company? Okay, clearly you have not talked to anyone that does agricultural pumping. It is true. And if you talk to people, you talk to business owners in the Central Valley, they would definitely tell you that they've been screwed. Not recently, but for almost a decade now. They've been getting screwed.
They're getting screwed in what way? Because the crops are being
The cost is going up. They're not able to. They have to go through even to get I gotta remember what that guy told me that the pumping, you gotta go so far down and then they charge you so much money. It's expensive. Even to get the water.
Let's say the fact. Before the aqueducts were there, that place was a dust bowl. So guess what they did? They created that waterway so that those farmers could farm there, and they created an economy there. Guess what? The cost of everything is fucking going up. So the cost to have water traveling and pumping that way is going to cost more. That is not a democratic issue. That is just a systematic problem of an economic issue. Shit costs more, and nobody told them you put the shit there.
But if the dams were released at the right times, would that not be beneficial for the area?
Clearly, nobody else can use the crime bill now to criticize.
We're not talking about the crime bill, sir.
That's not
what we're talking about right now.
About the crime bill, but
No, we're not right now. So don't direct the conversation to what you're going to talk about. Stop.
Put him down.
I am not talking about the crime bill either. You need to listen.
You better connect that shit to water. Oh, you dropped that?
Why you dropping?
Yeah.
Why you dropping?
I was just asking, if they release the dams at the right time, would that not be beneficial for the area rather than just releasing it?
Yes, they released them on Memorial Day, and we all have what's called the Memorial Day float, where everybody goes to the river and floats down the river every year. They released them on Memorial Day.
Tim, come back up. Raise your hand. I can't see you. Tim, come back up.
Yeah, but I just mean Tony. I just mean more often. If the plains were dry, would they not be better off releasing it 3 or 4 times a year?
What?
Ooh.
How does releasing that agricultural water help the fires in Los Angeles?
Oh my God.
That can't even go all the way there. Okay, so.
And it rains the next day. It rains in LA the next day.
Can I ask you a question? And too bad you were insane. Let me just find out what's going on, because when we went, okay, I'm gonna tell you how I know she's telling the fucking truth. It was January, okay? That's when the fires were popping off, right? I took a trip just to, with my, oh God, I can't even say this, with somebody who also is on also on Clubhouse. We went to, do you guys know where this is? Allensworth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know why.
What a shithole.
Don't call Allensworth a shithole.
That's okay. We'll call it an armpit.
That's the first black city. Stop it, y'all. Don't you do that. Allensworth was the first black town.
They have a music festival. All my friends go every year.
Yeah, it is very interesting if you go and check it out, okay? So, Dap, you can give the breaking news in a minute. Okay, so went out there, right? And there's farmland all around here. That's why I know she ain't lying. There's farmland all around Allensworth, right? There was because I go up to 5 all the goddamn time, all the time, all the time. And they even had people. Did we take a picture that day of that? But I know this fool rolled down the window and asked them what they were fishing for. People were fishing on the farm plots because they had released the water from the aqueducts. It did not go to LA. It flooded the farmlands around Allenstown or Allensworth or whatever it is called. Am I lying, sis, or not? They were literally fishing on farmland after that in January 2025. I think it was January the 13th I was up there, 2025. Is that true or no?
Well, Newsom for mismanaged water. This is for those.
He didn't release that fucking water. That was the water that Trump released, and it went fucking nowhere. And
I think he's talking about in general, Lisa.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about in general.
Okay, we're not talking about in general. I just asked a question.
So let's talk in general. See, because people think
I
that
hope they have their
especially
fucking Trump hats on when they're sitting there shoveling a fucking canal.
yeah, like the people who don't live in California, who doesn't know like the environment. You guys, please shut the fuck up, because like the folks that live in California that travel up and down the Central Valley, this is a common thing. So we see it. We know for a fact that the folks in the Central Valley, like, they're Trump supporters. That's fine. We grow a lot of agriculture there. That's fine too. But what happens? But some and I heard the conversation about, well, it's a mismanagement of water. We have reservoirs, we have dams, we have things that there's only so much water that the state can hold, and all of these places were filled. We had more water than we knew what to do with. So this thing about mismanagement of water, it was actually a very, very good year for us in rain. We had gotten so much rain in such a short amount of time. So this whole notion that there's some mismanagement of water is, y'all shut the fuck up about it. We had more water than we knew what to do with it. But this fucking numbskull decided that what I'm gonna do, because he wanted to fucking showboat, is fucking release this water into places that we didn't need it.
But can we at least agree that the state does a horrible job capturing that rain that we had? We do a horrible job capturing. Can we can agree to that?
Listen, I'm not going to say I can agree, because I'm not going to say that we can do better. But every state could, and a state such as California, like when we get rain, it's a godsend because it's so sunny out here.
Why were the fire hydrants dry? That's the big question. Why were the fire hydrants
talking about?
You're talking about the one
I'm trying to turn it on in the middle of the night.
So hold on. You're talking about specifically for the fires? I'm glad you're saying that, because that information right there is misinformation. I have 3 neighbors who are firefighters who fought in those fires, and they had not one single problem getting fired. I have one of my neighbors who showed me video of him driving down PCH while both sides of PCH were ablaze, and they had water to fight the fires. The problem is that when you have that much fire, all the water in the ocean down there can't help you to fight those fires because of just where everything was located. So these folks are talking about, they couldn't get enough water up there. We have many ways to get water up there. We have planes. We have folks that bring the fire engines that bring up tanks. And I'm not going to say that that hadn't been the case at all of them, but this notion that every fire hydrant was just empty or dry is crazy.
RJ, since we're
It's literally
Go ahead.
it's on Google.
no, it's a me, Badger.
Go ahead. Badger and then Ray.
Since we're asking random ass questions, why is California's GDP higher than your country's?
No, I'm just asking. All I'm saying is it's on Google.
You have questions. Answer that question, sir. Why? Since we're asking random questions and shit. Why is California's GDP? Why is California's GDP higher than your country?
You've got 10 times
Because
more
it's a random
people.
question. It's random.
You've got 10 times more people.
In California?
You've got 10 times more people.
Okay, well, random question is fucking.
What I wanted to say.
Let me answer Badger.
because something on Google doesn't mean that like
Ray needs to go next.
That's a totality. Like I said, there were reports, but this notion that all of the fire hydrants were dry, that these firefighters couldn't fight fires, is an outright lie. I have friends who were firefighters, and who put their lives on the line during that time. Yet were there issues? Typically, when you have fires like that, and especially at that magnitude, you're going to run into issues.
No, thank you. I didn't know. I'm just asking. All I'm saying is, what I was saying, what I was trying to say is that's full for ignorance. You asked the question and you said it was on Google, but it's obvious if you would have Googled a little bit more, you would have got the answer to the question. There are multiple fires spread out along miles, hundreds of miles. So yes, the system is going to have problems getting water in some situations. So you can't say, please don't question my opinion.
Don't interrupt him.
That's all. I see, and I know exactly what happened. If you see and know exactly what's happening, you wouldn't consider the argument when the young man refuted what you said. But again, I will say you did concede. There was not a major problem getting water. The main problem is that they usually get waters from the ocean and just dump them. But the winds be too high. Not true. That's not true. That is true. That is 100% true.
They did the investigation of regional shortage.
They apologized to the band for cutting off the band for waving a Palestinian flag.
Oh, damn.
That's what it is. I think the Zionists are kind of pissed off, right? They go from room to room, fucking grifters, even Black Rabbi. He's like, my narrative, it doesn't matter, bro. We don't have discrimination in Islam. Calm down.
I have.
No, we don't. You're not allowed to. But what?
Like, just, I agree.
It's tough. When you have these type of people on this app, they're fucking spewing bullshit one after another. At one point, you get tired of it. Like, oh, we need some new Zionist talking points. We don't want Zbat anymore. We want something else. So that's where we're at. But anyways, you guys want to hear the what's it called? Israeli official, the former Israeli officials.
Earlier, these pieces of shit were laughing about a child who died or was seriously injured by a piano or something, and they were like, I hope the piano's okay. Absolute fucking morons.
Yeah, I know. Let me see what else do we have in the news.
Bro, what's the news? The news is that
Israel hits Yemen capital with wave of airstrikes, tens of thousands across Australia.
Let them spend the whole night capture these bastards and cook them at their worst.
You Australia? Are you Australian?
No, but Rohan's so he's from Australia. Rolo.
What did he say? Who's debating Rolo? Mikhail?
It's Emperor guy Sam. I got moved to the audience, so
This guy is one of the biggest fucking losers. He does this stupid Jewish voice. He's a black guy living in like honest Jew. This fucking loser. Can't stand honest Jew. He does this like Jewish voice. He's an African American guy who does a Jewish voice and always moves whatever a Jewish voice is accordingly. But honest Jew is somebody
that. He comes in the audience, he writes a bunch of shit, and then he runs away. It's unfortunate.
Abby's like, oh, I'm sure they're letting them talk so they can record it. No.
Not happy.
don't think he's black?
They were all under Hamas propaganda.
That's a black guy.
Yeah, but I think Hamas is I don't know if Hamas is still there though. On the Jews is still there.
Oh, yeah, of course they're still there. Videos.
Have you seen his photo?
Yeah. What do you think? Why did they poison the wells back in 1948?
Narges too. You know, cute, beautiful Narges. She hangs around with all these Jew haters, and she herself spreads all kinds of Jew hate. Armenian, maybe.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Black to me.
It sounds like a black guy doing a voice of a guy who talks like this.
So apparently Ace is an attorney. Today he was going on and on about how Ace filed some motion or brief or some bullshit. These guys are
the evacuation of the so-called Palestinians from our ancestral homeland.
You hear this fucking loser? I can't stand this guy. He does it all day, every day, all day. This is what he does. It's so pathetic.
Anyways, on this Jew, what's the best talking point out there for the Zionists? We have two guys in the chat. One of them is a recorder. His name is John Kitover. And John Kitover, I hope you never win the election. And I know you're trying to run for the mayor of whatever fucking state or country, city, town, whatever city you're in. You scumbag, you shouldn't do it. You don't deserve to win any kind of elections. And I know you were begging for money. That's why Pepe and that guy, Roger Mayhem, got into an altercation because of your stupid fucking ass, because you were trying to, beg people for money. Disgusting fucking scumbag. That's how Pepe and this Roger Mayhem character, they started fighting, doxing each other or whatever. And Roger Mayhem apparently is MIA from this app. It's all thanks to you, scumbag. John, get over. Yes. Gotcha. Back check, sure. Let's do it.
Thank you, Amir.
The best talking points are we've offered the so-called Palestinians so many times we came to the track. But their culture is violent and all they want to do is kill Jews. That's what Rohan is saying in the other room. When he's got really good ass body, he kills them all the way. My favorite actor.
Yeah, I think we should listen to the famous, I think the national anthem of Israel, I think.
You spoke with him.
Let's listen to it, I think that's the best way to go about. Back check.
Terrorist Prince. Let's get a zoom in on his face.
Okay. Yep, I think let's do it, man. Let's do it. Give me.
Pumping his iron. A couple good photos. There's a piece of shit. There he is. It looks like it's some European city. Riding on some guy's back, screaming. What a fucking patriot! Wow. He's too cheap to pay for the premium. So.
Anyways, let's see. What's your favorite music, guys? What's the best one should we listen to?
Play some Taylor Swift. Play some Taylor Swift.
How about Boom Boom Tel Aviv?
Yeah, that's my favorite one. See, Honest You and I would definitely.
Let's play something that's famous, right? Just maybe. Let's play something famous, and then we can go from there.
You know, there's two versions of Boom Boom Tel Aviv, Ace. Do you know that?
No, I do not. It's Shiloh.
Well, there's the, the one, the revenge song. I sent it to Amir. There's the revenge song, Boom Boom Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. And there's another one from Israel that's celebrating homosexuality and transsexualism. It's also called Tel Aviv. I'm not trolling. I'm actually serious. I sent it to a
Mayor is complicit with Zionists. The children of Gaza would be embarrassed by this wrong.
We're building bridges, boys kissing boys, girls kissing girls, transsexuals on the street in Tel Aviv. It's all love. It's called Boom Boom Tel Aviv.
Uses this voice all day long. I heard.
It's on YouTube.
He used to live his life like that.
Yep. I'll put a link in the chat. That was the song I was referring to.
This is one of the sickest and dumbest and most deranged rooms you'll find on the internet.
I'm not shocked.
The
And I'm
most
guessing they're
pathetic,
starting to tell the
stupid losers
just
you'll
definitely
ever have the displeasure of having to listen to.
Here you go. I am going to drop my favorite song in the chat.
But the great thing about them is they go all night. They just talk all night while I film them. And then I notify the FBI in the morning, notify their local police departments. You know where Amir lives in California. We're already in communication with the sheriff's department. They've been surveilling his house. It's only a matter of time till his door gets kicked in and they drag him out in cuffs and he's crying and screaming. It's just a social audio chat app. I'm just having conversations about the Zionist entity. So this is how the game goes. They sit there, they can play copyrighted music to try to kick me, but ain't gonna work. So we'll come back to the Amir show. Don't worry, Amir, we'll be back. This is 420. Let's see. Well, I guess we'll go to political Iraq.
Are, and other governors, right, are starting to, say, hey, okay, if you want to retaliate, this is what we're doing and this is what we're doing. I look at the response they had to the redrawing the district maps in Texas because Trump wanted them to do that.
Apparently Ace is an attorney. Today he was going on about how Ace files motion or brief or some bullshit. He's going to the evacuation of the so-called Palestinians from our ancestral homeland. I can't stand this guy. He does it all day, every day, all day. This is what he does. It's so pathetic.
What Trump can and cannot do, and what he needs congressional authority for, or cooperation from a governor or a mayor for. This motherfucker doesn't have to consult anybody to launch a nuclear attack anywhere. Right? Like, he doesn't have to consult anyone. This is who we have sitting.
It's not stable. Over mining the salt from Mexico.
Wow.
Annan is here. What's up, Annan? I think we should listen to the music again.
Oh, let's do it.
We'll do this all night with them. It'll just ruin their whole
No,
experience.
just play 20 seconds every few minutes. Makes it funnier.
This is their lives, trying to get some guy who live streams everything.
Who is no lyrics?
So watch, we'll just leave it like this. Alright, I'm gonna pipe in another clubhouse room for the audio.
see that many of you are strong and fit, but tough muscles and skillful shooting are not enough to make a soldier. That requires discipline. Major Gilmore tells me you are in the habit of holding discussions with your officers. That will cease from now. An officer's orders are to be obeyed instantly and without question. This regiment must learn to move as one man. Otherwise, we will all be killed. Major Gilmore, see if you can teach them to march. Yes, sir. When I say 20th Maine, attention, you bring your feet together. Drop that damn trumpet! This is a hell of a regiment. Hey, I'm a...
The most overpriced. If you use this sound, a big.
Prairie, we have a great guest today, congressional candidate John Kitover. How are you doing today, John?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing real good too. I see you got the whole campaign, the headquarters going there.
I've got a lot of phones up.
Or abnormal. It could be a number of these items because they're scared to come up here with the real account. Or that motion yesterday, that idiot has a plus account as well. They're all fucking Zionist fucks. Doesn't surprise me. Yep. That's how it is. They tend to hide their identity now, you know. They really, you know, that's what it is. Anyways, I think we should do. Where did that guy go? I think we should listen to the actual national anthem of Israel. I think that's a good one. Let me see. Yes, I'm marking it.
I've got a lot of YouTubes going, Instagrams, X accounts, Clubhouse. I try to do a lot of mass communication for the campaign at home.
I saw that. That's how you got on my radar. Was all social media. You're probably way better connected in that aspect than your opponent, to the hood. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I live in Chicago, 42 years old, and I'm a graduate of the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina, which is a military college. I was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army National Guard, served from 2002 to 2006. And then I've worked in digital marketing, media buying, advertising technology for about the past 20 years, 15 years, and I've worked in the government at the Treasury Department and the Department of Commerce, working in real estate operations, leasing, project management. And I launched this campaign to run for Congress a couple months ago. We've raised about $600, mostly through social audio, through an app called Clubhouse, which is similar to Think Spaces. It's basically a Zoom conference call, essentially. It's all audio. And I'm trying to defeat Darren LaHood, who I view as being a negative Republican who's created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. So I'm fighting. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I'm saying I'm fighting for the people of the district in 16th district in Illinois, for the whole state of Illinois, and for MAGA and Republicans all around the United States who believe that our government is borrowing and spending way too much money, and we have to cut the spending.
That's a pretty big order because he's going to have the Illinois GOP behind him. He'll have some federal law stuff behind him. He's going to have money to spend. Right now, you're at about $600. What's your strategy to counteract that?
It's by having conversations with you in open, frank, transparent manners. It's grassroots, and unfortunately, the algorithm doesn't favor me. It literally create as much content as you can, connect with as many people as you can, and really getting on the ground in Rockford and Peoria. The number one goal of this campaign right now is to get 1,000 signatures on our petitions.
Sure.
So I'm pretty confident over the next 3 weeks on Fridays and Saturdays in Rockford and in Peoria, we'll be able to get the number of signatures to get on the ballot in March.
Don't forget to hit the metro station.
Anyways, I think
District is a great places to harvest the voters from. Let's go back to Lafayette real quick. You call him a rhino, which is become almost cliche at this point. Everyone's a rhino that's running against someone else. When we look at him, though, his voting record isn't. You guys see eye to eye on some stuff. What is it you're not seeing eye to eye on him with him that caused you to run here?
Really, it was his COVID-19 response. If you do a cross comparison between open secrets and all the HR acts that he has voted on, it's not a 10% or 80% correlation. It is a 100% correlation between all open secret donors and all HR acts. So there's a 100% correlation between HR acts and lobbyists who are essentially paying him to vote for all these funding measures. And it started with the HEROES Act and the CARES Act. The amazing thing about Grok on X is you can use it to go through all the HR acts and identify by the largest acts and whether LaHood voted on it, and then who the Fortune 500 corporations are that receive the most amount of money through those acts. And there's a 100% correlation in open secrets with all his donors. He has over $12 million or over $10 million in his campaign account. And so in my opinion, he's running a skimming operation. And this is what a lot of Congress people are doing. They have 10 to 20 to 30 million in their checking account, all given by lobbyists. So that is primarily the reason why I want to wake people up in the 16th district. Say, hey, he has created $20 trillion in debt plus $5 trillion a year over 10 years. He's responsible for spending $70 trillion. What have the people in Illinois District 16 really gotten from LaHood for all those trillions of dollars? He likes to say it's all about jobs at Caterpillar, etc. So, in my opinion, he's wasting the money. We have to stop borrowing and spending, and that's why I'm running against Aaron LaHood in the 16th district.
And deference to your campaign too, some of those jobs he talks about didn't really appear. You look at what happened with Stellantis, they only got one, but a fraction of those jobs coming back. So it might be good to have someone holding his feet to the fire.
It goes to show you that it is very difficult to create a successful business. I've launched many different businesses, and you can borrow from the taxpayers and create these businesses that go out of business, like Fisker and the electric buses that Pritzker gave us.
Yeah.
So it's super hard to create a business, and when a government creates a business by borrowing and taxing, that's not the bedrock or the cornerstone for building a good business. They're set up to fail. And it puts all the debt on future taxpayers. So it's
that's not
an unfair bargain.
No. What did you do in the Army? You're in the Army National Guard. Eh? What did you do there? I know you're an officer, so it's a little different. I'm not looking for.
Sure. So I can tell you, I went to the Citadel, which is a prestigious military school in Charleston, South Carolina. And while I was there, 9/11 happened. So I joined the Army National Guard as in what they call the simultaneous membership program. So I started out as a PFC, then a specialist, then a sergeant in the infantry. And so I went to Fort Benning, Georgia, practiced war fighting for 4 months in the forests of Georgia, graduated college, got commissioned in intelligence, and I worked in translations, interrogations. The Army is Army work. That's digging trenches, fighting, and being in cities. I didn't deploy to Afghanistan or Iraq. I was all around the United States. And then I started working in digital communications. I think from a forensic accounting standpoint, let alone just AI and the queries that I have put into Grok. If you go to my X account, it's John Kitover, Illinois, that's IL. And I will retweet some of my best Grok queries trying to untangle congressional borrowing and spending, borrowing from the Federal Reserve, really looking at our ledger books, our balance statement.
Just too much, and that's where we're at right now. And IDF, has killed a whole bunch of people, and we just don't know what to do, man. But thank you very much, Mark, for playing that national anthem of Israel. And some people call it Israel, some people call it Zionist entity. I call it Zionist entity because from Muslim paradigm, it's freaking blasphemous to call it Israel. Israel is the name of the prophet, peace of God. So that's what it's about, And I think we should, what is it called? Let me see.
Democrats and saying, you know what, guys like Darren LaHood are kicking the can down the road over and over. 10 years now. So this is my background, but I'm really trying to stop the borrowing and the spending. I think it has to become a mantra with Republicans. I'm standing with Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Ron Paul. I supported the Ron Paul campaign from California. I have a good picture with him. And I just believe that we are digging a hole. We have to stop digging this hole of debt and borrowing and spending from the Federal Reserve. We have to cut Medicare, Medicaid. We have to cut the NDAA. And I think we can preserve Social Security, but cutting the military-industrial complex and big pharma are the number 2 priorities of my campaign. So that means Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, AstraZeneca, the hundreds of billions of dollars in tax credit.
You know. And that's what it is.
It's like that they got from the big beautiful bill, $500 billion a year from taxpayers and tax credits. That is the primary focus of my campaign.
You segue exactly where I want to go. I'm just going to ask about the big beautiful bill. That was a huge expansion of spending. So I think you pretty much told us where you stand on that. You worked on exactly the big beautiful bill.
We can kill the 2 biggest problems in our society, which is the military-industrial complex and big pharma. We have to cut the Medicare and Medicaid by probably $1 billion to $2 billion a year, and the National Defense Authorization Act by about $200 to $400 billion a year. We'll be able to start paying down the debt. We can lower taxes, and we can stop funding big pharma, which is poisoning us, and the military-industrial complex, which is taxing us and doing military policing around the world. And Darren LaHood has kicked the can and funded this for 10 years. He's been a congressman in the 16th district, I think the connecting district before redistricting. But he is a can kicker. I'm going to crush his can and I'm going to recycle it for the American people and for the people in the state of Illinois.
Let's talk about vaccinations. I'm not real clear on where you are on vaccinations as far as if it's just a COVID vaccine or if what's your stand on other vaccines?
Let me just start with COVID-19 and that vaccine response. The HEROES Act in March of 2020 was the first $1 trillion tranche or omnibus bill that Darren LaHood voted for. And that is the start of it. That's when Pfizer was able to get
the resources. And then you have Zionists sacrificing red heifers trying to bring it all on earlier. I think you're pretty safe that Bitcoin's going to be $1 billion by 2035 because U.S. will have to keep printing more and more and more every single year. And those are the 4 reasons why.
I hate begrudgingly saying this, but Elon Musk is right about the debt being the super issue. And my hope is that you get an Elon-backed Thomas Massey for 2028. Otherwise, I don't see, we're not going to stop aid to Israel. We're not going to register APEC under FARA. We are going to war with Iran again. All this crap's inevitable without a leadership change. And Massey's the only one that will do it. Both party, he's the only one, and he'll never get elected unless the richest man in the world has his back. Then that's exciting. And it's like Elon doesn't care about Zionism or anything. Elon doesn't care about a lot of things, but he does care about the debt, and he will back Massey because of that issue. Serendipitously, we'll get all the other good stuff. If we got rid of this Zionist parasite, so many things, it's hard to imagine what the world would be like without it. How great things would be.
Well, I think he's come out and there's reports that he's going to back Vance, and I think that's something we predicted a long time ago.
Yeah, I know.
But that sucks. And I think that's because they're all part of the same group. But Simon, you disagree with Joe, right? You don't think that and Ryan, I guess, that you don't think there's going to be war, right?
Oh no, there's going to be war. There always has to be war. You just got to move it somewhere else. So I believe that we're not going to. No, I don't believe the war with Iran will happen. I think it's going to all be Europe, and then I think America's going to come after Latin America and South America. I think that there is a different vision for the Middle East, and I think America will be working with the Gulf states and something
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I didn't see Iran being the one where it happens.
It'll settle who's in charge. America isn't.
It is working with the Gulf states. They are sending carriers and things towards Venezuela. There's already war in Europe with Ukraine. But Israel bombed Yemen. Their troop rotation, I said this when the last time I was outside, they come back in September. They will re-invade Lebanon, and Iran's still on the chopping block. And you're like, yeah, but they can't win that. I'm like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, it's what Israel wants. It's what Israel's going to get. We said this last time. I was like, they're going to go to war with Iran. It's not the MIC. It is the Zionists. They are going to get what they want. And that's what U.S. policy is going to do. It's what it's always done. Right? And after the fact, we're like, they're still, we're not there because of the missile manufacturers or whatever. We're there because of Zionists. That's why they spend millions of dollars lobbying Congress to get their way.
I think it's actually structured into the post-Bretton Woods system that America needs to continually be at war. So people talk about Afghanistan not winning because it was 20 years, spent $2 trillion. But Afghanistan was a mechanism for stealing $2 trillion from the American taxpayer and creating that socialism for corporations, because the $2 trillion went to the companies, and so victory is just continually feeding the socialism for American corporations as opposed to 100%.
And another element there is it liberated the opium, and that narcotics budget is black market, which allowed the CIA to finance private mercenary armies, which is what they did in Syria. The same way they used narcotics money to finance Contras in Nicaragua, with Israel selling contraband to Iran, as well as the drugs. They took the opium out of Afghanistan. We had an opioid crisis in the United States. 100,000 people died. That's like several Vietnams. 100,000 people died from the opioid crisis from this liberated heroin. And they used the proceeds to pay for HTS to destroy the sovereign country of Syria by paying a bunch of, and we were partners with your Gulf Arabs in that too, to destroy Syria. So it wasn't just the above board money that they profiteered out of Afghanistan. It was the dirty underbelly, because they're not going back into Vietnam, so they went in and got the poppy fields somewhere else to pay for black budgets. It wasn't win. Like, if you look at it from, the Taliban's still in charge, blah, blah, blah. Well, that was never the goal. The goal was to have a medium to waste money on and sell it to the public of, like, we're chasing around Osama bin Laden or something, because he did 9/11, so we're attacking the Taliban in Afghanistan because of Al-Qaeda. It didn't matter. They're all towel heads. The public can't tell the difference. It's not just the public. People in Congress are like, they attacked us at 9/11. Like, no, they didn't. Afghanistan and Taliban had nothing to do with September 11. But they're like, but bin Laden's there. Like, he's physically there. Actually, he was in Pakistan. But, okay, so he's in that country, so we're going to overthrow it and have a regime change. How stupid. I want to withdraw from all these wars, just invade Canada. That should be the plan.
Yeah, and who was behind that opioid crisis, like you said, the 100,000
tacklers.
Exactly. You know, they called the Tel Aviv University Medical School, they called it Sackler School of Medicine because of how much money they donated there. So, they're Israeli patriots, and they did a good job for Israel, of poisoning America.
Israel does have patriots. We don't.
Good point.
They stick around with this. They bomb another hospital today in Salt Lake. What's going on? It just makes my stomach turn.
Yeah, it was basically what they done was Al Nasser Hospital, as you know, is the only last operating hospital. Even then, it's on his knees when it comes to operation. So they did a double tap on Iran. So they basically bombed, and then when journalists and medical and aid workers were going to save them, they bombed them again. But they got the coy on camera, so they had to pretend like it was an accident.
It's crazy how they can just apologize and everything's forgiven.
I'm surprised they did
didn't say it was a Hamas misfire. Remember when they bombed the courtyard? Like, we didn't bomb the hospital. Like, oh yeah, you bombed the courtyard. Everyone was gathered around the hospital thinking maybe they won't bomb it here. And they hit it with the JDAM. That was also recorded. You could hear the sound. You remember this? Early in the war, they're like, oh no, that was the launch rocket that like U-turned and came back and hit. Bullshit.
Yeah, it was like, it was Al Ahli Baptist Hospital. You're right.
Actually, they used to make excuses for hitting hospitals, and then they proceeded to bomb every single hospital after that. You know, so.
It was an Anglican hospital that everybody reported as Baptist for some reason. But yes, I remember it now. And it's like they blamed it on Hamas. Someone just said, like, yeah, they can just go, oops, and all's forgiven. It really doesn't matter. Like, people all thought I was being sarcastic. Like, Netanyahu could go up on stage and eat a baby and blame the baby. And Christian Zionists would be like, yo, it's just going to grow up to be the next Hitler.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I think with this one, the issue, actually, to be honest, even if you remember with the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital, they bombed it, and then they basically initially came out and actually took credit for it, right? If you remember that Naftali guy, and a few others came out and literally said, yeah, we bombed it because Hamas was there. And then when the blowback was huge, they backtracked and lied and said that they didn't bomb it. Obviously, we exposed it, as you said, Brian, through like various threads, to listen to the noise of the JDAM and various other things. And also looking at the angles of the bomb and at the time, the statements that were made. But then they backtracked and pretend they didn't bomb it. In this situation, it was very similar. They came out and literally said, yeah, there was a Hamas camera on the hospital building, so they were trying to take the camera out. But then some Israelis came out and just admitted that they were trying to kill their rescue workers, so they had to kind of flag it.
Yeah, as if Hamas just rolled out an artillery piece in the courtyard and is firing from a hospital. And come on, they just, that's everything you just say, why'd you bomb that house? Hamas had a weapon in there. They had a tunnel under it or something. And they bombed everything. You look at aerial photos, Gaza City, it was Hamas in every house, because you hit every house. This is total ethnic cleansing. It's a genocide. They're like, what's all genocide? You don't wait till the genocide's finished to call it a genocide. You say it as it's happening. You don't wait till they're all dead and then you go, now it's a genocide. But they are genocidal maniacs. And they believe that land belongs to them. They have God-ordained racism. And unfortunately, America pays for all of it.
Yeah, but
You know what's crazy, Ryan, is a lot of them have been coming out with these some videos of like expensive restaurants or expensive food outlets and making it look like it's in Gaza. And it's like, you have to think that people are retarded. Like, if you look at the visuals from the air of Gaza, like, how would anyone think that there's a brand new operating restaurant?
But that's the problem. People are retarded. It works because people have their belief is based on ideology, not reality. And so if they don't want to believe Israelis are starving people to death, and I'm like, oh look, I saw you in a restaurant. It must be true because that matches my faith. Faith meaning I don't know.
It's somebody earlier, right? He was exactly how he described. Yeah, he just believes what was comfortable to believe.
Satanist people are
like, and Obama was the master of this because he would do totally abstract big statements like offer hope and change, which lets you fill in the blank for what hope and change you want to whatever is psychologically gratifying. Doesn't have to match reality at all. And then look at the course, it doesn't. I just give them more time. That's what they say. And all these maggots for Trump, I don't know what they're expecting. I get it, better than Biden, so what? But I think they honestly thought he was gonna do things for them. Oh yeah, they're gonna deport 55 million immigrants. Like, that's not happening. They're not doing any of that. And it's harder for Trump this time around because the X has been liberated.
No, Layla,
family Twitter space.
They're all having a hard time.
Did you see the title? It's a live Twitter space that's running with 800 people in there.
I was like, dude, he's talking to himself.
No, I asked Amar to play the live Twitter space because the room got boring. There's nobody here, nobody wants to speak.
Amir, I'm actually in that space right now. I'm listening to his space right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, you know. And listen. What do you want to speak about?
States like Florida.
Well, let's talk about the trade.
I think Liz might be excited here at John McCain. Gaffy needs to
You want to speak? I can mute it.
Now they have a star David license plate. Holy crap.
Speak for sure?
I'm all for it. I'm like, you know what?
There you go. You guys have the mic.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam. So, Chucky, tell me, okay? Give me some talking points when Jews want to say that the foundation of Israel is actually something that is, like found in the religion of Judaism. How would you respond to that?
Would I respond to that question?
Yeah, like how do you respond to that?
I would respond to something like this, that loss of life is bad, regardless if they're Jewish or non-Jewish. We need to come together to find solutions to bring peace between the Israeli government and the Palestinian authorities.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some context. Okay, so basically today was like the first day of like extracurriculars at my medical school, okay? And like, the SJP doing the SJP thing, right? Like we're tabling, we're raising awareness, and some like dumbass comes up to our table and is like, oh, this is so like anti-Jewish of you, this is so not inclusion of faith. And he turns to like the one hijabi at our table and he's like, of course, like this is your Islamic superiority complex. And we're like, what the fuck? Like, really, get the fuck out. And he's like, no, this is so like anti-Jewish of you, like and my faith, we're promised Israel, and like everything that you do in your existence, even this table, is just anti-Semitic. So I was like, really? Like, is that, like, how true is it that Israel is actually promised in the Torah to the Jewish people, right? Like, how true is that actually? That they have a land that, like how true is it that this is, like, their God's promised land, if what I'm saying is making sense?
No, it makes sense. I was just giving you an example. And my brother, when Chucky is talking, you mute your mic, alright? But what I was saying, what I was giving you was an example of how a Zionist would answer that question. You asked a very valid question, and you must understand that the mind of the Zionists is so small that their whole technique is to derail the conversation. But it does tell us in our Torah that we will return back to the land, but it's during the times of the Messiah, and right now it's clearly not the times of the Messiah.
Okay, so when the Messiah, in your scripture, when the Messiah comes, is it like what we see today, like what's happening in Israel, or how would that play out?
No, so when the Messiah comes back, that's pretty much the ending of the world that we know of today. When the Messiah comes back, it will be a period of true peace, So what we're seeing today shows me, based off of my scriptures, because that is not the time of the Messiah. The Messiah is not here.
Okay, so essentially in Jewish scripture, what is happening in Israel right now is wrong, and it is not the way that I guess you could say, like, the day of judgment or like the end of time is supposed to come. It's supposed to come with peace. It's supposed to come with like no suffering. Is that what you're saying, right?
I mean, there will be suffering, but I mean, as far as in the land, right now there would be no beef between the Palestinians and the Jews.
Okay, I'm so confused because, so this person was telling me, right, and they stood at the table for like, I would say like a good 5 or 10 minutes, and they were just like
arguing with us about religion, and we literally told him, I was like, the MSA table is like 2 tables down. Go talk to them, right? And we even had like MSA members like come and talk like religion with them and stuff like that. You know, because I'm not qualified whatsoever to talk about like scripture, okay? And this person, one thing that they were continuously saying is that, oh, Palestinian suffering is needed for the end of time. Like, Palestinian suffering is like one of the things that gets us closer to salvation. And I was like, what the heck? Like, what kind of faith, what kind of religion tells you that there is going to be eternal peace within at the cost of thousands and thousands of millions of people being displaced and thousands upon thousands of people dying? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So
it doesn't make sense to me either. But what happened was like there's religious Zionism, and then there's the Zionism that you see today. There's no connection. You have that person that probably said that doesn't practice Judaism. They just take verses from our scriptures to use it to fit their narrative, and that's a huge issue.
I mean, like, this person from the outside looked like a very practicing. I don't even know what that means, right? Because, like you know, like, people think that, okay, like, women who wear hijab can be very, very practicing, but in reality, you know, that could be the complete opposite. Okay, so this person, you know, I'm being very honest, you know, you know, there are some women who don't wear the hijab that are actually very, very, like, you know, pious, mashallah, like. But then there are women who do wear the hijab that are, like, you know, not so pious. But anyways, so this person looked like a very, very practicing Jew. Like, I don't know what it's called, but he had, like, the little hat in the back, you know? And, like, you know, like, was wearing, like, you know, like, the suit and everything. Like, you could, like, I swear, if it wasn't on the university campus, like, you could not tell that this person was a university student. You know, like, if, I don't know, if he was just walking down the street, right, in downtown somewhere, people would have definitely been like, oh yeah, that's like a rabbi or somebody, right? But no, this person, like, was on campus, you know, had a backpack and everything, and was, like, just, like, completely harassing our table. And he looked like he knew, like, what he was saying, and I don't know if it's just because he had, like, the right talking points, or whatever it was, right? But it just, like, you would listen to him, and that's like the kind of perception you would get about Judaism.
That's wrong. Just because they wear a yarmulke or they wear a tzitzit, you know, that doesn't mean that they read the scriptures. Man, there's a lot of wicked people wearing costumes these days. Beware.
Mm-hmm. No, literally. I mean, like, this guy like would like quote verses from the Torah, and I'd just be like, okay, like, you know, like, of course, like, we didn't have, like, the Torah with us, you know, so I couldn't, like, look up every single thing that he was saying. But he did, like, quote verses from the Torah that I don't know if were super duper accurate, but he did quote verses from the Torah, and I was like, oh, like, this person knows, like, what they're talking about. Like, it would appear like that to anybody, like, let's say, right, like, there's just a random person that's, like, on campus, right, doesn't know, like, anything about anything, like, any universities or whatever, like, doesn't know about, like, anything that's happening, like, in the world, like, there's no genocide, like, they don't know anything that's happening, they would take this person's view on Judaism as to be, like, an accurate form of representation. And that's, like, the scary thing.
That's extremely scary, Leila, man, but you gotta be very cautious when you deal with the Zionists, man. They got a serious mental issue going on. So stay far away.
No, I would never stay far away from Zionists. What are you talking about? Like, I'm a Palestinian living in the diaspora. Like, this is what I do. This is what gives me peace at night. Allows me to go to bed.
I'm just concerned for your safety, Leila. You know, make sure you take that.
Why does everybody say that?
Make sure you lock your doors.
Why does everybody say that?
Because we're living in dangerous times, man. We had a whole group of people migrate from Europe to steal the identity of my people, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm safe. Don't worry. Nobody really knows anything about me on the sub.
That's good. But like I was saying, I'm just concerned for your safety. I really enjoy hearing your talking points. I've actually learned a lot from you, Sister Lena.
Thank you.
No problem.
The number of neurons.
Brother Gabe, you.
Anyways. Do you have an added? That's insane.
Yeah, I got some questions for Black Rabbi.
Okay, Mahdi, I have a question. You were like saying some you were like throwing off some like really weird emojis. Why?
Most of quite a few things you said were not valid. So.
Okay, do you want to share?
Yeah. So when the Messiah comes, you got an interesting take. The whole world will be Israel. So it's coming for the people of Israel to make the whole world Israel. This Messiah for some people is a troublesome figure. So there may be actually a genocide globally. The whole world becoming Israel. Then you got two options. Option one, everybody will be genocided, and then what will be left Israel, and then Israel will populate the earth. But the other issue is that everybody will effectively be converted to become Israel. And both of which are not very nice options. So that's biblically how some people read it. They won't tell you. But otherwise, we alarmed. The whole world becoming Israel. What does that mean? You take it to choose. You've got one or two extreme options. So some people will tell you, yeah, well, the Messiah comes, they will all be nice and great. For some people, they will look at the Messiah as the actual Antichrist, the way some people view it. So this would be somebody who is actually a bad Messiah. The other issue in the land where they promised to actually go 3 promises biblically. Actually, that's in the Torah itself. So I've got a promise, it's to the seed of Abraham, a singular person. Then you've got another promise that is to all the descendants of Abraham. Then you've got another promise that is just specifically to Isaac and his descendants. So you've got conflict there anyway.
The whole Sunni Shia thing.
This is just regarding the land.
I don't think Israel's going to need to provide
discuss what these conflicts mean. So I do agree that the land is not very straightforward. They have some political issues that they have to agree. They won't be straightforward with you. They will be, so they will tell you any narrative that's impossible. And that's what they've been doing for about 80 years. Playing the world, not necessarily because everybody is naive, but their Messiah has been in the form of the USA. There has been their Messiah. They've taken to such that God is coming and goes up for the US. They want to be given the land of Israel. So today, there will still be Jews there living there as there have been a minority population. And most of the people in the region, whether it's the Palestinians or others, were not anti-Jewish. They're the only people who have never actually persecuted the Jews. There happens to be Arabs and Muslims. Everybody else seems to have persecuted them throughout their history. But then that sets another set of differences. But one more point, the issue of Israel is not just a take it. Palestine is actually a take it for everyone in the region. Everyone in that region today, at least for the last 8 years, has been suffering. There are many countries have been destabilized, and there are many more people who have died. Sadly, there's lots of Palestinians there, but there's some countries that have lost far more people than the Palestinians. How does it get being done for the Messiah? It seems that the US has been doing all this rape, killing, and genociding, and destabilization of many countries, from Iraq to Syria to Libya to Congo. And all it goes, then it's coming for everyone else. And the progress is going not too nice either. Like almost everyone in the region, biblically, has been promised some kind of genocide. So where I come from, we're promised to be bearable to paying homage to Israel, really. When people tell me bearable to paying homage to Israel, definitely we're going to pay homage to Israel. Israel will work. As members of the human family, no problem. Like Superman, but they're not Superman. And so this idea goes on, but I don't think many people who may believe in the Bible are serious sometimes with their version of what the Bible may be saying.
her own unique self. She's not fake.
That's good shit. Good shit. What's the most challenging part? What's up, Mojo? Come on, man.
Most challenging part.
Hold on. Jonathan, we'll come back to you in a sec.
Yeah,
Right?
the religious one, little time.
Yeah, the most challenging part is definitely the attitude because if it was up to me, which would be crazy, but I would have all boys. Girls are the trap. They are a trap, especially when they get. And they're challenging, I think, both, because I noticed my nephew.
Zionism is a secular lie based on the so-called religious ideals. And the religious ideals we don't mind. Because if the God of the Bible is real and he is the true God and there is a true Messiah to come, then there's nothing we can do about it. But if it's not real, then enacting for satanic forces this Zionism, it's only going to lead the world into misery. Because eventually we'll be defeated, just like happened with the Nazis in Germany. It's going to be at a brutal cost. And then this secular lie that's happening today, with the Messiah being taken the form of the US, that's definitely going to fail at some point. It's going to again be very costly.
Yo, I had a flashback. I thought that was one-on-one talking, man. I thought that.
Sorry, Chucky, I didn't hear it. I didn't understand what you said.
No, I was saying I thought you were 1-1-1, man. I was about to leave, man, because that dude was crazy.
No, it's just what you described earlier as the Messiah when he comes. He said there may be trouble, but he didn't express what he meant by trouble because some people do believe there will be trouble. The whole world becoming Israel.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a day of judgment when the Messiah comes back, man. That's when judgment's gonna start.
Yeah, but a judgment for whom is this Messiah going to be?
For everywhere, for the whole world, man. The whole world's gonna get judged.
Yeah, but based on what? When his main mission is for Israel. To look after Israel and to make the whole world Israel. What does this really mean to you?
I never thought about it, man. Give me a second, I'm thinking.
For example, the Messiah in Islam, the Messiah, is a Messiah for all people. Well, he will come and enforce justice on the planet for all humanity. There is no such thing called sort of favor or just a form of justice for everyone. Enforce a divine will, which is a universal justice and truth. The Messiah of the Bible is something else. His main goal is to establish Israel, and that's a lineage of Jacob, and then the whole world becoming this. So you need to, well, you don't need to, but you should think about it. What does that really mean, such a teaching? The whole world will become Israel.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum again. What's going on, bro? I had a question for Mahdi. The political Zionism versus religious Zionism, do they not share a pathology or some sort of fundamental behavior perspective?
Yeah, the political Zionism is what's happening today. So to establish this land by all means necessary. All means necessary means deception for the whole world. And then obviously buying time to do this genocide slowly, so-called in the name of peace process. Because if you treat the whole world as gullible, everybody out there. And so what they've done is that they've taken control of the institutions of the planet, namely governments and so on. And then make sure that they play the population endlessly because they think the whole world's populations are fickle. So they give them small installments so that they rush these things. What we're using now with small installments, they forget because they're mindless, spiritless animals. Then eventually, when it's too late, they realize they've got no options.
What a
honestly what we're currently more akin to, and what basically just respecting people is and saying, okay, cool, you're trans, you're not binary, whatever, I'll respect you. Respect now is a dictatorship. This is where MAGA's gone. We have people who live in fact, Democrats and the majority of left-leaning independents. We live in reality. We live in, let's respect people. Let's just live in facts. Where then you go to the other side of the aisle, MAGA, they live in fiction. And we have now a culture where we have to invite these people to sit at the table with us and center them and give them a voice. Now Nazis and racists and homophobes and bigots get a voice that we somehow now have to listen to if we wanted to vote for a Democrat in 2028. Fuck you. That is where I'm at. Now we can go ahead and move on to the conversation because it's actually
Okay, anybody else want to contribute to that line of conversation? Because the basic thing was Trump said that some people want a dictator, and I think that's where we're moving to dictatorship, because some people don't want to think themselves, don't want to have an opinion, don't want to research, don't want to push back. They just want to just exist and have somebody up there who disrespects just about everybody he talks about, and you guys think that's fine. I think if Barack was up there calling people low IQ, fatty, this, that, and the third, then it would have been a problem weeks ago. But you guys want a dictator, and you're getting one, and then but all the rest of us don't have to comply and don't have to be complicit. That's what you want. Fine, you got them for like a couple of weeks, a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever the case may be. But dictatorship, he said it out of his mouth, and you need to believe what this man said. I don't know why you guys think, oh, it never happened. And every 5 minutes, he's pushing against the Constitution. He's trying to find the breaking parts of the Constitution, and he has the judges to support him on a lot of shit. So the next thing he said is, you got to be really tough. You got to be really tough to be in the streets. I think he was referring to the National Guard. He said because they passed the toughness test, and the Supreme Court upheld it. I don't even know what the hell that means. I have no idea what he's talking about. Anybody know before we move on to his next dumbass statement? Okay, then he said that they were a gang. See the way he talks about black people? And I'm sure they were black. And we keep on just ignoring the fact that he's trying to play on those tropes and prejudices about black people, black cities, black mayors. And I spent all night debunking every fucking thing that he said. So he said there were a gang of kids, and when they saw the National Guard, they went back to wherever the hell they came from. What the fuck does that mean? You're talking about children. See, you're talking about black children. So when you talk about black children, you can say they're a gang, and then you can say they went back to where the hell they came from. And you guys don't see nothing wrong with what's going on.
Very dismissive about everything he hates and obsessed over, shallow things he consumes, and all the things he tried to roll out, though, they get pushed all the way back, like this alligator Alcatraz. Remember how scared we were about that? Or concerned, rather, is a better word. And, it's just one dumpster fire after another we got to put out, so might as well impeach his ass. Like, I don't understand why we can't just...
How are you going to impeach him? Because somebody explain to Water how President Donald Trump is not going to be impeached.
He's been impeached twice, and it does not work. We wouldn't have the Senate to convict him, and you do not have 67 senators that will convict him. Then 20 Republicans, aside from Bill Cassidy, who tried to convict him last time and got in trouble, right? And was it Murkowski? Name others. Give me 18 more names that'll side with Democrats to remove Trump. Thank you.
Because you have to break the law to be impeached, and he hasn't broken the law.
You're an idiot as well. You don't need to break the law. Misdemeanors are not considered actual crimes that would be considered crimes. I mean, you have to actually be a constitutional scholar. I guess not understand the Constitution. Actually, no, you don't. You just be someone who actually reads notorious, and he's not. You do not have to have, like, if you understand what a misdemeanor is in relation to the Constitution, you'll understand, no, you don't have to actually break the law. You have to do what Congress thinks is severe misconduct. That is what that means. That's what that has always meant. Look it up.
I'm ready for JD Vance. I'm ready for JD Vance and Marco anyway. Let's go. JD.
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Wait.
Don't worry, JD cooked this weekend. Marco Rubio cooked. Like, these men could talk. These men could actually. Man, these two.
You're gonna be right or you're gonna be wrong. We'll strike you on because I've been out.
I'm only on one strike.
He goes,
Baby boss.
I'm only on one. Come on.
I got about 20. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just funny to hear people say that Trump has some broken laws. Like, what is going on? Like, breaking and violating a court order is actually violating. That's illegal. You can't do that. Like, listening to some of these people who literally live on Earth.
Oh, breaking news. Hold on, guys. Breaking news. I'm sorry. Breaking news. And y'all might already know this, but I've been sticking on this one White House debacle. So, Obregon Garcia is now being processed to go to Uganda.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they want to
What? He didn't take the deal. He didn't take the deal. If he wouldn't take the deal, it would have affected his current civil case.
He should have took the deal.
Why?
He should have went to Costa Rica.
Let's see if I can find a clip on it.
They have a fucking choice. Or did they try to consider Uganda?
No, the choice was to say he was guilty, and then he'll go to Costa Rica, or just say, and if he doesn't say he's guilty, then he's going to Uganda.
Which is crazy. It's like,
Y'all don't think
broke me up. Like I said, these are people. I don't know if y'all ever watched the GC film or Crisis on Infinite Earth, but this is Earth 2. We're not on Earth 1.
Yes, that's true.
This is, like fact is not fact. Fact is now debatable. Fiction is now debatable as fact. And this is why I'm furious. This is why people like him say Trump has not violated the law, broken precedent. Literally, you are a criminal in chief. You're a 34-time convicted felon, a rapist and a pedophile. Ghislaine Maxwell, Lisa Gasoline already said she got dirt on Trump, and her little cellmate said that she said shit before she got shit for Texas. And like, what are we talking about? Stop being a weirdo. I'm gonna call you fucking mad. Just say something about pedophiles, because if you look at the party figures of the Republican Party, and I have to keep it count, 14 have so far been arrested for child sex crimes in the last 2 years. Please fuck off.
Yeah, that goes all the way back to the Franklin cover-up.
So, Lisa, do you see how brilliant the framers of this country was? They knew that the common people were not smart enough to make rational decisions. So you keep telling me that Trump is a criminal and he should be brought up for crimes, but the people that they believe are smart enough to make those decisions don't think so, right?
What are you talking about?
You see how smart
Notorious.
you see how smart those framers were, and how, like, you know what's even more interesting is how conservative. Like, that's all we ever talk about is the Constitution, even though it was written.
I thought y'all liked the Constitution.
Right. Isn't that extremely conservative to always reference the Constitution that was written go by dead men? So you guys are actually a lot more conservative than what you actually think that you
No, we believe that the Constitution is a living document. You guys believe the Constitution is not a living document according to your party, and that we're supposed to uphold it and have militias according to y'all. Actually, wait, what? No.
It says in the Constitution, we're not supposed to pay taxes, honey, and we do.
Hey, breaking news.
Let's not talk about taxes.
Hold on, breaking news. Go ahead.
There's a video of Wes Moore shucking and driving, shaking Donald Trump's hand, talking about, look at the seas, son. Have y'all seen that video?
Where was it today, though? Was it?
I know. He told me. I know, but I just saw it. He was the greatest.
Omari, stop.
Your boy, where is he?
Omari, I need you.
Here we go.
Omari, you're on strike.
Can we listen?
No, we cannot.
25th. When was that video? 20 something. What year was that video done?
When he was reelected, he said, "Glad to see you back in Washington D.C." and that was crazy.
But you think that means something? Because if that fool walked up to me and I know that I'm mayor of a city, I'm supposed to act in accordance. What am I gonna say? You dumbass motherfucker.
He told Trump that he was the best ever. This is what your boy Mr. Flopper.
He's heard it.
Did you really say that, y'all?
No. Play the clip.
Hold on for just a minute. Let's finish with the breaking news because you took us all off the fucking subject. So what happened here is he declined to plead guilty to human smuggling. And now there's a judge, okay, after he declined, but I thought that was his criminal charge and not his civil issue. But the judge, a federal judge is temporarily blocking the Trump administration from deporting Kilmore Abrego Garcia to Uganda without having, what is it saying? Without having, let me go here, open up the rest of this, sorry. Slow it down here.
A fair trial.
They don't believe if you're still using a plastic.
Oh my God, please. Okay, let me just play this. How long is this clip? That's way too long. So the judge is, without having the deportation argued in court. So that's what's happening right now. And earlier today, we were talking about his two choices of Costa Rica and Uganda. So Costa Rica would say they will allow him to come as a, what was the wording? As a refugee. A refugee. And Uganda said, they didn't even talk to us about fucking Garcia Abrego. No one's even contacted us about sending him to Uganda. So this is all a bunch of bullshit that they throwing together on the fly. But now, do you think that they are going to listen to this judge? They didn't listen last time when he told them to turn that fucking plane around and bring them people back because they were breaking an order. Do you think, and they deported him after he had an order on the books not to be deported. So do you think they're going to listen to this? Because they want him up and out the fuck out of here.
No, they're not
as quickly as possible.
It might be possible that he
Uganda
and send him back to El Salvador.
That's crazy.
I mean,
I think they're gonna stay at Madani Zoran's people house. I think that's it. I think he's gonna hook up or get out there.
Mentally stable.
I hope he does come to Madani. Do you think that's a problem?
Nah, Uganda's nice.
Not if you're in prison in Uganda. He was going to be let loose from what I'm understanding, if you're coming as a refugee, they don't put you in jail if they allowed you to come into the country as a refugee. But Uganda, he's going to jail.
I think he'll be out. I think the Ugandans will let him out, and he'll be somewhere. He'll be back somewhere nice with his family. He's gonna have it made out there. He got the hookup.
He got the hookup.
What?
He is going to Africa, right?
What right? What does he know in Africa? He knows what
to take a person that is from Central America and put them in Africa.
He's gonna be speaking Swahili and Spanish.
Mind you.
Amari, pack your bag.
You know it costs more to go to Africa than it would to when you're from there. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you okay? This is ridiculous.
Let's send Amari's ass to Africa. I'll buy the ticket, Amari. You can get your ass over to Uganda. No, I'm just saying, if you think it's such a good,
I love Africa.
Well, good. I told you I sponsor your ticket to take your ass over there. And when you get to Africa, go straight to the jail. Don't you?
I've never been there, but I love it.
Unless you like enjoying getting malaria.
No, you guys can buy.
Come on now.
My best friend has malaria. It's not the first time she's got it. She got deported. She lived here for 34 years, paid taxes, everything. Okay?
Get your vaccines, honey.
I feel the need to come in this bitch and change the motherfucking subject.
But I'm
We ain't talking about that.
What is the malaria
What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
It
what's going
You're not
on.
calling me a crackhead bitch
The
because
shoe fits, don't it? The fuck? Okay,
You
so
gotta make it change the subjects and shit that nobody care, Aurora, about your friend or
we're talking
Valeria.
about Africa. I'm saying like there's a lot of
Nobody
people that
cares.
realize what's going on.
Nobody cares about your friend or her malaria. Let's move on. Thank you.
Why are you so fucking ignorant? I don't even know you, bitch.
okay, come on, y'all, come on. Okay, so I'm sorry to hear this.
And I'm not some fucking white bitch either.
I got
bitch.
one more
Bitch,
breaking
my fucking
news.
flag.
Yeah, one more breaking
You never even said anything about your
Okay,
race.
now that people are running the insane asylum. Okay, so water, this better be breaking news because
This is,
they're
I got-
on the topics that we're talking. Go ahead.
So the South Korean president totally punked Trump in front of the press, saying, "Oh, I can't wait to see you go golfing with Kim Jong Un and build some Trump towers in North Korea." So I think I put it in the chat, but I'll put it back.
That was great. That was breaking news.
Yeah, that was my shit was breaking news. That shit was weak.
Like somebody.
Speechless.
I had fucking more entertainment watching Dennis Rodman over there with that dude. That was more interesting than what you just said.
Crack is black. Crack is black in real life. Like,
I don't even do crack.
meth is that.
Evidently, you
Meth
know a
is
lot
that.
about it. I don't. I wouldn't know. I've only
Meth
smoked
is that.
marijuana.
Crack is
I've never done anything
Okay,
with
now hold
marijuana,
on, you guys.
sweetheart.
Hold
Either
on.
that.
Don't get put on. You know that there are black people that are addicts too, and not just white people, right? You know that, right? Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
No,
So.
because she's putting that energy on me, like.
Okay.
That doesn't make your race.
You're late for class, Anthony. And then we have Anthony. Okay, Amari, you got back up. Okay. Actually on the stage. So, well, you got three.
Amari, Notorious. What's up, y'all?
What up, man, dog? What's up? What side can we
What's
talk?
up? Is that another MAGA bro in the house?
Nobody. You go Amari.
Who is that?
Notorious. What's
is that?
up? Okay. Cute.
Miyama
This is
Antonio.
so sad.
Miyama Antonio. Oh, yeah, that's brother Anthony.
Just take the fucking
Miyama Antonio.
Yo, and we ran off all like the
I
they
just wanted
couldn't
to
stand
say
us.
something real fast. Real before you go.
Shut up,
Amari. I just want to say this. Hold on. He on strike 66, Patty. He on strike 66, baby. This ain't, please. Just want to say. Hold on. Before you go, Lisa, let me just say this real quick. A sad day came about when we got big grown ass black men on here shouting each other out. I just ain't never met a lame niggas that just want to be cool so bad. This is sad. I just stupid and lame.
Who claim to be so
Can't even.
but can't even speak in an intellectual manner and have to have
Oh my
confidence.
God.
I would totally agree with all these statements. Shock out of it.
She is not intelligent, Aurora. Don't ever confuse Brooklyn with somebody intelligent. Please.
We're not going to turn this into a crisis. Stop it, Anthony.
She can't even construct a proper
Why would I talk intelligently to stupid people?
We're not going to turn this into a crash pad at all. At all.
I apologize, Lisa, but she did come to me in the beginning. She came for me.
So what's the difference? No, I'm saying people. Wait, Lisa. Wait, hold on. Go ahead. Fucking people that were in our room, and you was crashing too. I was crashing. Okay, so like I'm exhausted. Like the rule in this room. No, it's no rule in this room. I'm just exhausted, and it's only me and you, Patty, that are moms that are seem to be like whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but
Yeah, so I want to bring some order back in the room here.
They're still talking, other than Aurora, which I guess.
I wasn't in the room.
Excuse me? You dumb fucking bitch.
Oh, whoa.
You
She don't hurt me that.
So moving along is the Times Square Shark.
We are moving along, and stay on mute for a minute, okay?
Okay,
So,
you got it.
so what happened with, now that he said, we listened to him saying that he has cleaned up Washington, got rid of a gang of kids, and also the homeless encampments. I want you guys to point out to you guys that nothing has been set up for these homeless people, Anthony, Amari, and where's your friend? Gone. Okay, nothing has been set up for them. They're literally where now? Where are the homeless people at? That he said, oh, we cleaned up the encampments. He moved them onto the trains. That's where most of the homeless people are now because they have no place to be because the guards are walking the streets all day, clearing them out. I thought he was going to get them someplace to stay. I thought he was going to get them help. I thought he was going to get them medical attention. I thought he was going to get them rehab. Where are they now?
Lisa, do you know where they're at?
I'm asking you.
Lisa, this is the first I'm hearing about it. I haven't been following it. No, yeah, I haven't been following the DC situation like that. But it's that you're asking stuff in an accusatory tone. Do you know where they are at? Yes, the tone of your voice.
Oh, okay, so
No.
let me go into my Becky zone. Okay, so where are they? Where are the homeless?
Lisa, I have no idea.
He's cleared up Washington D.C. Are you concerned?
Lisa,
Did you hear that he said that he wants to be a dictator? Yes.
I'm not concerned. I'm not
Did you hear him say that he wants to be a dictator?
I am not scared of an 80-year-old dictator.
President of the United States.
I am not scared of an 80-year-old dictator.
Okay.
There's plenty of things I'm scared of. An 80-year-old dictator is not one of them.
Good to know. Good to know that you're not concerned that the President of the United States says some of us want a dictator.
I won't lose.
Okay.
May I answer that,
And you know what? I stand corrected. Lisa, I'm going to get 7 hours and 59 minutes of sleep tonight. I'm going to get 7 hours and 59 minutes
And
of
I'm
sleep
going to try to
tonight.
be right there with
All
you.
right?
Not with you,
All
but
right.
I'm trying to get 7 hours as well.
Can I answer that, Lisa?
Anthony,
Wait,
Donald
Debbie's
Trump's
talking. I
entire-
don't know who keep bringing you up, Aurora. Please don't call anybody on my stage a bitch. Thank you. Go ahead.
Anthony's entire.
Hold on.
Be quiet, hold on, girl.
I don't want to hear myself.
You know, excuse
You
me.
know, people attacked me on the stage and you fucking said nothing?
Anthony,
What's up, Deborah?
Donald Trump has literally run his entire administration, or his whole run has been accusatory every day. That's what he does all day long. Now, how could you say that Lisa said something accusatory, asking where the homeless are?
So, Deborah, can two things be true at the same time, Deborah? Can they both coexist at the same time?
Are you saying it's true that everything
I'm saying that
accusatory?
Lisa's tone
He literally
was
makes every
accusatory.
decision.
I said
Everything
Lisa's
he
tone
does
was
is
accusatory.
accusation before he makes a decision.
Listen, I don't like, you're going over my head right now. I'm not even hearing what you're saying. Okay, you're saying that everything he does is an accusation. You're saying everything he does is an accusation.
Of starting the war. That was accusatory. Zelensky. That was accusatory. That's what I mean. You still need
So I'm not gonna confirm or deny that, Deborah. What I'm saying to you, that has nothing to do with what my question to Lisa. All right, I asked Lisa something direct. All right, I haven't been following it. I'm happy for Lisa to inform me, bring me up to speed with what's going on. All right, but it's like if you're asking these leading questions, you have an agenda, you have a thought. It's not just like, okay, we're trying to exchange ideas. You already have an idea in your head.
That's not true.
Right.
You got exactly right.
He is going into the different cities.
Lisa's saying he's exactly right, and you're saying that's not true, Deborah.
Literally has
I'm
it in his
talking
head.
about Lisa. You're saying that's not true, Deborah. And he's saying, and
Yeah,
Lisa's
what
saying
I'm
it's
saying
exactly
is
right.
you're projecting.
Deborah,
You're on the stage already projecting. You're projecting.
you can't speak for her, Deborah.
You just
Deborah, you
said
can't
is
speak for
literally what he's
Lisa.
doing by going into the
Deborah,
different
you
cities.
cannot
He
speak for
literally
Lisa.
already has a thought in his head that's
Boy,
not
stop
true.
addressing me,
And
man.
all the crime that he's
Deborah,
claiming,
you can't
all of
speak
the
for
crime
Lisa.
that he's
Damn it,
claiming
Anthony,
is
he's
going
trying to
on
subjugate
is
the
not
blacks. He's
going
trying
on.
to make you relegate all of you to second class
You're doing exactly what you accusing Lisa of doing. That's exactly what he's doing, what you accuse Lisa of doing. It literally is what he's doing.
All right, so Deborah, you can't speak for Lisa. Lisa's quite capable of speaking for herself. All right. So I was having effective communication with Lisa, and I would
No,
love
it wasn't
to continue.
effective. That's why I jumped in. It wasn't effective.
That sounds like another accusation.
Yeah.
But as I was saying before I so
And you know what? I'm not gonna admit or deny that. Is that how that goes? Did I say the right word?
Not the way I would have said
You
it.
said it
I'm
right.
trying to
Yeah,
remember
is
what I
that what
said.
you said? I wanted to
You're
know
trying
what
to
you said.
remember what I said.
I'm not gonna
That's not
admit
the
or
way I
deny
said
that.
it.
Okay, Anthony, the way I phrased it was okay, I don't care how you took it, but I'm asking. What we're doing here, you're late for class. We're going through his quote unquote press conference today where he showed his ass. And during this press conference, I have corrected Omari how many lies since we've been in this room? Every time he opened his mouth, every fucking one, I have researched and shown him to be a goddamn liar. Right there, every fucking one. I've given you all kind of even research, even poll numbers. I've done everything, okay? This is what we do when the MAGAs are in the room. I don't mind doing it because that way I let you guys know that I read and I know what I'm fucking talking about. And if I don't,
MAGAs
I'm
in the
gonna
room. Sounds racist.
So what
Lisa,
are you talking
right?
about? So we
Lisa,
got
you said I came
Omari
late to
and
class,
Victorious.
right?
You came late to class.
Lisa, you said I came late to class. I don't know what lies you pointed out. All right, and I'm not asking you. I'm cool, and that's cool. I'll check out the replays. Thank you for letting me know that.
Okay.
Now, as it stands right now, we're here with that right here now. Let's talk about it.
Okay, let's talk about it.
What is it?
So
Go ahead. You got
he's on. Okay, so the question was because he was on today's press conference. We're playing segments at a time, right? We got to the segment where he said he started talking about the kids that he dispersed. Okay, and the way he's talking about your kids, your people, is really very disgusting. We talked about
your people. Who's that?
I'm speaking of people in these neighborhoods that he's considering are the reason why Washington D.C. is a fucking hellhole, a crime hole. You read? I'm saying, instead of talking about these kids as kids, he put them in a category saying, and I broke up some kids, a gang of kids. They ran back to where.
Why is the white man not changing the battery in your
If you don't be quiet, Jack, you're gonna be asking that question in the chat.
My name's Jacques.
Whatever, Jack, John.
Smoke detector is BB.
Well, Lisa, can you just tell me real quick, how many wars did he stop?
Well, hold on for a minute. We get to that. Hold on. Can I finish? We get to that. So I just asked, since he mentioned that he had cleaned up Washington, D.C. and dispersed the homeless camps, I just said, where did the homeless go? And you said I'm being accusatory for whatever reason I do not know. So that's the question right now, Anthony, and I'll play the clip in a minute. So that's the question.
All right,
It's
so
simple.
Lisa, and my answer is really simple. I haven't been paying attention to that DC situation like that. I have no idea who the homeless people are. I genuinely wanted to know if you had a thought about where they are, and did you have anything to substantiate whatever your thought is about where they are. That's all. Not like this is not rocket science.
Okay, my thought is I listened to the homeless people that he dispersed, and I was listening to some clips. They're all on the trains. Their items have been removed. Some of them were thrown in the trash. Some of them, if you had money, were put into storage. I don't know if they got all their personal papers or whatever, but they've been removed. He said that he was going to send them to get help for their mental problems. He send them to jail. So I guess none of that was true because they all seem to be riding the trains all day.
Alright,
So how do you know they didn't go to the trains by themselves versus they were taking to the trains?
Listen, bro.
What?
And this is what's crazy to me, right?
They didn't take them to the
like
train.
Lisa's
They just told
boyfriend,
them,
Gavin
"Leave."
Newsom.
What is
and
wrong
Lisa's
with you,
boyfriend,
Amari? Go
Lisa's
ahead.
boyfriend.
Take it on my boyfriend. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Amari, Lisa's boyfriend, Gavin Newsom, has spent countless dollars, good money, on the homeless population in California. Let's ask him how that's working out for him. I want you to go look at the amount of money that's been spent and look at the results. All right? She's got all of this smoke for Trump. All of this. And I would love for her to come up with some kind of solution to this problem. But of course not. Why would she do that? She just wants to castigate Trump. Trump derangement syndrome personified.
So you guys ever listen? I know you guys listen to the Sunday morning shows when Kristen Welker or somebody asks a question to these maggots and they can't answer it.
They ask a question.
They can't answer it. They say, I hadn't read about that yet. I don't know anything about that. I hadn't heard about that yet. And then they come back with some bullshit.
Deborah, he been talking about Deborah Anthony had been talking about fucking Washington D.C. for 2 weeks. This nigga's lying. Okay,
I know it. But that's what they do. And he does it so well. I mean, he takes right after those old ass crackers on there.
I don't know who that is.
I haven't read on that yet. I don't know anything about that.
You can't claim Trump derangement syndrome, but he's in office and he's actually doing these things, right? Like you can't claim you're deranged when he's using his executive power to use military against American citizens. That's not deranged. That's a fact.
How's he using it? Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
It's a fact that it's deranged. What the hell are you talking about?
Omari, you be lying just like fucking Anthony. Just say you're liars.
I'm not lying.
Brooklyn.
I just lie a lot.
Brooklyn. It's okay, right? Like,
Anthony, you just said
You lie down a lot. You lie down. You lie down.
Washington D.C. You lied and said that you had never heard anything about it when you had all these conversations about
repeating yourself.
with us. You're a liar. There's nothing else we can say. You can't combat that. You're a liar. That's a fact.
Okay. All right. So Brooklyn, here's what's up, right? I'm an imperfect human being. I'm fallible. I make mistakes.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
Lying liar who lies.
Okay. So Brooklyn, all right, no problem. I won't.
You can't debate it, bitch. You are a liar.
He's a liar. Debated bitch. You can't debate it, bitch. Lisa, you see that? You see how you remove that other chick?
Stop crying.
Remove that other chick.
Stop crying. Please speak.
Washington, D.C. I said nothing about Washington, D.C.
Because you can't defend it. Maybe tonight you'll deal with like
You've been in all of these conversations about Washington, D.C.
I
for the
said
past
nothing.
week.
Which
You're a
conversation
liar.
did you hear me
You're a
say anything?
liar, all of them. We've been in rooms with you talking about the kids in
pull
D.C.,
it out on
talking
replay.
about the
Pull
homeless
it out
in
on
D.C.
replay.
You're a
Pull it
liar.
out.
You're a
Pull it
lying
out.
liar who
Pull it out.
fucking lies.
Pull it
You
out.
lying bitch.
It's on replay. Pull it out on replay.
Nigga, stop talking to me. I'm
You
done
pull
with
it up on
you.
replay.
You're the liar. I'm not the only person
Pull it
that
up
you
on
said this
replay.
wrong
It's on
with,
your Brooklyn.
stupid.
It's okay. Brooklyn, it's okay. It's all right. Pull it up.
Okay, y'all, let's
Pull it
move
up.
forward and try to get through this. And then I'm glad you're here, Anthony, and you got your backup crew, which is great. And Notorious is a good. Notorious and Amari are being good, whatever. And they've been hanging in there for hours.
Good, whatever.
So hold on for a second. Hold on.
We're starting by ending it in DC, and now we have the right to do through federalization. Okay, let's go. Speak to say exactly what this is.
Of course, so SB consistently identified certain cashless mail policies that are a key driver of the disorder we see on city streets all over America. funds and grants that are flowing to those jurisdictions to ensure that we're only supporting the people who have reasonable common sense policies around crime.
So what area does it cover?
Potentially anywhere that has a cashless bail policy, so some of the largest cities, some of the most left-wing states in America have adopted. Illinois would be a great example.
Yes, sir. Oh, they have a great cashless. You don't even have to go to court sometimes. Illinois, I love that state. It's a great state. But it's run so badly by Pritzker. They throw him out of the family business and he becomes governor. Now he wants to run for president. I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, we'll sign right here, right?
Sir.
So important. And this isn't Republican, Democrat. This is, and by the way, most Democrats agree with this. But this is just, we got to bring our country back.
Okay, you pause that real quick, because that was important.
I am. Hold on, we'll make sure you don't say anything else dumb before he goes to another one.
It's a big one.
Also on the issue of cap.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Dale, sir, this is a DC-specific executive order. In addition to the measures that we're taking that are quite similar to what we're doing around the country, in DC in particular, the objective is holding as many criminal defendants in federal custody and subjecting them to federal charges as possible. That means that they'll be held pre-trial in federal jail as opposed to just being cut back out on the streets due to a cashless bail policy.
And we have the roots. And by the way, the prison they have in DC is horrible.
Oh, wow.
It's horrible. People were subjected to live in that dog trap for so long, so unfairly. I have stories, you'll be hearing about them. Prison is horrible.
Yeah. This is an executive order that contains a number of additional measures relating to crime and law enforcement in Washington, D.C. It charges, for example, your Secretary of Defense with establishing specialized units in both the D.C. National Guard and the National Guard units around the country, specifically trained and equipped to deal with public order issues. It charges all law enforcement agencies with hiring additional personnel to allow them to surge personnel to Washington, D.C. to deal with the current emergency here. It does a number of other things in that space, and it also asks the Attorney General to look at D.C. Metropolitan Police general orders that have currently impeded law enforcement efforts in the city, and to potentially look at unwinding those that are stopping the police from doing their job effectively.
Are we going to ask this to be codified by Congress, one of these things?
I think we could potentially, yes, sir.
I think we should.
Okay, y'all try to digest that.
Can I get a second, Lisa? Okay. One thing you missed about, so I want people to go back and hear, he said this is not, and again, please rewind it, he said this is not a Democrat or Republican thing. I didn't get a chance to catch everything he said, but it sounded like he was trying to tell the people that this was not targeting Democrats. I've been in this room all day, and y'all know he was targeting. No, just get out your voice feelings right now. Let's just
fuck what he said.
Just Omari said that he ran you off. That's what he said.
Omari ran in here.
That's what he said.
I look like I'm doing that. Okay, cool. Anyways, like I was saying.
Another lie.
But no, think about what he just said. You going based on what the man says today, right? That's you just taking the word, his word.
Who knows what he says but you?
Lisa. And this whole room has been about what he said. So
No,
I
it's
know you
not.
late to the party.
No, it's
You know what I'm
not.
saying?
Omari,
I know you
No, it's not. Wrong girl.
where did you get your statement from?
Because and maybe Lisa, because he said that when he signed it, he said this is not about Democrat and Republican. Maybe
Okay, but he's a liar. Everything
And
he
your voice ass believe that, which is stupid ass.
why y'all pushing the
Greasy ass nigga.
You think this is about Democrats agreeing with what these executive orders are reflecting? You think this is a bipartisan issue? If it is, put it towards Congress like you said you were going to do and see what happens. This
they took that situation and they made it so like, for example, people could commit higher crimes and still get out on bail, and it was bad. Look, there's no one. Business owners all over the country are fed up. I'm sorry, shop owners, they hate the crime, especially in California. That was a big thing. That's why Governor Newsom, he had to fucking go. He's like, Newsom had to change the law, and he was like, okay, he's right. He even said in his own podcast, at least you're gonna play his podcast with it. You know, I'm agreeing, you know. And then now he's back to the old Gavin Newsom. He's like, yeah, you know, it was too tough. You know, I was a target one day. He tell a story. I was a target, and a person stole him and his family, and the cashier told him, you know, the reason it's the governor, because she didn't even know that was the governor right in front of him. The governor, because the governor of the state is too relaxed on crime.
Bro,
He took offense to that. He took offense to that.
Get off your knees.
I'm talking about Gavin Newsom right now. What's
going on? You don't see what's happening here.
Isn't Trump,
You don't
isn't Trump
see what's happening
34
here.
convicted
You're not.
felon?
You guys
No,
are
he
not.
never.
Why are you worried about Newsom?
breadcrumbs.
Trump's a
You
felon.
guys are not following the breadcrumbs.
Trump's a
You're
felon.
not following the breadcrumbs. You're not following
He's
the
a
breadcrumbs.
convicted felon.
Oh my God, you're not.
Hey,
following
dude, shut the fuck
breadcrumbs.
up. Lisa
So
talking,
he
bro.
just basically, okay, so what's happening is that he's going into these cities. He's going into these cities. He's starting to bring in the National Guard and arm them. All the cities he's going into just happen to be black cities because that's the only place crime's happening. And now, once he arrests these people, there's another executive order saying that there will be a no cash bail issue. Y'all are not following the fucking breadcrumbs. What is going on? So once you arrest these people or us, you're not going to even be able to get out. You know you don't have money to get out. That's why he's going against this. Why choose this now? Why choose this now? Why go into these particular cities? So once you're in, you're in. You're in. And then you can build yourself out. Y'all are not following the breadcrumbs. And then the MAGAs are thinking, oh, this is great. This is great. It's not great because you're going to start picking up. Our children are no longer children. They're going to be tried as adults. And then when they go to jail, we as parents can't afford to build them out because there's no cash bail. It could be any fucking thing. But he always used murders. You murder 3 people and you get to go home and you never come back. That's what he said. Who in the fuck gets arrested for triple murder and is let out on the streets? Can you put that case in the chat for me?
Never heard that before.
Play the fucking clip. That's what he said. So this is setting up a whole sitch. As my daughter said, this is a fucking sitch where you cannot protest. Y'all don't see it. They're sitting around talking about this while we sitting up here defending. They're sitting up making plans while you sitting up here making excuses. They're sitting up trying to eliminate a whole fucking group of people or to demoralize them and demarginalize them while we're sitting here trying to make excuses for it. He started. Everything fat black women make me say, the crimes run by Democrats are crime ridden and they all happen to be black. Oh, they all happen. And I went back and gave you guys the states and the statistics of who are the top offenders in violent crime per capita. And you still will say, oh, you know, right, miss, you're right. That's right. Whoa, wow, he's way off. Never once, I don't care how much I did, what I do, what I play, how many articles I pull up to prove you wrong, you still won't admit that there is a fucking agenda going on with this administration. Why aren't none of you niggas on the cabinet?
We said that.
Except for one. Why aren't you did? You agreed?
No, we said that. We said that he's going at the. I mean, how many times I said the word get his lick back?
No, go ahead.
He says literally making half of this stuff up.
Yes, we know.
What the
I thought you didn't know anything. Hold on. I don't know anything about it.
I was in the middle.
I thought you hadn't been anything about it. That's what he's talking about.
I'm talking specifically about the statement you
Just
just
say
made.
you didn't know anything about it.
I'm talking specifically.
A liar.
You said something about
A liar.
black women
not too much on him. Not too much on him. Everything on him, and it can be on him. Lisa, I just put in the chat. There's 100. Shut the fuck up, Anthony. I don't give a fuck about nothing you talking.
Okay, so what are you talking about, Cypher?
Liar.
Cypher, come off the mic. What are you talking about? Oh God, now his mic is broken.
Liar.
Cypher put in the chat.
162 murdered by offenders out on bond in Harris County in 2021. I understand that in the check that you said that there are people that don't do that.
I'm in Arizona. No, I did not say that.
Your niggas loose in the chat.
This is what I said, Cypher, and let me repeat again. He said.
Oh, what's up, T. Lisa?
Huh?
I was just giving you greetings. I was just being polite, giving you greetings.
Thank you. Donald Trump said it. I ain't said nothing. I'm just repeating what he said. He said that because of this no cash bill system, that triple murderers. He said it. Do I have to look at the clip? I've been doing this all night, and Omari, I'm really sad that you're not backing me up on letting Anthony say everything I said was a lie.
There's too many people talking.
I never said that everything you said is a lie.
Every fucking time.
I never said that everything you
No,
said
I
is
said
a
you're
lie.
right.
Let me tell you, Donald Trump said it. He goes, how does a triple murderer get arrested for killing 3 people and let back on the street? That's what Donald Trump said. And I said, when has that ever happened that somebody who killed 3 people or let back out on the street? That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you barely, Lisa, because you had like 5 people talking in the background. So I couldn't hear you. But if I may, I'd like to hear you one more time. No, I was listening. There's like literally 5 motherfuckers and you know, Brooklyn's like 5 people in one talking.
I live in Harris County. I want to know what was said about the Harris County bond system.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat, but let Lisa talk.
What I said, let me repeat what I
wanted
said.
you to read it.
Ray, I'm gonna let him say that because he's calling me. He's trying to challenge what I just said. But what I said was, I didn't say it, Cypher. This is what Donald Jinx Trump said. He said that because of the no cash bill system, that triple murderers, people who have murdered 3 people, have gone in and been released back on the streets without any and never to come back again. I will pull the clip if I have to, but you guys heard it, and I don't feel like going backwards. It's almost 1 o'clock.
If I may respond to Lisa.
Before you respond to her, because you posted something that she didn't say. She was talking about people being released on bail that weren't murderers. These people that you posted in this chat, they may have been killers, but they weren't convicted of killing in that incident. They were convicted of something else. So technically, you were wrong. People do not get bail.
Brooklyn,
No fucking get bail
let me
on
finish what I
murder.
was saying,
That is
Lisa,
not a
though.
thing. So I don't know what
Here
you're
goes a hamburger.
That's stupid.
Here goes a hamburger. Let me
No,
talk to Lisa.
bitch.
Okay.
No, bitch,
So
here goes the
check
dick.
this out,
Because
Lisa.
they're in your mouth. No,
Yeah,
it's the dick in
got
your
you.
mouth now.
Got you.
Because you lied.
All right, got you.
You were lying
All right.
with the rest of these lame men.
Well, no. You just in the way. You blocking Lisa's beautiful.
Okay, well, take the dick out your mouth.
One thing that we know, one thing that we know, my love, is that Trump do be talking shit, and sometimes he misspeaks like everybody fucking else. I'm not taking away from your point. Shut the fuck up.
Misspeaks.
So look.
Yo, the link is
Yeah, you too, goofy ass nigga. So check this out.
Without bail.
Murder.
It's the link of murder. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat.
Okay, but they let Trump out for
So I was.
But check this out. It don't take a million people to come off mic. The next one of y'all that come off mic while someone's talking is getting dropped to the fucking goo. Figure it out. Anthony, shut the fuck up because you keep interrupting every time somebody says something. And you're not saying nothing productive.
The link is in the chat.
So Lisa, to the accidental point of what I heard, right? where you're coming from in terms of the optics, right? But let's look at what the other solution would be. Like, if you're committing murders and crimes, and it has been going down, like in the last few days, nobody died. And I spoke to one of the guys that's, part of that whole little situation with the troopers and shit, not the troopers, but the military and the National Guard. They have like non-lethal weapons and they can't arrest. They only assist in the arrests. And there's been 500 arrests, no bodies, and crime has gone all the way down. It's just really a show of force and intimidation to reduce violent crime. Now we all know that Trump elected the same woman. He appointed the same woman he pardoned in his first term as the pardon czar, who has released a lot of, tens of thousands of people, and the majority of them have been our people. Now, to say that we'd be upset about a man cracking down on violent crime and not introducing the retroactive or neo 1994 crime bill like your boy Biden did, which still has a wavering effect to this day, I think it's like we got to step back and look at the whole thing. I know he's a scapegoat. I like Trump for two reasons. If he's bad, he validates everything that people say. If he's good, then he's actually doing something that he was appointed to do, and that works for us too. So either way, I see us as winning if we know how to leverage this nigga. We have so many people in their emotions with biased program decisions given to us by white supremacist leftists and or conservative motherfuckers. Either way, they're two wings on the same racist white dragon. We gotta understand that we are at war, and some of us are part of that extension of white supremacy on both the right and the left.
Okay, so sorry for your wrong.
Okay.
I know we told you.
I wanted to.
We addressed him real quick when he talked about the non-lethal weapons, right? So I can look at the mill permits if they're orders. So the weapons that they're carrying right now are M4 rifles and M17 pistols. Do you know what an M4 rifle is?
Yes.
You go from semi to burst with the M4 rifle. I don't know, where did you get this non-lethal shit? So tell your National Guard friend that he's a dummy. He's a liar because their orders actually say M4 rifles. So those are for the fucking privates. Those are for fucking privates.
Do you know that?
You don't know. I know what an M4 is.
Yeah,
I know what an
that
M4
they have.
is. I know the trajectory of an M4. I know the fucking. I know what an M4 is. Wrong female, bro.
So do you know that you can switch out your whole chamber?
No. There's no such a switch out. No, it doesn't work like that in the military, bro.
Okay, so
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and stop. I'm gonna explain to you.
Yeah, I understand you want. I know you got the green bean self-esteem, love. I'm just having.
No, it's not about the green bean self-esteem. It's about the fucking.
It's absolutely
that. On stage and said they can kill somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on the stage earlier. And he was on the stage in another room today.
They have an M4.
So yeah, but you don't know what the ammunition is. You don't even know what the ammunition is.
Are you fucking crazy?
So tell us, is it in the
With the
orders?
fucking M4 with soldiers for fucking 14 years. You fucking clown. I've been a fucking commander. I have been a battalion commander. And you gonna fucking tell me I don't know what a fucking weapon is? You
Are you on disability for emotional instability? Are you okay? Did you take some fucking meds?
No, because you're dumb and you're sitting on
Are you
stage
suffering from trauma?
Aren't you from jail?
But you can't have a respectful conversation, man, because you're unhinged.
Aren't you
You're definitely unhinged.
But you're a liar. So what's next for you?
No, I'm not a liar, man.
You're a liar. You're a
I'm
liar.
definitely not that.
Okay, so
They're
not carrying legal weapons.
And listen, man, I just ask you this. I mean, because if you understood any of this shit,
What's the name of the nigga that said that he ain't carrying a lethal weapon? Tell me his name. Because I can look at the manifest. You tell me the motherfucker's name. Tell me his name, bro. Because he lied to you.
You don't exist.
Tell me his fucking name because you're
I just put it in the chat. And now we'll take the fucking medications and talk to a goddamn lawyer. See, so come on with it like you. Yeah, and no fuck nigga, I'll dominate your ass in jail.
He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a fucking anybody that's in this room that has any type of military background, they will tell you this shit. We changed the entire system with our ordering process because soldiers were sneaking things in using alternate NSNs. So I know for a fact he's a fucking liar. He sat up on this stage saying non-lethal weapons. We don't have nothing called a non-lethal weapon. We have fucking dummy weapons. They ain't running around with fucking plastics.
Well, the moment he said non-lethal weapons, I knew he was full of shit. Because, like, why would the military have non-lethal weapons? That's not a part of their job. But I would still like a specific example of a murderer being set out on a cashless bond. I've never seen it. I worked for a bail bond company for 4 years. Here in Harris County, it has a cashless bond system. And if I can explain how that works, it is of certain crimes under certain degrees, meaning a prostitution charge. Then the prostitutes get cashless
I'm
bonds.
gonna ask you guys nicely, do not drop 212. You drop 212, and either I'll drop the stage or I'll boom the room. Don't do it again. Thank you.
And don't drop Ray either, she said. Y'all didn't hear that.
212. Because the only people that's up here with a green bean are the people that know who 212 is.
I really don't know.
So I know April wouldn't do it. I know for a fact Patty wouldn't do it. I know for a fact Dab wouldn't do it. I know for a fact Deborah would never do that. You wouldn't do it, Lisa, if you do culture. So I don't know. I don't know why you would think of any of these.
No, because she got dropped.
212 is.
Yeah, I'm sitting here doing hair, and all of a sudden she got dropped. We're not even touching the phones.
Well, earlier today, Lisa, I got knocked out all the way out.
Oh, okay.
It's the app. It's the app.
Oh, okay.
One of these people up here, all of us know who 212 is.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that because we're doing hair. That's why she's even on the
Yeah,
stage.
I did. I literally got kicked all the way out. It just shut down.
Okay.
Hold on.
Welcome back to chaos.
Can I say something else real quick, though?
No, I had a long problem.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
How bored and lonely you have to be to get kicked off stage and then start typing, talking shit in the chat.
Because people don't like when they get caught up in their lives.
No, I'm just saying.
Is that I know
Man,
somebody.
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about on every fucking mention. So this is
You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're a fucking liar.
I'm saying it's a sassy next to you. When you told me he would dominate me in jail, when he said he would dominate me in jail, I pushed my damn pearls. Somebody, he said it. He's like, I'm gonna get you in jail. I clutched my goddamn pearls. I was like, I don't know you why.
Lisa. So
I'm
Lisa,
listening.
if you look up, under Google, if someone
Wait, hold on. Wait, no. If I look up in Google and do what?
He just said it.
Can someone charged with murder get released without bail? The AI, under Google's Gemini, it'll give you a response. It says yes. Some jurisdictions, particularly those that have enacted no cash bail policies, allow individuals charged with murder to be released without bail. Although this is a controversial and highly debated issue, as exemplified by recent actions in states like Illinois and New York. In other places like Colorado, there are ongoing efforts to create constitutional exceptions to the right to bail for first-degree murder charges. So it's not as far-fetched as you were implying.
But it didn't happen, and it's not gonna happen. You saying that it's a possibility.
And if you ask AI a certain question in a certain way, it'll give you that answer, clown. Y'all gonna die by AI.
It's like saying something is a possibility.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to prompt AI. If you ask it a question like that, it's gonna answer it that way, clown. Go take a class. How about that? Go take a class.
My bad. So as I was saying, it is easily possible, but it is not going to happen. There are regulations and things, but said, you saying AI said it could happen, but there's no examples of it actually happening. I never thought a felon could be president, but it happened, you know. So I guess it's a possibility.
Hypotheticals and a fucking answer.
AI said it, so that's it, yeah, okay.
He's not a felon.
Well, New York and New Jersey, well, just for some facts, because Anthony just likes to make up these like sweeping theories. New York and New Jersey, they don't even let you. It's not even you don't even get recommended for bail for violent crimes. And even in the states that there's no such stipulation, you still have to go through a judge, and a judge is the only one who can let you in or out. And if you see on your very link that you sent, it says that it doesn't happen often, and a lot of times it's accidentally. Like y'all don't even be reading. You just be so thirsty to prove a point, you won't even read it.
That's what I said. When I saw the link, I was like, these niggas obviously didn't read the shit and don't know nothing about the criminal justice system and how it works.
At all. And it's sad.
I've literally seen people.
Can we go back to my point, Lisa?
I literally saw somebody with a
a man charged with 3 counts of attempted first-degree
That's
murder.
anecdotal. It would have to happen in mass. I keep telling you about mass. That's anecdotal. Okay, you're reading news. This doesn't mean anything. You're saying one man, 2 people, a guy. Like that's unless you can show me where it's happening in mass, then that doesn't mean anything. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Link in the chat. I want to read that article. I want to read that.
A deer grew with teeth growing out his ear. Does that mean that that's what's going to happen to all deer? No. I sold a car one time. Am I a car salesman? No. Y'all don't do this with nothing else. But when, let's look at, there's a man in Memphis, and look at this man in Alabama. These are anecdotal. I can tell y'all never touched a school.
But these are the same people that be throwing out fucking statistics all the time. They don't even know how to read them.
Look at this, a man in Memphis here. Let me read this man in Memphis. And look, there's 2 guys in New York. Like y'all sending anecdotal instances. Show me where something.
That's all you do.
Let's talk about that's how you create law. Once something doesn't happen one time and you create and codify it, it's a law. Y'all are slow, and that's why you failed as a politician, goof troop.
I was the link in the chat today, Casey. I would love to see a murderer.
Omar, you failed.
That means it's gonna happen again.
The wrong black man. Weirdo. I never ran for office.
You did. Because you couldn't get a momentum moving. Ain't nobody forget this.
What are you talking about? See, this is No, but I never ran for office.
Okay. I know you didn't, because you didn't get enough momentum, but you wanted to as a Democrat.
What? My God, what is this man talking about? Crime kills.
Look how you look, bro.
Look how you look.
What was your mother doing?
You're the same.
Look how you look, bro. Like everybody that does this, y'all all have the same look. Y'all all have the same look.
I'm not even trying.
Y'all either out of shape, busted in the face, or just sad and lifeless, or dumb.
I'm not even having another conversation.
I know you can. You're not even on my level, bro.
You want to have a conversation about men look? We're not gonna go there.
I know, because you could never have the conversation because you're ugly.
I'm not.
I know. That's never a conversation that you have because you're not. You got beat with your ugly kid.
You sound like a little kid. That's not a little kid.
You still ugly. That doesn't change.
Let me be ugly.
I am.
I own it.
You have to. You have no choice. You have no choice, monkey.
You feel better?
No, it doesn't.
You feel better?
I get a jump scare every time I look at your PTR. But I'm just saying, this is the overarching thing. That's fine. You seem a little out of your body about it, though.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't want you liking me.
Come on, y'all, let's move on. Let's move on. Come on.
Okay, let me finish playing this part so we can.
I say something.
This is taking us all night. It's literally taking 5 hours to get through a 30-minute clip. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
It's like someone jacking
No
off.
auto pen that can do that. Give me seriously, is that a good signature? Who can write like that? Nobody. I don't know. That's the other thing. I assume we're looking at the whole auto pen scam. So, because the person that ran it said he spoke to him briefly twice about nothing. That means that all those parties that he gave to some very bad people, very unpatriotic people, very evil people, it looks to me like those parties are worthless. Because number one, you shouldn't use an auto pen very specifically. But if you do, it has to be a very good reason. And they have to know that the president wanted it. The president didn't want this. The president didn't know he was alive, okay? He never approved any of this stuff. He wasn't for open borders and all the other things. He was never for open borders. I've known Biden a long time. He was never very sharp. He was never in favor of open borders and all the other things he did to destroy our country.
Okay, so let's talk about this. See your hypocritical president. He just said he pardoned a lot of bad people, unpatriotic people. Didn't this motherfucker just pardon everybody from Jan 6? Am I wrong? I don't understand it.
People.
And he's worried about a fucking auto pen because he's sitting up using a fucking giant crayon to write his scrabble. And he's blaming, he didn't know where he was half the time. It's like, are you crazy right now? When you were going to Alaska, but you said you were going to Russia. You asked where a person was you played golf with on Saturday, and he was sitting right across the table from you, and literally in your eyesight, you had to lean over to look around the same person you played golf with. Let's just go on, because you guys are making the craziest ass argument, and then when we start pulling up facts and actually his own words, we still get pushback, and I don't understand it. Now, whoever Biden pardoned with the fucking auto pen, don't have to do it an auto pen or electric pen or a pencil, number 2 pencil. They're pardoned, but you pardoned every fucking motherfucker that went to our Capitol and shit on desks, beat the fuck out the cops, tried to break down the doors and kill Nancy Pelosi. They made an actual, what do you call that thing where you hang people? I forgot. They built it. No, it wasn't a noose. Is it gallows? Isn't that called a gallows?
They did the whole thing, the gallows.
The whole thing. They had bombed the building.
Democrats tried to shoot Trump, so I don't want to hear this.
They had somebody laying in a cornfield. Wasn't it something outside the golf course trying to take his ass out?
being disrespectful because you just told me I don't know what the fuck.
I'm not being.
After I
And you said the bitches
after
are
I told
so
you that they are carrying the weapons, but the homeboy told me they weren't, right?
And you asked she was a bitch in the comments. Now you
right.
They are.
Right. Yeah, she was a bitch in the comments.
And he tried to have sex with me.
When it comes to fucking modifying fucking weapons, right? The big lie that she said. So let me go ahead and read it to you. Operators, because I went and looked up the regulation, the Army Material Maintenance Policy. Operator and crew members are prohibited from making any modifications to weapons or equipment. So I don't know what fucking lie. What fucking lying ass soldier told you that? Or you're the fucking liar. You are a felon, right? Felons lie. That's why your ass ended up in prison. Fucking liar.
That's why I like Trump. Please don't let Pencil Dick back up here because I felt really.
And your mother is still in front of you, hoe ass, bitch ass nigga. The fuck you talk about? Don't think that you're gonna get away with something about my girl Patty, because bitch, you be getting something
Why
about
is this freaky Steve
for all the fuck I know. Your fine ass mother is unhinged, you stinking bitch. The fuck? That's what's
Because they told
unhinged.
you you're a liar. Because you're a fucking liar. You lied. You sat up on stage and said, I know a guy. Who the fuck do you know? Then you put JD.
Because he's a liar.
What? He's a liar.
This nigga lie all over the place. He gonna tell you next that he traveled all over the world as a felon. And he got all of these different companies as a felon in all of these different countries as a felon. Nigga, suck a dick. Are you used to doing that?
Nigga lied to you in the room. He lied to you. It's a lethal weapon. Every weapon that we have in the military is fucking lethal. You are a fucking liar.
What is not a? Never mind. I'm gonna get to it because why would they? A gun is lethal at all times unless it's. Never mind. Even a stun gun, if you have cardiac issues, could be lethal. Yeah, really. Okay. So the White King. I'm inviting up y'all to go take your medicine because I'm inviting up the White King.
Who?
And I'm also the White King.
Who
And
is that?
And we
Who's the
also
White King?
the White King is and then the White
It's the
King.
same racist boy from the other time. He not gonna come up though.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let them keep talking. They will lose again. Why not let them fail again? Okay, we lost like one time. Y'all make it a national tragedy.
Twice actually. You lost twice.
So white. Okay.
They lied about it so long, they're confused.
He doesn't speak outside of racist places because
Is this a real way for
he
you?
sounds
The ammunition.
he sounds like Raven
What do you
Simone
think
when
the
he talks.
5.56 round is? You fucking
I've never
round.
met you, White King. So
What is the
No,
5.56
it's that-
round?
It's another. You do know who he is.
Niggas in fucking Iraq got killed with a 5.56. You're a dummy. What makes that non-lethal? What's going on here? And they gotta carry 40 rounds.
Imagine talking about Democrats and you can't even vote, boy. Shut up. You don't even get a chance. You don't even get to partake in this. You are a bad boy, so you don't get to vote about the Democrats. You leaving. You ain't leaving shit, bitch. You can't vote.
I think it's funny that on his profile he got our votes obtained from Querco Club.
Let's go sell somebody. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking idiot.
He said non-lethal rounds. Lord Jesus.
okay.
Today's been a good day, y'all.
Hey, anybody ever been shot with a 5.56? Y'all
I
ever
shot
seen
with
anybody? People have died with a 5.56.
Yeah, you can die.
Like, go down range. They shoot motherfuckers with that shit.
I've been shot with a 380 gun.
person at the club that come in the
You
end
said
to be
you had a wife earlier, so.
They say that.
Hold up, April, Omari tried to, call you out earlier today.
Oh, Deborah,
Talking
snitch.
about, what did he say? Oh, now he trying to kiss your ass now, but he called you a white something earlier.
Oh, don't worry about him, April. His ears is in a
One of
ponytail.
those white people perpetrating something. And Lisa and I defended you against him. You two-faced, Omari. You two-faced. Yeah, you two-faced. You ain't right.
I don't even know who Mars
Where'd you
is.
get them big long ass ears from?
Not 2021.
I have no idea who his ass is.
Yeah, he said basically he was but he said he's one of those white people.
Oh,
You don't want to repeat it? I know you can't stand on that for you said it out loud.
Deborah, let me tell you why he doesn't like me. Because Nelson didn't pay him as much attention as he paid me. Okay, that was the problem.
No, I just think I think your type of whiteness is bad for black people because you do everything you can to make black people.
Here you go, Amari. We told you not to go there, but you got in the car anyway.
See, no, because
Let him go.
what they do is
I don't
they
care
gaslight
what
the
he
shit out
says
of black
because
people.
I know who I am.
Exactly. I don't know.
It's the miseducation of
April,
Negroes.
ask him, did he get his ears from his mom?
She's the type of professor. It's like that's like a white professor that where you sit in class all day.
Hold on. I got another shiny object. Sarah, can you please come up, please? Because I'm getting ready to finish this other thing about burning the flag. Come on up, Miss Sarah, because you're saying improving public safety is not a war on black cities. DC is safer today because of his decisions. We appreciate it. War is violence and chaos. The exact opposite of public safety. Okay, so Sarah Russo, please come up, my dear, so we can discuss it because I don't know how that's a solution by bringing in a temporary band-aid for an artery that's been severed. So come on up, we'll talk about it, no problem. So, come on up. Okay, so now let's move on to burning the flag while Sarah's coming up because she's going to educate you guys.
The president didn't know he was alive, okay? He never approved any of this stuff. He wasn't for open borders and all the other things. He was never for open borders. I've known Biden a long time. He was never very sharp. He was never in favor of open borders and all of the other things he did to destroy our country.
Lastly, sir, this is an executive order on flag burning and charges to your attorney general.
Will you listen to this? This is flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, from a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision. They called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy.
When you burn a
You
flag,
have hundreds of people who go crazy. You can do other things. You can burn this piece of paper. You can, but when you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. In a way, both
That
ways.
level's never
There's
seen.
some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about them doing it.
Have y'all seen a flag from the great man?
Yeah, listen, you wouldn't believe how many the flags they burn here just in one day. Would not believe it.
Wait till they burn money. You think the flag's something.
Where prosecution wouldn't fall foul of the First Amendment and instructs the Department of Justice to prosecute those who are
Send some money
engaged
to
in
me, water, I'll burn it.
One of the penalties is going to be if you burn a flag,
Okay, listen.
1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did that? Incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record.
This seems very real life.
just like when I signed the Statute and Monument Act. 10 years in jail if you hurt any of our beautiful monuments. Everybody left town.
Everybody left town.
And that problem after that. It's amazing we stopped it.
Well, if everybody
But this
leaves
is something
town,
that's,
how would you have a
I don't know, in a certain way, it's equally as important. Some people say it's more important. Because the people in this country don't want to see our American flag burned and spit on. And by people that are, in many cases, paid agitators. They're paid by the radical
I know
left
who's doing
to
it.
do it. You talk to these people, they don't even know Handel. They don't even know what they're doing. They say, they gave me money to do this. I see the
I
same
want to
thing.
get in that line. Where they give them money to burn the
Discrimination.
flag at?
That's not working, because I think our nation now is the most respected nation anywhere in the world. I think you saw that with the European leaders on Friday. You saw that with NATO, where they agreed to go from 2% no pay to 5% fully paid up, trillions of dollars paid, where they respect your president to a level that they jokingly call me the president of Europe. They call me the president of Europe, which is an honor. I love Europe and I like those people. They good people. You've never had a case where 7 plus really 28, essentially 38 countries were represented here the other day. 38 European countries were represented. European and other countries were represented. It was a great meeting. The countries respected again. I say it all the time. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Everybody said it. It's a dead country. And we're not going to survive. Now we have the hottest country
We're not going to survive a year ago.
It's an honor to be involved. It's good.
This man is crazy as hell.
Oh my God. This is
For
okay.
real. If Bob was
Yeah,
here,
man, he wants to create a law. He just made something a law without Congress.
Correct.
Okay? And then he said, use the words, what did you say? I forgot now. Inciting a riot. Put that in the law. This is crazy. You can't just sit up there and sign an executive order.
I think he incited one of the biggest riots this week. Like, you cannot make this shit the fuck up. And then, what's sad is that you have these men that, like Omari, that, like, are bigging this up. Like, no fucking self-respect, no pride at all.
Y'all ain't living in the golden age.
It really is greatness, though. It really is greatness. No, hold up. Hear me.
Okay, everybody get up, because you're getting ready to educate us and
Yeah, hear me out real quick. Okay, we may not know who the pedophiles are on the Epstein list, but at least we'll know that the American flag is safe.
Why is the American flag?
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a home run right there.
I'm definitely trolling. Come on.
the flag is safe around Trump. He'll make laws and try to save the flag, but what about the kids?
Shit about the homeless. Nothing.
The flags are safe, the kids ain't.
No kids, no nothing. Just come on, y'all.
Lisa, there's also something. Lisa, there's something interesting that I wanted to tell you too. I mean, not only did he, have the United States fighting the intel, he's planning on doing it with other countries. You don't know the textbook definition of the United States or a country owning a company or owning part of a company is. You actually know that, for the conservatism, you know what communism is? You know that that's what you accuse Democrats of being communist, socialist, Marxist. You know that that's actually what that is. Are y'all actually educated on what that is?
Okay, you're gonna own Intel 10%.
That's communism. Yeah, that's communism.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal.
I think that's an amazing deal.
And
I think that's a big deal for America.
And Amari, I was waiting on somebody to come in and talk about this chip that he put in the big, beautiful bill that only he and his family can take advantage of. But I'm not going to speak on something I don't know 100% about. It was basically CEO, and I know you guys hate for me to say C, the lady C, and God damn, who was the other person? That was some interesting shit right there, and it's right in your fucking
chance to respond, please?
Dictator. They want a
They
dictator.
want to dictate. 20% of Republicans proposed and said they want to dictate.
Well, Trump said it early on, and that's what they said that, people want a dictator. So that's what he's doing. Yeah. Does anybody, one of you guys in here, one of you smart people, we're gonna talk about the stable coin, because that's what it is. The stable coin. Yeah, not tonight, because I got a fucking headache right now. Just trying to go through this. But maybe we can do the stable coin tomorrow, and any of you guys who are aware of what it is, how it works, why Trump put it in the big bastardly bill, y'all can come in and talk about it tomorrow, because it was just blew my scalp off. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to invite C. C is a smart woman, but she talks really fast. She has a lot of information. Listen, the girl blew my scalp off. Was it Saturday or Sunday when she came in here and it was an accidental? Okay, it was an accidental conversation, but it just was. And then TC was in it, so I know all the people y'all can't stomach, but we gotta invite them in and to talk about the stable coin.
Is he the one that's on the drugs or something?
I was here and I didn't see that. But
I think it's
Oh, you want to know?
Yeah.
No, for real though.
I seen it.
That wasn't true.
I didn't interpret it in the same way. Let's say that.
Wasn't the stable coin though? Wasn't that part of the Genius Act?
Yes.
We're gonna do it tomorrow though.
Yes, we're gonna do it tomorrow because we have to have a fresh stage and a fresh, topic. No, this is some serious shit right here, people. This is not just fly by night topic. This is some serious bullshit. I could barely comprehend what was going. Oh, you know who it was? It was Sweet. Believe it or not, I'm not saying anything negative.
It was cheesy, sweet, and
Okay, not at all. It was Sweet, C, TC, and somebody else. And I was almost died. Yeah.
And they said that she was intelligent based on that.
No. She knows this stuff. It's one thing, I know the delivery might not be palatable, and I said that to see that you have to slow down. You have to take your time. You cannot get emotionally invested to the point where you're on tears, and and then you have to just slow down so we can absorb the information. But yeah, she definitely had the information. That's one thing. That's a fact.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that part in there though about the Genius Act. That way, in case anybody wanted to read up on it, because I think it's hard to get all the way through like the Big Beautiful Bill. It's like 900 pages, so you're busy. Yeah, but the Genius Act is a lot more digestible.
Okay, cool. So the sun's coming up tomorrow, and we're gonna have a new topic tomorrow. That's what it sounds like. Y'all gonna be all right?
Are you gonna be alright?
was.
Yeah.
I never. Oh, stop.
You're right.
I put that on my kids. No one ever talked about running for office. Stop some of the bullshit. You making shit up. You making shit up now. Now you just trying to pick up there. Cut that
It's
shit.
a shame. And it's
I
like,
got you, man.
and the bad part
And you
about it,
follow
the
all
bad
that.
part
And you can't get no momentum. That's what you
If I'm lying, you was lying. I'm just going on what you said. Stop putting me and Christian in the same.
The scary part about that, Amari and Notorious and
Christian are the
rest of
same
you
person.
guys, is that we can't, you know what, we have enemies among the midst. Because, you know, you guys are black men, and I'd be the first person to let you in. I would be the first person if all shit came down and you were trying to find a safe place to be. I would be the first person to open my door to you, Amari, not knowing that you are an enemy in the ranks. You know, you're making me distrust and question black men's motives. Before I let
I will open my door first.
I'm not trusting black men because you're saying some of the most ludicrous shit against your people. All this stuff that we're talking about is affecting us as a community. And you said, your own words, you don't see nothing wrong with it. You know that the emphasis are behind no cash bail. You gotta know. You gotta know the fact that he's sending in troops into black cities. He's not denying it. He's not trying to hide it. And then he's calling them incompetent. Since when is somebody like Wes Moore? Have you read his pedigree? It's nothing about him. He's more qualified than fucking Obama. And I love me some Barack, all right? But Wes Moore, you got the audacity with your small hands and your swollen ankles and your bone spurs and your mushroom-shaped dick. All of this has been confirmed. You call it and your grades that no one can find. That's just stuff that right now is off the tip of my head. I'm not gonna go back too far. You gonna call a man like Wes Moore incompetent? You letting a white man disrespect another black man who you know is more qualified than the motherfucker talking about him and anybody else. You see how much we gotta be better all the fucking time, and then when you exceed and supersede everything that they ever fucking did, you're still called incompetent? This is what I don't fucking understand. You have to, Amari, and so do I. Every fucking day, I gotta reinvent myself as a professional in my field. Just because when I walk my little tight ass into a room with all Caucasians or anyone else that's not black, I'm always looked at with a question mark. Oh, here she is. And then once the day is over, they're hugging me, kissing me. If I go to another fucking job that I've been to before where I had to literally prove myself, I had doctors looking at me sideways when I come in and say I'm doing anesthesia. Then after I've done a exceptional job, because nothing about me is marginal. Nothing. After I do an exceptional job, I'm starting to get hugs. I'm starting to get, oh, I can't wait. Can we put you down as a favorite? Then when I show up the next time to the same facility, the same people that were giving me the side eye because of my skin color are all hugging me. I'm going to start taking pictures because you guys think I'm just blowing this shit out of my ass. But I'm going to start taking pictures. I even got MAGAs hugging me at jobs. I'm going to start taking pictures of the actual fucking situation. So, Amari, for you to say you don't see nothing wrong, nothing, it's just such a fucking disappointment coming out of black men's mouth.
Can I rephrase it then?
Okay, go
See,
ahead.
so what we talked about today, I'm just gonna stick with today, right? I did have a problem with the people they let go during Elon Musk when he would bump the chainsaw out. I talked about that. I didn't like that shit. That shit pissed me off. I didn't like that shit. I don't like people trolling, people losing their job. I think people are, like you said, we talked about earlier, people are trying to feed their family, they're trying to survive. I didn't like that. Okay, second thing I really didn't like. I don't like the fact that when he says, well, if this war didn't start, when you're the president now, your job is to try to end it, not worry about the incompetent president that he calls. And again, he talks about everybody. You brought up Westmore because he's black. if you go back and listen to his tapes, he brought up Newscomb, Pritzker. He talked about Biden like a dog. He talks about everybody. But we want to make it about race.
No, I'm not making it about race. I said all the policies. I use Westmore because he is black. But if you go over the policies, who else wants to erase slavery out of a fucking museum? Who else wants to stop teaching slavery? Who else wants to say affirmative action and DEI are the cause of this country going under? When you know what affirmative action was put in place for, you know what DEI was put in place for, okay? You know
But
that.
they missed
And
it.
you have, as a black man, been able to benefit. You can't tell me you haven't.
I think LBJ Howard, if you look at his speech, they don't even have quotas anymore. Like, they got rid of that shit, right?
You're trying to get rid of the Voting Rights Act, the rest of it. We have literally set up like Article 2 levy. This is ridiculous. Oklahoma City is a city with a Republican mayor and a Republican city council located in a deep red Trump plus 34 state, has violent crime at the rate of 25% higher than Chicago. I'm not sure why that is not on the list. I actually understand why. That's not a black city. What's a black city to him? Chicago, DC, where the populace is black.
Oakland.
It's not a Democrat.
Oakland.
He's attacking Democrats.
Exactly what you're fucking doing.
He's attacking Democrats.
No, that's not true. Oakland, why would you choose Oakland?
Because you see what happened? Look, if you look at what these people are saying, if you look at even your local news, you look at these
If he said San Francisco would have been different. He singled out Oakland.
Literally black.
Oakland. Out of all the fucking cities in California, Oakland.
He's going after Democrats.
And that's Democrats?
And black. That's what he's going after. Black.
Okay.
He's going after Hispanics too. I mean, you got the whole. So. No, I'm not. No,
What has he done to white people? Has he done anything to anybody white?
Why would you expect him to go after white people? He's going after Democrats. The governors and states. Yeah, that's right. We're not talking about flag. We're talking about the governors.
That's right.
We're not talking about the governors. The governors of these states are white. He hates them equally. They keep going on TV. They keep trolling him. Keep president of your mouth and stop trolling him. He will not fucking mess with you. He's not messing with Michigan. He's not messing with Michigan. He's not messing with Big Rich. He's not messing with Big Rich. Why is he not messing with Big Rich? Big Rich came to the White House and she played the game. With the president, he won't come after you.
Hold on, y'all are not listening. Detroit is on the list. What is going on?
I didn't hear him say Detroit. Now,
Detroit, no, there's a list online that's already circulating from inside of the White House. Everyone's already talking about it. I know you don't know about all these things.
well, I said he's talking. I heard New Orleans on the list.
He's already listed.
I didn't hear about Detroit.
Populous.
Remember Lisa asked you about
Black
Detroit?
people are at. He's trying to come after black city people where black people are at. He's arming these people, and you are going to see about certain black folks dying. I'm sure.
We'll see. When that day comes, we'll talk about it.
Hold on, I'm not done. He said when he ran, he wants his caught full immunity, dude. He wants police officers to have full immunity, so when they shoot and kill your black
When that happens,
you're
we'll
not
talk
going
about that.
to jail. You are a monkey.
We're 12 days into DC and nobody got shot and killed.
You need to go softly, shoot and dance.
So we're 12 days into DC and no black people got shot and killed. How about that? How about that? How about that?
How about your black lives don't matter? All lives matter.
No, he did say, whoa. 12 days and nobody got killed. Okay, nobody got killed. Are we looking at the suburbs or are we only looking at the places where the actual guards are? I've been trying to look that up because they said that crimes are still being committed in the city.
No, we're talking about the police. We're talking about police are not going around shooting people on sight. Like this is the way this got mad. This motherfucking crybaby. You fucking chicken little motherfucker. You chicken little motherfucker. Shut up. Wait till you. Wait, Chicken Little. I'm tired of the Chicken Little bullshit. This guy's going. Motherfucker, it's an Emancipation Proclamation. He's saving black people from Democratic Party policies because y'all motherfuckers, black people are dying by hundreds a year. More black people are dying because of your policy, because the party you sent their dick policies. It's your fault. You are the enemy of black people because you allow these policies to happen.
But Amari, when you guys do get in, okay, so this is not the first time Trump's been president. So did he wake up today? Did Ronald Reagan, after he lost his marbles and y'all still supported him, did they not know that there was crime going on? So why all of a sudden now that it's a focus for Trump? He was in the White House before. Washington looked the way it looked 4 years. What did he do those whole entire 4 years? Did it not matter to him at that point in time? And what the Democrats are doing, and like I said before, I don't want to see another person die, white, black, or whomever. Violence like that, murder, it's not acceptable. That's why there are laws on the books that if you commit those crimes, you're probably going to end up in jail for the rest of your life.
And Trump
But
will
whatever.
He's telling you the Justice Department is not pursue cases where black people kill other stuff. So they don't learn black African things.
And Matt, folks who are part of that.
What?
Yeah, that's what they
Abortion. You had an on-site abortion at the DNC. That's the party you support.
Wait a minute, on-site abortion clinic. Are you going crazy right now?
You were given vasectomies and abortion. So party that you support.
You're a liar. Just be quiet.
You're responsible for killing more black babies and more black babies.
Oh my God. Hold on here.
Lisa, I have a question.
I'm trying to figure out what cities.
I'm trying to answer.
Okay, go ahead.
In Kentucky, Lisa, they were the Justice Department bonding. They were trying to have they were trying to tell them not to basically give the police officer any charges. They were trying to figure out how to get the charges dropped against the people who killed Brown Taylor with the no knock warrant nonsense. This is the stuff that Omar supports stuff, right? He supports the racist Justice Department, reversing what Biden was pursuing, which for that was that thing to go to jail, so that the person that murdered a black woman in her own home is going to get off. That's what he supports. The judge basically said, I'm listening to the DOJ. I'm going to pursue this man. This man should be in jail, right? I'm going to pursue this indictment. This is the shit I'm talking about. They want to charge this drug.
You support a party that allows homeless people. 20% of the population in California. You support
Let him land, Amari, because I'm going to
You're a dangerous
homeless people.
Let him land.
Exactly. Let me crash my plane on you.
No, you cracked your plane.
Stop talking. You live in a sundown town. You don't care about what happens.
I live in a sundown
You care
town.
about what happens. Yeah, you know you live in one. You live in a sundown town.
Right.
When you drive
I'm walking outside right now.
You're a fucking good. Drive out. Stay out a little longer. I want to see what happens. You
Yeah.
don't care about what happens to black people. You are literally a cone. It's sad because black
People
people
follow me on Instagram. I don't
black
like no damn
people died under
stuff.
Trump's administration. You know what happened with George Floyd. We know what Trump said about it. Not a damn thing. They didn't give a fuck about what happened to George Floyd. They blamed 10 fucking walls and all this other nonsense. You have to understand. You don't care about black people. We're not.
You're a psycho.
Your little bullshit excuses about how no, they're just going to Democrat cities. They're going to no. They're going to black populous cities. They're not going to red states. They're not going to Memphis or these dangerous places in the fucking country. St. Louis. None of that. Nothing. That's a Democrat thing, right? No. They're going to.
So you're a blue state leading to stop the fuck up. Leave that man alone.
Let's take them out.
They won't get
Stop trying to be the stage for people who actually know what the fuck we're talking about.
No. You don't know what we're talking about. If you leave the man alone, keep his name out of your mouth, he won't fuck with you. That's the way he operates. If you don't know the game, then you don't know the game, then you don't. Then that's the fucking.
You're pathetic.
You're not playing the game with him. Play the game. Leave the game with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I have a question.
You're okay with leader
I'm okay with that because you know what?
You're literally
It's
just
I'm okay with the Democrats talking shit too.
You're okay with getting on your knees
I have a question. I have a question for this conversation.
Okay, Madison, you're next up in spirit. Go ahead, Madison. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I have a question because from what I heard, it was glazed over. I can hear the rationalization for the removal of Black history and also this administration's affinity for the Confederacy. rationalization for that? Amari.
I don't believe there's no rationalization for any or for removing. Hold on, because you weren't in the room, loser. So when you were in the room when I said I don't believe they should go back and change the names. And Lisa, you go back. I did say I didn't like
that part.
Thank you.
I'm only telling the truth. Okay, so I didn't ask about beliefs. What I asked was the rationalization. What is
I don't know. I don't know. That's the way Republicans.
I'm not done. I asked you a very direct question. You seem to have an answer for a lot of things. Right. So what do you think as a thinking person, and I'm sure probably a critical thinker, what do you think the rationalization and the reason is for that?
I believe this is what I believe. I believe they think that their culture, regardless if it's, Robert, Lee, whatever, they believe it should not be changed, regardless that the union whipped that ass on these racist motherfuckers. I don't know. That's what I've heard them say. I think it's dumb. The union, we are the United States of America. The Confederate got their ass whooped like they deserve to get their ass whooped, and there should be no names anywhere on the Confederacy. Anywhere in America.
So think that Trump is doing the removal, which was the first part of my question, and why do you think he's uplifting the Confederacy? Why would a person?
Because, okay, so I gotta find. Look, I can't. I'm not gonna try to speak for every crazy person.
You already have been.
On the set, right? But I'm just talking about certain things. No. I know. Because there's time. Because if I hold on. Because I can only speak for things that I can just go based on.
Let off the hook.
What? A murder left off the hook? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I just think that plans that man Von had for DOJ trying to get the charges dropped against the man who murdered Breonna Taylor, and he was trying to shove it in Jonathan.
I didn't even hear you say that. I must have.
Yeah, you did.
That's wrong.
You didn't hear me say.
Did I respond to you?
Did I respond to you?
Yeah, okay, y'all at each other. So I'm gonna answer you right now. I think that's wrong. With Breonna Taylor, so the Breonna Taylor, the person is gonna be let out from that Breonna Taylor case.
They were
You could maybe tell me.
Drop the charge.
You could tell me what was the reason behind it? Because this is the first time I'm hearing it. You the one that said it, crackhead. So tell me why, crackhead. Why did you say that? You said the crackhead. But we're talking about Breonna Taylor. We're not talking about Trump.
Go outside, like I said, go outside.
I live in Southern California. I can go outside anywhere I want to go. No, I said they asked me my family. I said my family's from Fayetteville.
Go back there and go outside.
I'm not going to motherfucking
I want you
Fayetteville.
to, but it's the same place. So
No, I don't need to go to no motherfucking Fayetteville.
You're not in the blue state.
Weirdo.
What's going on? Fucking blue
I need to go back to Fayetteville. I live in California.
Okay, you guys. Okay, come on. Let's reconnect this. Thank you.
My grandmother's from Fayetteville.
Yes, that's what I was
Orientation, right?
Because Brooklyn questioned my origin.
You didn't even say Fayetteville, right, nigga? The fuck you
Because I'm not from there. I said my grandmother. I'm from
Fayetteville, bitch. It's not hard to pronounce. Okay, I found another article here that kind of like helped a little bit. So your boy said as of 2:00 today, he just decided that there is some truth to what he's saying to this takeover of blue cities. He admits the truth. So in this article here, and it's from Yahoo News, I don't know if you guys appreciate that or not, but it says President Donald Trump is so obsessed with punishing Democrats that he's pretending red states don't have a crime problem.
Can you read that again for the people in the back, please? Read that one more time, because I did say that. Read that for the dummies like
Did
that.
you say pretending?
You
Okay, so that's what
Republican, that's
Can you read that again for the dummies like that, please?
No, I'm reading this article. So President Trump is so obsessed with punishing Democrats that he is pretending red states don't have a crime problem. While speaking to reporters today, or yesterday, Monday, the president balked when asked whether he would consider sending those same National Guard troops to Republican-led states that are experiencing high crime 125 cities. He's lied again. Just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats. So then they go on, like we do, and fact check. In Newsweek's recent list of 30 U.S. cities with at least 100,000 residents that had the highest number of violent crimes against people, 16, more than half of those cities, were certifiably red states. Those include Tennessee, Ohio, Arkansas, Texas, South Carolina, Missouri, Utah, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. Four of those states are among the six who actually had the audacity to send National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. So they gonna leave their old crime-ridden, like he wants to call them, murder hellhole, murder alley, or whatever he calls Chicago. These four of these states, which have the highest number of violent crimes against people, have the audacity to gather up some of them and send them as National Guards to Washington, D.C.
Can we call Matt a liar?
Crazy.
No, I'm not a liar. You're a fucking.
Because he said he's going after black state, 54% of black live in the South. So he would then, in theory, go to those other states if he's going after blacks. So you got caught, you're a dummy, I checked you again, checkmate. Sit this shit down, you come up here, you got checkmate by me. And I already heard you. Thank you. Thank you for attention to this. Check.
Go ahead, Blue. I'm mispronouncing your name, Blue.
Yes, nice to
Go
meet you.
ahead, Blue. Nice to meet you too.
It's a pleasure to be invited up on the stage. I
Thank
love
you. I'm gonna add you back and then turn in your ticket, Blue.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do that. I have a question. When you said 31, I just want to make sure I heard correctly before I say something. Did you say 31 cities?
It said in a Newsweek recent list of the 30 U.S. cities with at least 100,000 residents that had the highest number of violent crime against people. 16 of those, more than half of those cities, were certifiably red states.
Okay. I believe that Donald Trump, even though those cities are red, the war on black cities is because black cities are high in real estate. They have a lot of value in the real estate market. Meaning, I'm from California, so I can only speak for California. There used to be a part of the neighborhood called the East Side. The East Side was anything east of the 110, like it was so one side of the 110 was called the West Side, and the other side of the freeway was called the East Side. The East Side, when I was growing up, you rarely wanted to move there. I mean, people did buy homes and they owned homes over there because they were easier to get because people didn't want to live on that side of town. Now, it's a lot more white people who have moved over there, and they're pushing the blacks and the Spanish out of there, and the rent used to be cheap on the East Side. Now, the rent is $2,800 for a 2-bedroom house, $3,000 just to be on the East Side. And I said, well, why? Because the East Side takes you straight to downtown LA. You can drive straight down Broadway and get straight to downtown LA, a direct shot, as opposed to when you lived in West LA, you have to hop on the 405 to the 105 to the 110, be in all that traffic. Well, they push it. So black cities a lot of times are in areas where it's easy to get to, downtown areas, straight shots to the water. They're kind of, the cities are kind of like surrounding the water. San Pedro used to be cheap too, even though it was right on the cliff and you can overlook the water. It used to be cheap. I'm talking about $1,100, 1-bedroom, beautiful places, big. Now that same 1-bedroom is going for $2,900. The 3-bedroom that I had that was $2,950 is going for $4,000 now. It's because certain areas that black people had, they're not using the real estate the way that white people want them to, how the way white people want to use the city. Like on Crenshaw. Crenshaw is a very popular street, long street that goes from Torrance all the way to Wilshire. So it'll take you all the way towards Beverly Hills. One street, but most of that street hits in the inner city in the hood. Well, they done pushed all the black folks and all the black folk business that was on Crenshaw, pushed them darn near out, and put that train that goes smack dead in the middle now. So I believe that Donald Trump is trying to push and attack black cities because he knows or he believes that black people are not utilizing the real estate in a way that he feels is profitable.
Well, they're trying to reverse white flight, is gentrification everywhere, because they moved away from cities to try to get the hell away from us when we fought to try to live there. And so they're just trying to, it's all reversal, it's all regression. They're trying to take it back to where it was. I mean, it's all so very evident. It's like, I don't even understand the rationale. Like, not to be able to answer the question, why would somebody want to eradicate black history while simultaneously uplifting the Confederacy? Is one fucking answer for racist reasons, and it's the same reason for everything else. If you know, I've always been told the way you do one thing is damn near the way you do everything. So you prove the case that this is what he's doing, and it applies across the board. And of course, it's not just us; it's everybody, but it's always been us, you know. And so it's like to have so much cognitive dissonance where you just won't even admit it. It's just like crazy town to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm on.
Do you know that? Sorry, do you know that that it's very rare, if not ever happened, that a president would remove a federal chair governor, a federal board governor,
Never
and
happened.
Trump did that. It never happened before. You want to know what's not surprising? Is that woman was the first black woman in that position. And so she was removed.
Her position is
You know,
Trump didn't end until 2038, by the way, y'all.
you know, Lisa,
Fraud, which is not true.
You next, Notorious.
Created. Yeah, but he never created. He just created this accusation, by the way, because he wanted to cite the amendment saying, "Oh, see, well, I can do it," because he just said I have to accuse her of something. So I can accuse you of doing something that's illegal, and that you murdered someone. I'm writing the document. I'm accusing you of murder, and now you're fired. Yeah, I have no proof. I have no person to be murdered. I'm just saying something that I'm accusing you of. Now I can fire you.
And because you're black female.
And her. Yeah, so this is what I'm arguing understand. All this is right in front of you. This big black person's gone. You're going to blue states, blue cities, targeting black people, saying they're criminals, and we're cleaning up the city. And what about the red cities that have, they have black people in them? Oh, you're going to target them? I wonder why. Because it's a red city, of course you're not going to go there. You're going to go to the blue cities, you're going to go to the blue states, you're going to say we have a problem in Oklahoma, a place where not that many niggas even fucking live, has a worse crime rate, I read 25% worse crime rate in Chicago. And guess what? It's a Trump plus 35 fucking state. It's a red state, a red city, a red fucking mayor, a red city council. You're not there. You're not. It's actually listed as one of the worst. But it's not going to happen. This is all of this data, all these basic fundamental facts that we all understand to be true. These people will never understand it. That's why I'm not going to try to convince them. I'm going to just wish what needs to wish on them. I hope you suck on this administration. That is all you deserve. Dead.
Okay, chicken little.
Everyone you know. Fuck
you back. And so,
You want to say something real quick? Wait a minute. Notorious is next. Go ahead, Notorious, and then you can go. Whoever said, can I say something? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
this is a really interesting argument, and this is not my thought, but they brought up an interesting thought. Do you guys remember when the woke white liberals were tearing down all of white history? Remember they tore down Thomas Jefferson, Lincoln, Christopher Columbus, right? Weren't you guys at one point trying to erase white history because you said that the body of the man's work doesn't matter? Similar to ML King, like some of you nuts on here. Oh, ML King slept with a white woman.
This is a bad argument.
Of course it's the bad argument. He's retarded.
So you try to...
Let me engage with you.
No, won't you be quiet for a second and listen, right?
And by the way, go ahead and land, Notorious.
document that you so wholly stand by, right? The Constitution, and then now you're upset that you feel like Donald Trump is tearing down Black history. Do y'all see the hypocrisy?
Hey, you wait, I asked to engage first, okay? Because notorious.
That was an interesting question. Go ahead, girlfriend.
It's white history, right? Yeah, that's fine. But where else in the world do people celebrate losers? Well, because everybody that statues were being torn down were actual losers or liars, like Columbus. So where else? And traitors. So where else in the world do people who are losers, liars, treasonous, and what else was it? Traitors get celebrated?
I'm so glad that you said that because you guys are so quick to cut me off, but it worked out.
I knew you were gonna set them up.
So in turn,
I didn't cut you off. I waited.
So in turn, you guys wanted to put up that loser George Floyd, who was a criminal, whose body of work wasn't so pretty, right?
He doesn't run any government, nor does he have a fucking. He's celebrating. Stop it. It's not the same. You're not. This is a false equivalence.
You wanted to cheer.
This is a false equivalence. This is why it's not the same.
Statues got torn down that created the foundations of this country because they had a black slave or they slept with a black woman, right? You tore their statues down and wanted to put up George Floyd as a statue or crackhead as a statue.
So a black man
See
Did that happen?
Yeah, George Floyd got a statue right now.
Okay, you still aren't answering my question about the losers, traitors, the traitors.
No, they are.
It's not what the fuck, like what?
They tore down.
Nobody talking to you.
Brooklyn, they tore down like 160 statues, I think, right? And you're sitting here telling me that all those men were traitors and liars. You really trying to say that? I mean, they took down Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, I'm trying to say that. Yes.
Was a traitor and liar?
Notorious. They gotta get away from like the water.
He was a rapist.
Of the world.
He was really a rapist. He was a rapist.
But you know what's a trip about people in general, not all, so this doesn't apply to people, don't attack me for it. So many people voted for Donald Trump even though they knew he was unethical. They already knew that how he ran the last time. They knew that he had problems with his ethics. So to sit here and have a debate about a man who already shown you he's unethical and you voted for him, that's why, the reason why white supremacy is more so prevalent again, we reactivated. It wasn't just us as in blacks, but the Spanish people and immigrants all over. You know why? Because the white folks said, look at these ignorant punks. They sat here and voted for you knowing that you were going to go hard about deportation. You were going to go hard about crime. You were going to go hard about this and that because you already said you were going to do it and we're already doing it. They already know you're a Twitter tweet fiend. They already know that you play with little kids and that you was attached to Jeffrey Epstein and they still voted for you. They already know that you pushed the wife over and probably killed her. They already know you're a multi-felon, right? And they voted for you. So white supremacy feels as though even though they already knew you were so pro-white from the last time, and a lot of white supremacists liked him from the last time and they re-voted you in, they want Ku Klux Klan. They want us. You know what? Now we're going to go hard because we gave him the power to do so. So we can't sit here. This is what a lot of black people, Spanish people, what they do is, I want Donald Trump because I don't want a nigger woman as a president. I'd rather take my chances with someone who I know what he's about. Well, now look at. So at the end of the day, somebody who was already a thief, a crook, and who was and didn't have a good character. The re-voters did. Not you. I remember I said Arthur, the people who have died for a baby.
Honey, it's Omari and Notorious.
Wake it up.
Thank you, Blue.
Thank you, Blue.
Thank you, Blue. Yeah, that was a good.
I don't mind her. I don't mind what she said. It is what it is. I voted for who I voted for. She voted for what you want. But Matt, but we do know if we look at history, we can look at the suffering the last 4 years. Because you know what? People didn't vote for Biden or Kamala because they didn't like them. They didn't feel like everything you're saying. They thought President Trump was better. That is the fault of your party. Who's suffering?
No, that's the fault of you. It has nothing to do with Kamala,
You
Biden, or
people voted based on where they were. People voted Trump in. Millions of people felt like they were suffering. Millions of people. You know what? 77 million people. You can call us all the same thing. And you guys put all out. You put all your chips on white men and white women and backfire.
No, you know what? A lot of black people do that though. Y'all might not like them.
I said millions. Haitian.
A lot of people. Okay, go ahead, Haitian.
Millions of people felt like one of the things that always made me feel sad is when I saw when you saw that black lady who was interviewed on MSNBC with another group of black people from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and they said they can't even be able to afford it. They ain't able to feed their family.
And they're not going to be able to now even more because tariffs.
Well, guess what? Right now? But people are still suffering. Yes.
You don't think
so you have to get Trump policy? But I think Trump policies a year from now, and you're going to see the economy. You're going to see things go down. You know that Donald Trump. Wait a minute. I'm already getting Congressman. I got a 6.7 mortgage rate.
I need to know if y'all know.
My mortgage rate is going to be cheaper by the time.
Real quick. You guys know that Donald Trump is going to be sending out American prisoners to Africa, to Nigeria.
Yeah, we're sending American citizens. We're sending actually the immigrants.
So no, it's not.
He's sending American prisoners out of the country. He's deporting American citizens.
Yeah,
he said he wants to, but that's not going to pass. You can't do that.
He already started.
Okay. So this is real. Tell me how America. Hold on, time out. No. Let's rewind. Okay, tell me. Okay. Why are we talking about? Hold on. Go ahead. Listen. Hold on. Shut up, Matt. Shut up.
You let talk.
Let's. No, you're not going to. You're going to make a statement. Show me Americans right now. We're talking about.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Don't do that. Everybody can't talk at the same time.
But Deborah, he made a statement. No, you shut up because we told you that he's going after Democrats and you said blacks. But you don't even talk about more black people live in the South. More black people live in the South.
Okay, y'all let him finish. Yeah, it's blue time. Let blue finish. What you got?
Thank you guys. He's sending out American prisoners to other countries, and he's building a relationship with international countries with other countries so that they can exchange labors. So he's exchanging slaves, Americanized slaves. He's
North Korea.
But he's doing it with prisoners
So what you say, North Korea?
who lost their rights. Okay?
That's what North Korea does.
Because a lot of prisoners lost their rights. No, because what you guys don't understand, what I'm trying to explain, I'm getting a little nervous, right? What I'm trying to explain is that he's starting something because he felt as though Americans had the opportunity to have structure, and they didn't have it. They showed weakness when they, and I'm not saying I believe in this, I'm saying what I believe he thinks, okay? I believe he thinks that you guys voted in an old man who was shitting on himself, who was farting on the stage as a U.S. representative at the top, the highest power that you could get, and that's who we It was almost like if you ain't gay and if you don't like gays, that you really was chilling for it. Now he's saying, oh, now the transgenders, they get to be in the bathrooms with everybody. He cut everything out because he said, you had an opportunity as American to run America the way you wanted to, and you did. And it had no structure. Now he's like, thank you for swooping me back in. I don't want little black kids knowing about, hold on, I'm telling, listen, you don't got to grow up if you don't like what I got to say. I respect that. But let me just explain something because I feel like the spirit is telling me to say this because but this is how I feel. Now, if you don't like it, you
I
can
don't care about
respect it
your
and be quiet.
Christian nationalist.
Okay, anyway, all I'm trying to say is that we did everything that we wanted to do. From gays, homosexuality, from marriages, from transgenders, from how we want to spend our money, how we want to do this and that. We voted him.
Okay, 30 seconds,
People
Blue, 30
voted.
seconds.
Yep, people voted him
You
in.
got 30 seconds.
Okay, people voted him in, and now he's wiping away slavery because he don't want other little kids to know what America used to do, and now he's restructuring it, and you voted that shit in. So shut up and just deal with it.
Blue up in here. Blue in.
You maggot too.
We just heard that so this is breaking news. We just heard from Matt and my friend Blue that there are Americans who
I'll give you my address, you and Callie, and I'll beat your ass on Clubhouse Live. I'm not no problem.
You trying to fight? Okay, that's some weird shit. Okay, cool story. Anyways, I'm not talking to you, but I'm gonna talk to you. I got continue to do Matt, M-A-T-T, M-A-T-T.
Hey, Amari, if you're gonna go ahead and say what
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I was talking to this guy named M-A-T-T said that Americans are being sent to other countries right now as we speak. And this is the guy that you guys called your truth. This is your person that speaks truth. I need him to drop those receipts of Americans right now being put on airplanes from Folsom or from whatever prison, from wherever prison that these federal prisons. No, because
it's right.
Man, I'm gonna let you be.
Oh no, I'm not debating with a monkey ape that should be killed. I'm not talking to this.
See, now you go there because you just got checkmate for the third time from everybody.
You can go to Google, shut the fuck up.
I'm your motherfucking kryptonite.
You're not
there. Oh, with the hardy art. Mods? Wow.
Oh, absolutely.
That should go to the Google.
I don't give a fuck.
He's a
I'm
liar.
there's no story. Shut your slow ass up, you white bitch. Nobody give a fuck about your ugly ass. With your fucked up combo, nigga, shut your up.
Time out, y'all.
Wait, did you really think that
He's about to
was
go
really
ride.
him?
He's about to
Because
go ride.
that's Dave Chappelle. Do you remember that? Chappelle.
All right, Matt, I'm gonna bring you back up and let you go.
It's still fucking notorious because he's sluck. But anyway, my point is this: I don't need to prove anything when everybody knows this information. I don't agree with half the shit Luke said in our last submission that she was opposite agreement as well. This is already happening. You've already fucking reported with American business. I don't fucking care what the fuck you dumb, slow maggots think. You are not logical. You're not intelligent. Google is right in front of you on your T-Mobile track phone. You use to sell drugs. None of you are real people. You're all losers that run around dick sucking on this app, trying to get attention because you're pathetic in real life. You work at Dollar Tree. You're a broke ass nigger. That is what you are. I'm gonna disrespect the fuck out of you. You like white men who call you that, Trump? I'm gonna call you that, bitch. You are over here disrespecting George Floyd, who was murdered, talking about they erected fucking monuments in his name. They shouldn't have erected statues. You are a fucking pathetic excuse for a black man. I would spit on you in your face if I saw you or beat your black ass if I saw you. Like I said, don't say my name, monkey, or say it in my face in real life. I'm in Cali, you in Cali. I will beat your ass. Dead ass. On my mom.
Oh, man.
Now do you see why are leaving the Democratic Party, right? We don't want to be adjacent with men of such.
And I don't want to be adjacent with primates. You are a
And never
You want to be adjacent with men such as Donald Trump. That makes a lot of fucking sense. That really, that tells us everything we need.
Men like Matt, M-A-T-T.
Yeah,
We have the
exactly.
Trump
This is
breed.
the whole
We have the Trump
But
breed.
you cower to a man that doesn't know you and wouldn't spell you.
You like
Y'all are weird. A man that has child sexual allegations. Yeah, gets it done. Like sticking his fingers in women's vaginas unannounced. Yeah, that's the type of things that he gets done. You niggas are rather hate a gay black man and suck a white man's dick.
Okay, that's not a black man. No, I never heard of black man.
Trump calls you an anyway.
I never heard of
Fuck.
I don't hear black RER. I never heard of that.
believe that
All the things y'all have said have been coonier than anything, man.
And the hard ER goes for women and men.
All the compliments. All the daddy. That's what you are.
Omari, Axelrod.
Can I say something real quick? Like, it's super obvious. It's super obvious what y'all doing. Like, I know, first of all, everybody knows that it's certain people that's gonna go off on you. You go low, they gonna drag you to hell. You going low and poking the beer, and then you fucking running and screaming and crying like bitches. Like, stop fucking playing with me. Don't play in my face. No, don't play in my face, Omari, please. I see exactly. No, it doesn't matter. Because you're provoking Matt. You're provoking him, and then you playing in my face like Matt is attacking you. You're too notorious. Y'all saying real stupid shit. And you know they're not gonna fucking take it easy on you. They're gonna say all the things, right? But when they go off on you, I'm not taking it personally because I know where it's coming from. So don't involve me. Don't ask for my help. No, it's coming from your ignorance.
No, it's coming from their ignorance.
You're the problem. You're the problem. Yes, because they can. But you know that they will. But you know that they will, though. You know that they will. That's the whole point. You're doing it on purpose. So stop playing in my fucking face.
I'm not even playing with you.
I don't either. You are, though. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. Go off, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny. You go off. Hold on. Right.
Big word.
I'm talking.
RER. Racist.
I'm mad up. Fuck up, bitch. You are nothing but a low ass, dirty motherfucker. You are a coon ass bitch. You don't deserve it.
Alright, guys,
I
let's
never
move around. Maury, it's like, man, you gotta hit me back down. So.
Yeah, Marvin, you can shut the fuck up at this point because you trying some shit and you about to get dragged to hell for real. Next person.
Like slavery, like racism. Come see me in real life.
I'm seeing in real life. Can we hear from Arthur? Because Arthur's like Arthur, can you get your other white friend back? He's being a racist.
I'm gonna say one thing, Omar. Like, so.
That's what I'm saying.
That sound like them.
It does. It sounds like them, but it ain't. Articulate is a better person.
Kids that were deported because their parents were sent away. So yes, U.S. citizens have been deported. They may not have been in prison, you want to qualify, whatever, but U.S. citizens have been deported. They were young children because their
So
This is tactic, right? This is a tactic that the Democrats usually use, and people have game and understand that. Like, so what Arthur just said was partially true, but when you actually put it in the context, I know what Casey's talking about, and I believe that the parents were illegal, but the child was maybe an anchor baby, and they all had to go.
That's literally what I just said before.
Also, anchor baby, no matter what.
So it's absolutely asinine to think
asinine.
you're going into
Interesting.
court.
With an ER?
Yeah, this is what this is why we love you guys, right? Because
It's just y'all have playover brain.
You don't have any talent.
Y'all just aren't smart.
Creative.
And Notorious, you know you aren't intelligent. This is why you start doing this.
About Donald Trump in the same way.
But Notorious, you know you're not smart.
You have no discipline.
The only reason I have respect for you, Notorious, is because you know when your dead end is reached. You stopped banging with the folks a long time ago because you know you can't bang. You know you're not that sharp. You know that. At least you know your limits. You get bucked at night and in the morning. And when you have one by yourself, you know you don't have the capacity to do it.
The fishing session for the rest of the night, though, seriously.
Go ahead, Black Boy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Notorious, you know you don't have the scruples to bang with anyone like that. And all of these things you're doing, you know I'll still run circles around you. I have many times. And you know your limits. That's why you chat bang now and you pick and choose. And then you do stuff like this. You know you don't have any type of way to bang with me or anyone else for that matter, Notorious. The only time you can work is at night. That is it. And it's not, I'm not even saying that negative about you. There's no level. I'm not done. When I'm done, you can. Look, you're so mad because you can't put a sentence together. I understand. It's okay. I'm still going to say what I got to say whenever you're done doing that. So, anywho, it's more like a character arc. And so what I'm telling you is that, okay, great. So it's like the same type of person that you just keep meeting. So Omari is a version of Notorious. Excuse me, sir, we're not arguing. You just have to let me finish. You just have to let me finish talking. That's all you have to do. I know your barbarian ass doesn't know how to. So I don't know anything about. Why would anything that you do bother me, Notorious? No, seriously. In real life, I run circles, absolute fucking circles, track and field circles around you. And then, so nothing you say really matters to me, like personally, right? I only just really care about black people, and you don't. You choose to play coon and tap dance and do these things. Excuse me, Omari. I know that that's your sister, and y'all are joined it there, but I'm not talking to you right now. I'll get to you in a second. So in real life, I can speak for Matt and I. Both run circles around you professionally, intellectually, socially, on all those things. So this is not a personal argument. It's about what's gonna happen to people that look like all of us. Notorious, you got a kid, so you should be worried about. You should be worried. You should be. And I care. And Notorious, I care about your kid and what life is gonna look like for him. And you know, if he gotta get stopped and frisked and fucked with just because he's a black kid living, that's what I do give a fuck about. So no, we're not the same, and it doesn't bother me. It bothers me to see that you, as a father, don't have the foresight to see that your kid is gonna be the one to suffer. Fuck how you feel. It's your son that's gonna suffer from this shit.
It bothers the shit out of you, and this is why you just went on this continuing rant about what I said, and you're just lucky that you're spaces, right? So you're always in your safe space, so they're gonna drop me to the bottom, or they're gonna mute me, or 10 or 15 people.
I never got this.
Boy, you ain't a motherfucking threat.
You haven't even been dropped.
You know my position, and that's
Why would
Nobody even dropped you, Notorious.
nobody dropped you, Notorious?
I don't
Like,
care.
nobody's scared of you. You are literally the least threatening person
You're
on
never
here.
gonna change my mind.
That's why everybody allows you around, because you're mild mannered.
See what
Like, you're like mild Shannon. Like, you don't bother nobody's stomach.
You're doing it again.
You're American
You can't
cheese.
control yourself, but you say I can't keep up with you, but yet you can't
You
control
can.
yourself.
Look at you. You all out of body. What's the way here, man?
Oh, no.
I get Notorious. You know I've been gathering you since.
I am not going to change my position.
You don't need to. You don't need to change your position. You are intelligent enough to change your position. I'm rooting for your children.
Welcome to the stage,
I
Mr.
have my
Hopkins.
position.
Mr.
You have
Hopkins,
yours.
hi, how are you?
Okay?
You wanna add
You
something
better
to the
watch your tone.
conversation? Hi, Mr. Hopkins. Welcome to the conversation, Mr. Hopkins. What would you like to
Hey,
add?
hold on. He only has 5 followers. I think it might be a troll.
This is some troll. Yeah, he sounds wrong. Something. I don't even understand.
Well, a drunk straggles through at least once an hour.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
I just want to say, I'm quiet. I promise. I just want to add clarity on what I'm saying. So Blue was saying that prisoners and people are the discussion about people deported and people deported citizens. To be clear, Trump is planning. He's already discussed it on our talk to El Salvador. Take our prisoners and ship them there. It's already something that's widely discussed. Secondly, U.S. citizens have already been deported. To make sure those statements are clear, I said them. I hope everyone heard me. That is my statement. That is what is happening. So, I'm not going to say Omarion today because you don't want to be Omarion. I know you guys
There's no
here.
hold.
You know, hold on. I know you guys listening ears because I don't know what kind of mutants, I think mutants and turtles don't have ears, but that is what was said. That is what I'm saying. But we can go ahead and move on to these scoundrels.
Yeah, I'm glad you cleared that up. Thank you.
Yeah.
You need to.
You need to clear
okay,
it.
so we got two people on the stage. We have Mr. and Get 'em Gone. Would you like to add to the conversation? Thank you.
Cash at me, Omar.
I'm just gonna more so go towards the title of the room, Trump War Black Cities. I mean, it's definitely going on right in front of our faces for sure. I like when I came in the room, I heard somebody say he's targeting the blue cities and not the red cities. I'm in Memphis right now, most dangerous city in America. This the first city he should have came to.
Yeah.
Any city. This the first motherfucking city. But you know why he ain't come here? Because the whole population filled with black people. He want this shit to keep going on, and he not gonna come here. He gonna go to Chicago though, where he own businesses though. He gonna go out there though. He gonna act like he is shit. Anything. But that's all I had to say.
That's an interesting twist that we haven't heard.
You need to go to
Yeah, I like that.
because of the Republican governor. That's why I'm just looking at that perspective. I don't even think you should go to any of these cities.
Hey, I'm from Chicago, dude.
I'm from Chicago. I have a 312 phone number, so we shut the fuck up.
So, you
I'm
think...
sorry, hey, where was that guy from that talked before? Man, where's he
I'm
from?
from Memphis.
Memphis, okay.
Yeah, we got the number one murderer right now. Number one most dangerous city in America. For real, he talk about violence. That's what he trying to stop, I guess. Shit, this the first stop. It should be right. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking, shit, let me stop. Shit, the number one city first before I go anywhere. You feel me? I ain't gonna jump ahead to this city with this much crime going on. And he see what's going on. It's all black people, man. I mean, it's all black businesses over here. You feel me? He ain't worried about Memphis.
Is the mayor black or white?
So you better make America great.
Mayor, he black.
He black? And y'all not on the list?
Yeah, he black.
Yeah, there's a I just think it's funny that you have individuals who want to protect, defend, excuse. We all know what's happening. It's stupid, but it's clear as day, and I don't really know why it's mystery because if this is mystery, this is some Scooby Doo shit. This is fucking pedestrian, which we have two pedestrians on stage.
Well,
I'm sure they'll know more. I like that.
Dora the Explorer asked myself, listen here.
You walk to work.
Listen here. Listen here. Yo, we know why.
Yeah.
There's no mystery. No mystery. Okay? Yeah, y'all motherfuckers keep fucking with him. Keep calling him Hitler.
Wait a minute. Okay, so I don't even understand. Nobody's calling no one Hitler. None of that. Well,
What do you keep? The governor keeps doing that. They keep saying that they keep criticizing his immigration policy.
You can criticize people in the United States, especially the president. When has it been illegal to criticize
He
the
doesn't like the sanctuary cities and states policies. He doesn't like it. So he's flooding the zone. They said it.
He's a petty little baby.
That's what's gonna happen. It is what it is. This is what it is.
And these are your patriots, your men,
Right.
you're so masculine that bend and fold for any white man's tantrum. Oh, he doesn't like this, so that like who gives a fuck what that motherfucker likes?
You can't
What
violate the
your
law.
bitch ass like? Oh, he doesn't like it. Y'all keep messing with him. Keep messing with him. Bitch, you are a pussy. When the shit goes down, your bitch ass is gonna be out.
He's coming up and he's telling
He doesn't like this. Like, look at this. Look at this. This is who is fighting to protect the black community. Who is fighting to be.
I'm not protecting or fighting.
They fold at the sight of
my wife's a police officer. She
a
protects
fat ass, funky ass,
There's a lot of y'all on stage that can somebody help me out? Yesterday, I heard it, but I didn't get to research it. I've been really busy. Can somebody tell me about him talking about he stopped 6 or 7 or 10 wars? Can somebody speak to that?
That's a great way to wind down.
That's another one of his lies. That big fucking fat orange ass.
What is he talking about? We know the 6 or 7 wars that he's talking about?
Then he stopped.
Can I answer?
I think
Can I answer?
the reason he had
That's I am.
Hold on, you guys. Time out. We got someone who's offered to answer the question. Thanks, Anya, for coming to the stage. You can answer the question.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for having us speak. I love your spaces. But I just want to say this: when it comes down to presidents and warfare, and wars that are happening, we personally will never know how many wars did they stop or participated in until it's on the big screen. So I'm not saying that he has stopped many wars, but I personally believe that, some of his actions, just like previous presidents, have either stopped or started different types of wars. I mean, the same thing happened under Obama. A lot of his actions that actually were peaceful to American people, started wars in other countries. I'm not trying to paint him out.
It's not even true.
Okay, my question is about Donald Trump right now. It's not about Obama.
Yeah, I was trying to answer,
I
but
find out
yeah.
why is he saying that and why no? I want to know. I'm serious.
Yeah, I was trying to answer.
Because J.D. Vance repeated it yesterday on the press.
Deborah, I just want to name something.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, let Anya learn, you guys.
You can't land because a lot of these liberals, act just like the Republicans that they beat. You hear that? That's true. That's.
This is an idiot.
They didn't even let me finish, and they're so triggered. Oh my God! What the fuck? Yeah, but what was going back to Trump. Yeah, I was going back to Trump.
It's okay if you don't know the answer. It's okay.
Yeah, no, I was actually. Why?
Question I asked.
This is nasty. Speak or what?
Let's let people land. Let's let people land. Let's let people land. If he doesn't answer the question, then we will go back and we will reiterate that the question wasn't answered. So Ion said he was going back to Trump. I didn't even hear it, Ion. So go ahead and land.
I'm sorry, Elisa. I will go back to the position of what I had. Was that, when it comes down to warfare, that intel is specifically between government officials, and it's very sacred. It does not go to congressmen, it does not go to senators. It goes specifically to the person who is in charge, which is the chief of war and the chief of
You have people who work in the military on stage. You're fucking dumb. You know what the Senate Intelligence Committee is?
This is so sad. I'm so, I don't know what is like. This is so sad. I'm so sad. This is
Can you
okay.
just let Ion land and then I'll tell you what Trump thinks he's talking about?
Thank you. Okay. So when it comes down to war, it's very confidential. It does not go to, because people are telling me that, there are people who are in warfare or who've been in, the army. They don't even know. They're the dogs. Okay. They go. That's the decision. All right. And we also have to understand that there are different parts of. Okay. Can I finish? Just so that she's speaking.
No, let her go.
No, yeah, no.
Let her go. She can disrespect all y'all. Y'all fought for this. Let her go. Let her talk.
There are different parts.
That's what she's gonna do is disrespect all y'all.
There are different parts of people who work for the army. So the times when we are in warfare, that doesn't always look like the whole army going out there and fighting. There are levels to it. So there are level 2, 3, 4, 5. So level 5 may know that we're in certain situations, but level 1 doesn't even know anything, even though that they're still in the army, period. So when it comes down to how many wars he have probably stopped, we don't know about them. And this has nothing to do with me being a Trump supporter, because I'm not. I advocated for Kamala. So I know that you're going to allow people to spin that narrative, but Joe Biden had to do the same exact thing. And let me bring back to Trump, because I know that's triggering. Like presidents, they negotiate different types of things when it comes down to different types of scenarios. So when he speaks in codes and says that he stops different types of wars, I'm not saying that he did not or did, but it is possible that he may be talking about some things that he have done with the president and other people behind the scenes to prevent certain situations from happening. It is not always wars with America. It could be from Trinidad and Jamaica. It could be from India and Colombia. It's an example, and it's a silly example. You see?
Y'all want to know what a faggot look like? This is a rat.
Wow.
You don't even
This is the ghost star. Wow. These are, oh my God. I just want to be clear. These are liberals speaking to me this way. This is so sad. As a person finish, but I don't get to.
No, you don't get to finish. That's why I muted the stage. I don't even know why Get Up Gone is talking. Go ahead. Hold on, Get Up.
Can I still take away Donald Trump time, bro? We gotta vote this nigga away. Fuck this nigga, bro. That's what we gotta do.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for putting that. Okay, so go ahead and land, please. I mean,
Thank you. I'm sorry. And I'm glad that April's about to take it away because she's gonna make more sense of it. Because like the argument that is being made that a president behind the scenes can't stop wars is crazy. And I think that there's a lot of. I'm gonna tell you what this exposed, and I'll wrap it up. Hold on. Oh, excuse. Why? Y'all, I have let. I want to be clear. Wait, hold on.
Say what you gotta say. Shut the fuck up, Quinn.
Yeah, I want to be clear.
Shut up, bitch. Don't.
I want to be
Say what the
clear.
fuck you gotta say.
Every time somebody talks bullshit that I don't like, the simple thing that I did was leave the room, and I came back. But this room has been so disrespectful and it's so scary. And I'm being called a faggot by a gay ass age. It's great. Have a good night. Lisa, I appreciate you. Enjoy your night. And I hope you enjoy your age.
okay, guys. I'm really, you know, it's okay. So, Lisa, I want to clear something up at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. And what do you want to clear up?
So are we at war with these motherfuckers or not? Because y'all want people to be nice. I don't know. I'm not being nice to no motherfucking right winger.
It is 2 o'clock in the morning.
So, okay, the
Israel, India, Pakistan, Cambodia, and Thailand, and Ethiopia, and Egypt. That's just there's 6 or 7.
But what did he?
I don't know what he's done. Nobody knows what he's done. We have to go look it up.
He heard about a trade. I'm sorry.
Hello?
That's true. I apologize.
You can't even get him on now.
He's an actor. He can talk. That's how that was.
No, I'm interjected. No, I interjected because I think Lisa said, what did he do? He hurted them. He stopped them from going to war because he was going to tax them and stop the trade. I'm not MAGA, but I'm just being truthful. Ayan was trying to explain that, but you guys just let him finish. Oh, Ayan said that he stopped wars that we don't know about. This isn't true. These are lies. Y'all just make up stuff. And when somebody try to correct it, then you the bad guy. I don't get it. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. It's okay. Why? Because why Tree? Why do you need to talk? You don't know what you're talking about. Hey, this can be proven. This can be proven. I'm about him. Hey, let him cut his shit. Let him cut his shit. Let him talk. You gonna let him just sound dumb?
We are. It's just like when these bits. I mean, I have come here for life.
All right, just go on mute. Let him speak. Go ahead, Tree.
Oh my gosh. No, I thought you didn't see it.
Go ahead, Tree.
Is the question.
We gotta get both perspectives so we can't lose the line.
Oh,
We can't just we supposed to see they don't like I said they brainwash. We supposed to get about that water. You see they drown. We trying to get them before they sink for real. So bro, just lift your hand up and give it to me, bro. I'm gonna pull you up for sure. Cause y'all tweaking out here.
So as a military vet, there were skirmishes and that were going on that slowed down and skirmishes that sped up, of which most of that list the young woman read, he had nothing to do with at all. With India and Pakistan, with Armenia. A lot of that is just noise. It's just noise, and he trying to posture himself as and put himself in the conversation. There may have been some trade things going on, but as far as stopping skirmishes, yeah, no. As someone who's been to war, no, and I was in intelligence, so no.
Yeah.
And
You don't know anything for an eye on them ever because, you're said you're level 4 or something, like level 1, and Haitian, no one else can serve alternate. Ion said there is invisible wars that we never will hear about. They start and they end. This is what's hard. Go ahead, you can continue that relationship.
there are things that take place as far as skirmishes and fights and shootouts. They're not all out wars. There are things that have taken place when I served that the American public never knew. And or until 30 years, 40 years later, things will be found out. Now, as it relates to this Trump and a war on black plague, this is not just black people. This is the Nazi Germany 1930s. Agree with me, man.
No,
This is exactly what we got to talk about.
This is post 1930s with the Weimar Republic, which devolved because of liberalism as far as in their shattered economy and the way the Nazis circumvented their ways to power in 1930s and ultimately the 40s. This is the exact same playbook that the Heritage Foundation and Mark Wright, the Heritage Foundation has put people in position inside the Trump administration to the exact same playbook that happened in the 1930s and 40s. It's about anything that is pre 1964, really pre 1865 ideology of what the United States wants to be like. So it's any human being that is not white, how they define it. And if they're Jewish, they get a pass because they run a lot of the monetary system. But any human being that's not white and heterosexual and to like 1877, right before the Military Compromise, Reconstruction period. Some black people got some rights, especially with the first Civil Rights Act of 1866, Section 1981. It was another 99 years later, that's 1964, after 100 years of almost 99 years of Jim Crow, black codes, and this and stripping of black people, rights, wealth, the whole thing. And in 64, Civil Rights, 65, Voting Rights Act, 67, Fair Housing Act, 68, the first affirmative action put into place by Lyndon B. Johnson, and all the things that took place in the 70s and 80s. It's no surprise that the Supreme Court Justice of the United States, who was in the Reagan administration, hated voting rights, hated civil rights. He's now Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And the first week that Trump was in office, the first one he goes after, which is power based, the crux of the black community is the voting rights, the last piece of Section 2, because it's already the legs of Section 4, and they finally been kicked out. And they're purposely trying to go after Section 2 by bringing out this case from Louisiana and in Alabama in October, which was already settled with the redistricting flag. So they're trying to get
we going back and change? Stop, everybody.
When do we go back and so
Give us a guesstimate of when we're going
You
back.
can change your whole life.
So this is a massive heritage foundation pipe dream to place the United States back into a pre-1965, 1865 era. This is what I call neo-Confederates. I wrote a paper on this. I'll post it in the chat. But this is what's been going on systematically, trying to get black people fighting amongst themselves. Look at those Spanish people over there on the top. This exact same thing that took place during the Weimar government when it was dissolved in Germany in the 1930s, which led to the Third Reich. It's the exact same process, ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion.
Oh my God, thank you, Kitover.
No.
Go ahead, Brooklyn, you can go first.
Yeah, don't
Catalyst, let me ask you a question. So to that, right? Do you see how the attacking the majority black cities, do you see the connection in them trying to like basically move us out of the cities back to the countryside, closer to the farms? And it seems as though we're going backwards instead of forwards. Do you see that?
I see that this is an attempt to divide and conquer. I talked to my 82-year-old mother yesterday and asked her about this. And she said, son, it's the same thing your dad and I fought in the 60s and 70s. And she said, her last words we got on the phone was, freedom is not free. You and the younger ones in their 20s have to stay on the front lines, inside the courts, on the streets, inside the boardrooms, inside the political action committees in DC. It's a multi-pronged approach. It's not just city and country or black and white or
And I agree
straight.
with that too. I agree with that too.
It's a multi-pronged approach. And if these individuals can get us to fight amongst ourselves, divide and conquer, they've already won.
And then we have people like one of the people on the stage in particular, when asked, did he agree? Like he basically agrees with everything. Like Trump is doing nothing wrong. The only thing that he thinks Trump did wrong was associate himself with Elon, and now that Elon is gone, everything is right. All of the things that he's doing in DC, all of the amendments that he's going back on, and all the laws that he's making is right. And so I asked that said person, basically, it's his family. Did his family ever go through civil rights and go through Jim Crow? And he claimed that they did, but his actions and the things that he chose us with
Well, young lady,
what needs that?
what happens sometimes, young lady, some individuals are not aware of history and have a critical understanding and analysis of what took place and what is still going on. And this is not about
He's 47.
it's not a political ideology. It's about understanding children, what they went through because of their embarrassment of what took place and how far they had to fight to get to where they were. Not saying that, and not pass on that valuable information, showing them the path and the playbook of how to keep winning. My parents were revolutionaries, both my parents. And so they taught myself, they taught my sisters and I how to navigate, how to play chess inside the boardroom, on King Street in DC, in New York on Wall Street, and on the West Coast with media. So how to navigate and learn that entire, how to go through that entire gambit, keeping one's eyes on the prize and looking to make sure that we shape the narrative to control reality, right? Owning and controlling platforms and systems and monetary systems to make sure that's always that's our forefront. Always control, shape narrative, control reality, and bringing along as many black individuals who are conscious to and believe in that. We were never, ever, ever African Americans. My father hated that word. That was a Jesse Jackson made up word from the 1980s. We were always black or Negroes. It was never African American because Negroes had power. Black people had power. African Americans have no power and never had any power. So it's always about power first because I was taught that money always follows power. Power never follows money.
Blacks have
So,
power. Did I miss something?
yes.
No, what are black people?
Okay, that's a whole nother.
Describe that.
Yeah, that's a whole conversation.
What do you mean by that?
The Deacons of Defense, the Black Power movement, the Black Revolutionaries, there's a whole group of individuals that came from the 50s and 60s and 70s. I don't know, maybe parents didn't share that information or didn't teach that or pass it down.
Well, maybe they just didn't agree
It's
with
not
it.
common, right? Well, I'm not even gonna get into it, but y'all got it.
Okay,
Yeah, that's another
yeah,
room. All together,
the point,
black versus African American versus. Come on.
yeah, the point is when we, independent of our gender and ideology, move as one people,
Okay, help.
we get further faster. That's all.
Okay, that's reasonable.
What can we do to, I mean,
April, y'all guys still up?
Yeah, Lisa.
Okay,
You're
Deborah.
not supposed to be here.
Jack.
why
I'm
not?
just getting sore.
What time is it, Lisa? Where y'all at? It's over 1 o'clock right now. Y'all don't have nowhere to be tomorrow, will you?
People weren't. I'm here.
I ain't working, but I won't be here much longer. Oh, they gotta go to work in the morning, oh. Well, I'm,
Morning, actually. It's
well,
morning.
it's already morning where you're at, Lisa. Yeah, that's right, it's only 1 o'clock here. Sorry, my bad, y'all.
My sister bought them to all hours of the night. Discussed out.
Kathleen, sorry, welcome to the stage. I'm glad you came up and your addition to the subject, you and Ashton. Okay, so who's next? Where you guys at with this?
I'm going to sleep.
I am. So let me just play
You
this
gotta go
one
to
last
sleep.
thing.
You can
We didn't
play.
even, let me say something. We didn't even finish a 30-minute clip. How long have we been on? This is
The British, BBC, yes, they have known, will have been known, trying to say I'm Donald Trump.
But they're not citing Donald Trump in any of these articles.
But this the thing though, he stated wars that he stopped, right? This is the topic, wars that Donald Trump stopped. Is this the topic or not?
That is what I just said. I said,
Exactly.
okay, so how does that tie up with the BBC agree with him when they're just doing the total opposite in this whole article?
It's the thing though. The BBC has been known, like I'm not siding with nobody that has been known to support this man. Like I'm not
But they're
believing them
not
that
doing
come
it
out their mouth.
now, is what Lisa's saying. They're not supporting Donald Trump in the article she's reading and any of the research that she's doing here. There's nothing in the articles that she's reading that says that they're siding with Donald Trump. So I would say for what she is reading, we got to go with what is now. I don't know about back then or whatever. I'm a kind of person that looks at brother right now. You guys to look at the right now and what she is reading in this current moment. You understand what I'm saying to you? Follow me. You understand? You got 3 seconds. You understand what I'm saying?
Right now, hey,
It's
I'm telling
upset.
you right now, the president is gonna get us caught up. I'm telling you right now, he's the face of the media because it's the British media.
Oh, brother, we can't go back.
They won't
We're
get
not.
what Trump talking about. They have to. That is exactly why they want us to conversate like this. That is exactly why.
No, the president now. I mean, yeah, I don't get it, brother. I don't. I mean, you would make it 3 seconds in my house.
I see why.
3 seconds. 3 seconds. Whether you make it 3 seconds, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. The lady sat there and read information, and you say that it is siding with Donald Trump, and nothing that she read. See, brother, me and you would have a real difficult time living in a house together because I'm not like other women. I give you 3 seconds. You got 3 seconds or 30 seconds. It doesn't make any sense, brother. Explain what it is that you're trying to accomplish by telling a lady what she is reading sides with Donald Trump. Brother, I can't help you on that. On the double, please explain why you said that to that lady on the double. That don't make any sense, brother. That kind of stuff makes me upset. Why did you say that on the double? Why? Why did you say that on the double?
I had to give a little bit. I don't need nobody tell me what the fuck to talk. But anyways, like I said, I'm not siding with no media. It's been known to side with this man, gang. I'm not doing it. You just throwing this shit right back. Look, right back, man.
I respect your decision. Get them. Don't let them try to flip
It's on the double. That doesn't make any sense. Brother, the lady reading the article, look, she understands what she read, and apparently.
Like Fox, fuck all that shit.
Well, brother, the article is not. You gotta understand something. Whatever's up in your head, you guys to take your head and sit there, and you guys to listen. The lady read an article, and none of this sided with what Donald Trump, whatever. None of that sided with any of that. You guys to be listening to the current and to the now. Nobody can predict the future, and nobody can go back in the past and whoop, grab it and fix it. So unless you can grab and fix the past, I suggest you sit down. If we're not talking about the future right now, that ain't gonna work either. We're talking about the current and right now. And so at the end of the day, she is reading what is now. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you, brother, but you wouldn't make it in my house for at least 1 hour. You couldn't make it here. I'm just gonna tell you because I ain't that kind of person. You got to get it right. And what she read is correct. She and that article is not siding with anything about Donald Trump. You understand what I'm saying to you, brother? Because this kind of stuff, I've been sitting here all night and I'm sitting here listening to you and I'm like, oh no, those comments don't work, brother. Double up. It makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? On the double, that makes no sense to me, brother, at all. Sorry, brother. Fix that. You got it on the double. Fix it. Tell me what you're trying to do. This makes no sense. Go. Makes no sense. Come on, brother.
Hey, Ash, can I build with them real quick?
Yeah, because he don't make no sense.
So,
So,
Lisa finished reading what
stuff that's done by executive orders and a lot of this stuff prints and God, Lord Jesus, before our country sinks like a ship. I am serious. We got to get this right. Hopefully, come the primaries, we start to take control of what we need to. Because once we have control of the House and that kind of stuff, man, we ain't finna help pass Donald Trump's agenda. He literally is going to be a lame duck president if we can take control come the primaries. Because all this other kind of stuff and high prices and all that, even his own party said they didn't sign up for this. They go to town hall meetings. Donald Trump, some of the people who speak on his behalf have been yelled at. All kinds of stuff. I don't know if people watch some of these live town halls on some of these Facebook live things. They'll have like little cameras. It's horrible. It's so horrible what the Republicans are doing, and they will continue to be called out, I believe, by their own constituents, and that's a good thing that some of their constituents are speaking out, and they need to continue to do that and say, hey, these high prices, you promised low prices. You also promised to get us out of war. We end up in wars. All these things coalesce together to say this isn't going to work. Sorry, the word of the day is coalesce, and Donald Trump cannot do that. Cannot bring us together. Cannot. It's just a really bad look. I'm sorry, y'all. This is embarrassing. Really bad.
That's one of the purposes of having the rooms where we have other people in the rooms who disagree with us, who are on the other side. If we just like give information to one, we're not gonna be able to save everybody, and we're definitely not gonna be able to change everybody's mind. But when I have conversations sometimes, not on here, with people in real life, and we're just chopping it up, maybe over lunch or some drinks or whatever the case may be, they be like, "What? I didn't even know that. Is that true?" And then I'm like, "Yeah." And I look at them, they're like, "I didn't even know that. I don't agree with that at all. This is not what I thought. This is not, he said this and this is that." Clubhouse is a whole different animal. Because you're not sitting in front of anybody. No one's believing nothing no one says because everybody on here are purportedly liars and whatever. But I thought this was a productive room. We got a chance to talk with people who don't agree with me, who don't like, and then I got some people to admit that some of the shit that was going on, they didn't particularly agree with. So maybe when you go in the voting booth and no one's looking, you don't have to answer to anybody except for yourself. You'll just say, "This is not right, and I'm not agreeing with it," and you just vote. You vote with correct information. That's all I'm thinking. An answer.
Yeah, actually, I heard you say something about housing. Is that because of Donald Trump? Did you say something about housing? Couldn't get housing. It's hard for black people to own property.
No, I never said that.
No, I said Ashton.
Oh, Ashton. Okay, go ahead,
Well,
Ashton.
yeah, look, yeah, it can be for a lot of reasons, redlining, other reasons why it can be difficult for black people to own, have, or keep property and those kinds of things. And you should know the basic stuff that, the black dollar doesn't stay in the community like it should for various reasons, and that would create a stable
That's
tax
not
base.
true. That's not true. Stop saying that. That's not true. That's a myth.
Some of it,
No, it's just false. That's false. That's false. Please stop spreading those things around you about your own people. That's not true. Everybody can go to. That's true. That's not true. That is a myth. That's not true, Ashley.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move on from that. But at the end of the day, brother, black people, and they have to be supported. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that kind of stuff because I don't know. I guess I don't know nothing, but I'm gonna move on from that because it's not true. But that was a statistic done here in my area, and they said the tax base in some of the poorest zip codes, that kind of stuff has to change. And I do blame the government, for some of that, and that's not on the Democrats. A lot of people want to say, well, the Democrats aren't helping. And no, a lot of this stuff is affected by some of the Republicans and the laws that they passed, especially here in my state where money is not put into the poorest communities in our state, from the way the schools are set up here to all of that stuff. And I go to these meetings here and I see these statistics. I'm not speaking, sir, for all states or where you live. I'm just saying.
It's not true anywhere. It's not true at all.
And I moved on from that, and I understand that, bro. I'm just telling you what was in the meeting here and what they said. I'm not talking about that be reflective for all of America. I'm just telling you what they said here in the community, and that more investments need to be made in some of the poorest communities. That doesn't just include
So
the
that
black.
has nothing to do with our president. That has nothing to do with the Republican.
Yeah, it does, because he sits here, and yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
It is an issue within our community
But
that
I
we
blame
cannot
it on
address.
his
We have
law.
to address this. We have to address this with our black people. We don't take care of our
It's not
neighborhoods.
just a
When we're
black
in
people
poverty,
issue.
look at the hoods, man. We don't take care of our neighborhoods, man. Look what, like, come on, we gotta come together.
But that's not just a black folks issue, just like Republicans say that, it's mainly black people taking Medicaid and all this. I go to these meetings here. There are a lot more Caucasians on these benefits and that kind of stuff than it is black people. There's only 13% of us, but yet we get blamed for welfare and accepting it and all this other kind of stuff. And those statistics right there are just right on the money.
And that's why I corrected you, Ashman, because that not to say that you was wrong. I corrected you because those are things that they tell us to make us, dig our own grave. So us black, me too, I'm guilty of it too. Black people have been walking around for the last 10, 20 years saying that shit. Oh, a dollar don't last in our neighborhood. Turns out that's not even true. A dollar lasts the same amount it lasts in a Korean neighborhood, in a Jewish neighborhood. That's just not true. So I'm not saying it to just be like, oh, you wrong. I'm saying it as black person to black person. We gotta look into these things better, because when you say that, another person says it, and then you saying that in front of some racist white person, that gives them the ammunition, the backing, and the ideas to do things like this. So I'm not trying to, like, I know my tone may be harsh or whatever, but I'm not saying nothing bad about you. I'm saying as people, we gotta do better. We have to have like better faith in our, like, come on, we not that bad. Like, we can't keep a dollar in our neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm not meaning to blame us, sweetheart. I'm saying that sometimes the system down the street here, a lady said, hey, this used to be filled with all black people and stuff like that. And she told me, and a lady in her 80s said all this stuff left because of the white man, right? Redlining our people out of opportunity. Literally, when they built the highway through this area, it literally dissected the poorest communities from, your rich and upper class or whatever. And so I feel like a lot of that stuff also affects people. Before the highway, they used railroad tracks to slice through the poorest communities in America and divide people, right? And so that kind of stuff affects people. And that's what that lady was talking about, is that the regentrification of our communities, a lot of times, black people are being pushed out to the outskirts while white people or others begin to come back into the cities and all that other kind of stuff. She did a study on that, and around here, you see the really precipitation of people coming back into these major cities, and that's probably all over the country. But she did a 30-year study, and she saw how this stuff has affected us. So I go to stuff where they're doing studies, and they show the progression and all of this kind of stuff, and how some of the poorest communities are still affected, including their tax bases. She did some math on that as well, and the math shows that the money does stay there. You're right, but we're not getting enough of it. Maybe I should have rephrased that. I'm sorry to say that. I'll modernize that a little bit. We should be getting a lot more of that. Our poorest tax bases should be getting a lot more money. Instead, South Lake Carroll and some of these richer school districts, their tax bases balloon, and I just don't think that's fair. And I just think systems like that need to be uplifted to try to help black folks, minorities, and others, including better investments in businesses, is also what she said, that there needs to be better investment in minority-owned businesses. And under the Donald Trump administration, when I went to the City Hall meeting, they're telling the city of Fort Worth that they can't have any DEI initiative programs, that the stuff has to say everybody. They can't talk about, the African American Center for blah blah. There was a lot of stuff I learned in that meeting.
sits up here and is affecting people in cities and how they cut their budgets. Because if you don't comply with Donald Trump, that lady said on that stand, we don't get no funding. Brother, how do you like that? How do you like the fact that a city is being told if they don't get rid of certain programs that they get their city their funding cut? That lady, you think that lady lying, brother, the Republican brother that keeps saying that he likes Donald Trump and his policies, and if anybody in here likes his policies, I'm mad at you. Because you're not sitting, if you are, you're not speaking out about the stuff being cut because your lives aren't affected at this time. That lady didn't lie up there. Republicans, do y'all have an answer for what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense. Why are cities having to cut their programs in order to comply with this man that y'all root for? Republicans on the double.
Forward makes that federal funds, and the council voted for that. And
Donald
Trump,
Trump.
Trump administration, exactly. Trump administration enforced the courts, but exactly like I said, $300 million of federal funding that they was losing if they didn't shut it down.
How is that fair that the city of Fort Worth could have lost funding for food programs, housing assistance, and etc. that was on that list? Brother, this is not cool, okay? This is a city that has a lot of money, all of that, and even Dallas was really upset on the news because they're having to capitulate with this man saying we're going to cut your transportation and other funding to make you comply. This ain't the America I know. This is not cool, dude. This is not okay. And the city is, they're doing what they need to do and just put everybody on the stuff. That way they're in compliance, but they shouldn't have to do that, brother. That's not okay. And I hope you're not accepting of cities having to cut lunch programs or other programs. Come on.
I'm just stating facts. As you go, I just want to make sure everything you say is, facts. People here listening to you.
But I was there. I was at the brother. I go to these meetings all the time, and that lady ain't sitting up there lying. They're having to capitulate to what Donald Trump is telling them to do. And I'm telling you, I don't think it's fair. Same thing with my church and other places. We no longer do business with the government. Why? Because we sick of it. We sick of being told, well, if you don't capitulate to us, we're not going to feed people. We're not doing that anymore. Same thing with somebody else that runs a business, and we just won't do business with the government. This is America. We don't have to do business with a government that seems like a tyrant. You understand? Tyrannical is the word I'm looking for. That is how Donald Trump acts. Does he act like that to you, brother? You better wake up before it affects your life. It's affecting your life, right? At the grocery store. It's affecting your life at the gas pump, right? It's affecting your life in other ways maybe that I'm not mentioning, but fill in the blank. It's affecting your life. You got to get your head on right, brother. That doesn't, brother, you got to, let's get it right. I'm being serious.
retribution tour, and it's also a revenge tour. If you get it this way or don't say the right thing, what happened to that person who said, "Oh, they didn't really get all the bunker busting things in yeah in over in was that Iran? Yeah, that person's gone. This lady's gonna be gone, or the black lady that he's trying to get rid of. The other, yeah, it's huh? I'm sorry. What is that? I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, but Lisa, you can't have it both ways.
I
You
can't.
guys, you guys were so accepting with like Letitia Jennings tried to send a ex-sitting president to prison. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Did he commit a crime,
like
sir?
all of these charges were trumped up. They were bullshit, right? He had like 91 counts.
No.
You guys were perfectly okay.
Why are you so bound up in him that you
91 counts.
Yeah, he had 91 total.
Why?
He had
His body
Florida,
has been
he had
confirmed,
Alabama,
and they
he had
convicted him with all these things. I shoulders and look straight ahead. Brother, what are you saying? A courtroom. Say it with me. A courtroom, and he was convicted by peers or a jury in that place. Wake up, Republicans, wake up. Donald Trump don't have morals either. Donald Trump ain't perfect either, but y'all sit up here and denigrate other parties of other people, but your house ain't right, and your glass house is see-through as well. Don't chunk stones at someone else's glass house if your glass house ain't stable, if your foundation ain't right. Right now, the Republican foundation is very shaky, and your house is still see-through. Clean up what's going on in your party before you sit up here and denigrate someone else. It's really upsetting, and it makes me really angry for y'all to sit up here and talk about other parties. Get your house right. Get your glass house in order.
Ashton, I don't want you to get too worked up now. Donald Trump only been in office like 6 months, okay? So you know what I mean? I want you to balance it out. You know what I mean? You got like another 3.5 years.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Insanity. I don't even know, if it wasn't for the
to some of those meetings are 4.5 hours and stuff. I don't just sit up here and say just blabber stuff. I get my information from the city of Fort Worth. I get my information from 80, 90-year-old records. Some records are even older than that. I have to go to microfilm. A lot of that stuff's not on the internet. So a lot of things I look at, you probably won't find it online because they don't want it online for various reasons because they still want to preserve some history they don't want to be altered. So yeah, going down to your county records and find out about a lot of this stuff and redlining and how it affected people. So no, I'm not lying. You know, the guy's right, and so I just tell the truth about a lot of this stuff and how it affects your life. And you go down to the city meetings and they sit up there and tell you what programs could be cut if we don't comply with Donald Trump. It's really, really horrible. You know what I mean? And one lady said had a shirt on that said "comply now." You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, it was pointing at the word now. You know, so that's just not a good deal. That people have to feel like they don't comply or else, right? Question mark. That's not good, man. That's not the society that we want to live under. This is not. People are not in jail. We are in America. We're not. You know what I mean? We're not in countries where we have to be told to comply or else. So no, Americans don't have to endure this bull crap of a mess. We don't have to sit up here and just say, "Woe is me." We can sit up here and make the right decisions and have the power and fortitude to vote these people out that don't have our best interests. And a lot of Republicans, some of them have even spoken out again about their own party and what they didn't sign up for. And if you can't even listen to your own base of people, they'll find a way to make sure you don't get in office either. You better wake up.
Thank you, Ashton. Lisa,
I'm good. Yeah, let's close this down because all of
I
our
just
moms
wanted
are
you,
sleeping.
I
Thank you.
wanted you to see what's in the back.
Oh,
So,
what's in the back?
in the back channel, so you can know. You so nice to people all the time. This is the shit that you get.
Oh, is it that?
Ashton, I'm not talking to Lisa.
Wait, are you talking about Telegram or my back
I'm
channel?
talking about the chat over here.
Oh, okay.
going off like a fucking shotgun every time she would open her mouth. And she comes in here. You be the only one. You guys damn cars. If she come in here and start some shit. Fuck her. And whatever trouble she drags in here with her. This is ridiculous. These people are crazy.
Alright.
That's the barnacles on these maggots. That's their barnacles.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't even know how you crawl out of your coffin
speak up. I said he was trolling. Yeah, that he did say that.
Oh, I didn't hear. I'm sorry, Dad. I did not hear y'all.
That he was going in. He's already had the riot act. That's it.
I swear to God. I swear to God, you guys. I love my people. I go out of
Wait,
my
sorry.
way
I'm at
for
work,
my
guys.
people.
That's why I told you earlier. I'm at work. Yo, Dap, is he a real life dummy or was he just playing one on TV? He's just. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm gonna call you up. He a hood nigga. That's it. No, he's stupid. Okay, go.
Look, that's why he knows so much about Section 8 and all that shit. I don't even know. And, you know, and who's living in apartments and all that.
He probably bring some Ashley over there.
And he must be from the West Coast because he said you live in an apartment. It's like, what are you talking about right now? So anyway, but he didn't have to come in and try to, you know, disrespect me or put me down or nothing like that. That's not a way to influence people and win friends that I'm aware of. So he's welcome to come back so I can finish my roast. You can reach out to him in the back channel and say, she said, come back so she can welcome you appropriately to the 420. All right, you guys. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you guys. Some of us who have to go to work. If you're down in the pink section, please turn in your ticket so we don't have to go through a whole bunch of shit as far as like trying to ping you in. But tomorrow, we're trying to be a little bit more consistent as far as being open every day at the same time so we can get through this. But not all night. I said that earlier when we
I'm
first go
gonna have
in.
to just start coming in here and escort you to your room and make you some more milk and cookies on the bedside table.
Please not count.
Get you some moisturizer, you know, so in a bottle of water, but you just relax.
But you guys
And
had
I'll
fun,
come in
didn't you?
here and I will raise holy hell. But I
You
tell you
raised
what,
holy hell.
she will never grace this
Oh,
bitch.
she would never.
That bitch won't ever see the inside of
Oh, what did she do this time?
No, we
Here,
were talking.
Gwen, she in the back channel talking about how she about Lisa.
Oh, I saw that. Crazy.
No ma'am, no Sam, no
But
Sam, no
Quinn, it was just, I was just having, I was in here protecting her before she even came in because believe it or not, Quinn, because maybe you know something about it as well. But there was a conversation that was had on Saturday, and it was in reference to stable coins. It was her, it was TC,
invite you over. I just followed you. I'll invite you over here.
Lisa, don't do it. Don't do
I'm
it.
not talking about Lisa.
Oh, me? Oh, no, you don't have to invite me, sir. Yeah. Why would I like to go?
Yeah, no. So you and I can go back and forth.
Oh, we've done that here before. You're not bright. We figured that out.
You're not gonna have your cheerleaders.
Oh, sir, listen. Listen, there's no cheerleading necessary. I think you're an idiot in a room with you and I would tell you this very thing. In a room with just you and, well, listen. What does it matter? I can do that here.
Talk a lot.
My dog, listen. I don't mince words with nobody. Why?
You don't have any talent or creativity.
Oh, you're just saying that because I said it to you.
It's typical.
No, Tori, for real, you are stupid.
Yeah, I know. I'm a big
like no bullshit. Like all bullshit aside, you're really not a smart guy.
Follow me though.
Sir, won't do that.
Just follow.
Won't do that. Please don't follow me. I'm asking.
No,
Please don't do that.
I'll be back so I can be.
No, I won't do that.
We're gonna settle it.
We settled it. We close the room out now, Lisa. Yeah, like why would I follow you? You're like no fucking body. Why would I follow you?
Victorious, please ping me into your next room, and this time I will act appropriately. I apologize for being on stage.
I just make fun of you. Like, cause you're stupid.
I apologize.
You're fun to make fun of.
No, Victorious has been actually good sport the whole night. He's actually stayed on the stage, I guess, 8 hours maybe. And
where else is he gonna go? He's a man with no country. Doesn't like want to be around a stupid motherfucker all the time.
Well, opinion. I'll give you a 10, but
He's been out on a day pass recently.
I hope you don't be able to ping him.
Sir, I'm not listening to my mouth.
So we might kick him out though.
Clem will never ping anybody into your space. Well, trust
You are beneath me, and so are your MAGA
I'm not gonna have a
degenerate
space. I'm just gonna ping you to one of the spaces that I go in.
friends. You are beneath me, and so are your MAGA degenerate friends.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so sad.
That doesn't sound
It's
like
so
a way
sad
to
that you guys are hyper-focused.
None of you have ever accomplished anything in life, and nor will you. Your sole claim to fame will be another old white guy who's terrorizing other people. That's your claim to fame. And that's going to come to an end, and you're going to go back under the fucking rocks.
You know what, Trey? They were only 6 months in.
I know, and it's going to end soon. Don't worry.
I don't even know if you guys.
You'll be quiet next year. You won't say much.
No, next year he's gonna be like, I don't know who these people
Listen,
are.
motherfucker, I'm rich. I don't give a fuck about that. You're
You got
rich.
another 7.5.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. But if you really want some real shit, he's fighting for me, not you. Stupid.
Are you ready?
11 and a half. 7 and a half.
7.5.
Yeah, they're gonna try to get that. They're gonna have to probably.
Let's see what kind of stuff you said.
You don't notice how bloated your orange school is.
You really are.
We saw his hand today. Notorious, where he was trying to hide it from everybody. Banks, look, he's got so much water in him. He's got more water than him than an Olympic pool. I'm not
Wait,
sure.
who's this?
And they give this
Oh
man.
yeah, they told us today, Quinn. I tried to see. Okay, we've been trying to get through a 30-minute press conference of him signing executive orders, and we didn't make it through in 5 hours because I was playing 5-minute increments. But I was looking at his hands. They're saying that his hand is, what is it, April? What does it look like? It's been,
Look, Lisa, it looks like he's been
I think
getting
it's just
grinded.
sick.
Okay, listen, it's all bruised up because he's been getting IV injections, ablasives, some kind of, stuff that, for lack of a better word, water pills. Like old folks used to talk about water pills. This is actually intravenous.
He's got really bad
And
edema, doesn't he?
it's not, it's venous insufficiency, but his kidneys are involved, and it's hard to calculate because the fluid is not leaving, okay, like it should. So his Lisa,
It's got to do with your heart.
the main one
exciting things that every party does after they lose elections. They all reevaluations of what they're doing, how they're approaching after they lose. So what's really funny is you can always tell when people lose a lot because they are surprised when they win, and this is what they do when they win because they're not accustomed to winning, so they don't realize that at some point they've had this experience before and they'll lose again. Now in his instance, they've lost more than they've won. That is profound, Notorious. Do you know that happens after every election? No, you don't, because you don't know shit, because you're just repeating what the racist whites tell you. That's all you know. No, he just cried and talked shit. Did we do a complete rebuild? Of course you did. My God. Because you just have to a rebuild of what? You don't govern. There's no reason to rebuild. You're not governing. It's a populist movement with a bunch of dumb fucks like yourself. So it doesn't need to rebuild because there's no expectation that there'll ever be any government.
You're sitting on this stage calling Elon Musk
For 12 years.
Oh, that's how they pay for it. Grassroots Elon. Is that Elon?
Probably he doesn't like it.
Grassroots?
Let's be going with 12 years.
MAGA is an organic movement
Listen, MAGA is gonna need
that's been going for 12 years
you know what? We're going to make sure.
in a free and fair election.
You know how mental illness lasts?
We had a free and fair election, and Donald Trump and MAGA rose to the top and beat and demolished everybody. And you guys are pointing for
This is the way that they convince us.
Illness lasts, they get worse as we go along.
No. This is not mental illness. This is just stupid. So mental illness is what C has. Notorious is just stupid. So it's just he just doesn't know. Like Notorious is symptomatic of most Negroes who never had any education. That.
He don't want to get smarter. He just want to stay on Trump's notes, and I can't figure it out. That's what I need to figure out.
Well, I mean, he's symptomatic of what we've allowed to happen in this country. Unfortunately, there have been children we've left behind.
What do you
And he's one of
say
them.
that Donald Trump has developed a cult of personality? Because these people, they're not too bright, first of all. And second, they get so fixed. I don't understand the fixation on a person you've never even met or never met.
Sure you do, eh?
Come
Oh,
on,
come
you're
on.
on
You know what that's about.
I don't get it.
I'm telling you what you know what it's about, April. What it's about is you found someone who's. But why do you love Barack Obama?
Because he was one of our smartest presidents.
He was.
Right? One of the smartest that we've had or probably will ever have. He did things in a way that made sense, right? He used logic. He used command of the law. He knew the laws of the land. And no way did he try to circumnavigate those and enrich himself to be a filthy freaking piece of shit. That's basically, I mean, that's the baseline we have.
Well, what you're talking about are governance principles, but there's no expectation from people like Notorious that there's ever going to be any governance when it comes to Republicans, i.e. conservatives. None of that. There's never an expectation of governance. What they get drawn in by is the populist talk, the movement, the fact that this group of people, he sounds like they do. That's the allure. He's saying dumb shit, and they're dummies too. Now, he's kind of cosplaying, even though he's not that bright. But what he does have that they don't have is access, money. But that for them doesn't matter because in their estimation, there's nobody else they can relate to. The other people are smart. They're interested in governance. They're interested in actually putting policy forth that will actually benefit people like them. But they're not smart enough to understand what's actually happening to them. What they want, and simply this, is they just want people that they think look down on them to suffer. That's all it is. That's why Notorious is in this room. He doesn't have anything in common with the people on the stage. Everybody here is kind of smart. What the hell's he gonna do in here? He's here to do his level, what he can do. aligned with stupid people. It just so happens that he has, meaning Trump, he's been in a position where he can, well, they think he's very charismatic, and then he can talk, and then people pay attention to him. So yeah, that's really the extent of it. Now, once he's gone, Notorious is going to be singing a different song. Now he probably won't because he's too proud, but I mean, there'll be nothing to sing because they'll be back to the normal. Well, they still are there, but they'll be back to the other buffoons who have no personality.
Can I say this though? This is what frustrates me, and I just want to clarify these things. I don't know. There was a lot of lies spread about me. Again, I'm not a Trumper. I'm definitely. I was 100% a Kamala supporter. I spent, even the time that I had on this app, over the rooms about Kamala. But to go back, this is why the Democrats lost because they think that this is personally about Trump. It isn't. If we think that Trump is smart enough to do anything that he's doing right now in the White House, it's crazy. There's a huge army of people backing him that I don't hear nobody in the Democratic Party. Fuck the people who are in the fields. I'm talking about the congressman, the congresswoman, congressmen, the senators who are Democrat, anybody who's in the Democratic Party. To have a discussion about Trump is 100% deflection because he doesn't have the mentality or is equipped to create these plans. We know that his chief of staff, okay, is very organized. I mean, she's the same chief of staff that, was under, what's the name, Rogan. We know that there is something orchestrated that's going on here. So I don't know why, I hear Democrats who went to college, who understand things, know that this president, has no political history, and that he's a puppet for some bigger picture. And I get really annoyed when Democrats don't want to have, well, I'm going to say Democrats because I would say, people who have liberal ideology specifically don't want to have the conversation. And then, they get upset because their party didn't win. And then they start to sound like fucking crazy ass Republicans. That's bothersome to me because at the end of the day, the reason why, people voted for the upside is because they were uneducated. So why not spend the time in educated? And I feel like, there's people really betted on Kamala winning just because who she was. And we know that that's not what elections are about. So I'm saying, let's have more strategic conversation. Let's stop the bullying, because at the end of the day, you get mad at Republicans, because they're bullies, but then you become the people that you hate. That's weird. And I'm glad that Lisa opened spaces so that, both parties can actually have a conversation because what you're starting to see that there's a shift in Republican ideology. And if you would stop trying to say, I told you so, because that's not needed right now, you would actually be able to understand that a lot of us agree politically when we drop the parties. Because at the end of the day, none of those motherfuckers actually really 100% care about us. It's the individuals who get into the parties who actually want to do the work. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I appreciate that. And I think it goes from both sides. Because most people would say, I told you so. Unfortunately, on these nights, I never once said I told you so. Ain't that, but I told you so for every bit. That's what we know. That's what we won't win. I mean, somebody has to plan not to win. Because there was too many people who had to plan. I don't know what it was, but we lost. It's not
biggest things that I had a problem with, which is today, I was watching now I'm starting to watch the news. I'm becoming old, y'all. I'm becoming like my mama and daddy. When the first thing I did was turn on that motherfucking news just to see what's going on. And then I heard that the president of Mexico and her senator having a debate and having a conversation about how Trump is trying to infiltrate, Mexico and sending troops over there to support them. And I'm just like, that's not what America signed up for. I don't give a fuck what side you want. Nobody's not.
Well, absolutely signed for that. There's some of us here. Those voting for Collins, but those who voted for him, absolutely signed.
What I'm saying is that was none of his promises was not to support Mexico's, like, go into Mexico and help them with the cartel. And that's completely 100% deflection from what it is. I'm saying that was not one of his on the line promises, and that he should be held accountable for it. And any Republican, I don't give a fuck who you are, or conservative, should never be comfortable with a president orchestrating plans to support another country just because with the resources of America. I get what you're saying, Quinn, but I'm saying the principles of a Republican.
So they made these decisions based on
No. I'm saying
Trump is not the one making these decisions. There's been a Sharman, there's been a Tito. There are the people behind the scenes that are actually running this. We know that. The only people that don't know that are bad people. So that's why we make fun of them. Because they don't know anything. We saw all of this coming. We knew that there was a bumpy ride. We knew the possibility of electing a populace and one who was being supported by people who are technocrats who actually want to run a shadow government behind a fucking idiot and use him to do that. We know that. That's not rocket science. We understood that that was going to happen. The reason we make fun of the idiots like Notorious and the other goons is because they
you see, when I say that, it gets back to being personal. But for me, it doesn't. Notorious doesn't have any power over what's happening in DC. So why is the discussion like people's lives are being impacted daily? We don't have time to even have a conversation and debate over what is true. Like, I get that we need to have an aha moment, but Notorious will have this when Trump will, come through and raid his neighborhood. It's the same way that the Latin people in this society are having their aha moment. It's the same way the Arabs are having their aha moment. It's the same way a lot of the Palestinian supporters are having their aha moment.
I gotta disagree with you on this one. If they haven't had an aha moment before now, it ain't gonna happen. There are some people that are so dug in. Now, even this is what I believe, and I know this is true. No matter what happens to Notorious, it will never change his mind. They could come and raid his home today, take away his people, confiscate his home, take away all his belongings, and he would be on here later on in the day talking the same shit that he's talking right now.
it's also a piece of cloth. It also represents to a much extent
Fair, right?
right? There's lots of interpretations of that emblem. So the moves to restrict people and exact revenge and all these things, we know it from heart. We know exactly the word for it, and we know the people that he admires, the men he would like to be like, right? So he would act as like Korea having a problem with comfort women. That's how they with the Japanese. He's like, the Japanese want to move on. Yeah, I guess they do. I guess they would like to do that, right? You can't erase because there's restitution made, apology made. You can't erase what you did to people. And Korea happens, South Korea happens to care about that. So, and he speaks of things like that, but no, he has no. You could tell he had no idea what that meant, what that was about, because he ran it over like he does everything. It's crazy. It's absolutely.
You just went from one day to the next. You never know what's gonna happen. It's just that's the nerve wracking part. I mean, you expect it to be dumb stuff, but
Yeah, it's not even clever at this point, but it's sad to see that people. I mean, I don't know. I think the midterms. I think the fact that people are that there's 19 states that are going to be called up for troops in their own state. I think that that's a wake up call for hopefully a lot of Americans.
yeah, my state's one of them. I mean, ooh, still aggravated with my governor right now. Yeah, dude.
Well, my
We lost.
sister wife is not going to close the room.
Yeah, good night
I'm
all. I will talk to you
I'm
all
so
soon.
thankful, right?
All right, baby. Have a good one.
Thank you guys for coming, really. Lisa, hopefully you're asleep. Well, I think my sister wife is asleep, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys good night. Thank you for coming. Please come back again. Visit Politically Correct. Our good friend Patty, Mel, and First Lady in their room. We know you know where it is. And we will see you again when the 420 opens here on Clubhouse. Good night.
آقا عرض ادب و احترام را به نودم خیلی خوشحالم دارم از مافیا شما آزیسپات ببین رفقا من به تنهایی میانگیزنی رو بردم پایین چون من 2000م پس وجود من اگه تو بازی نباشه میانگیزنی تو میره بالا آخرای بازی نفس کم میره ببین محمد من این بازی داداش بسته میدم قبلش به دروغ نمیدم بسته بودم قبلش به موضوع دارم میکنی این نیسا کسی که میخواد باعث شه تو اعصاب روانت خراب شد چون منم که میدونی این کارو نیست دارم خواست اینجا دنده بده پس من تو با همین نیسا با تو بازی تارگیت نکنیم خودت مشکوکی تو ندادش تو به نظرت اگه باید ریتم بازی داده باشه هادی کار اشتباهی کرده خودت باید بری بعد خودت یه طرف اینجوری بندازی دیگه نمیتونی با همون فایت اکی و یه خودت بری هادی رو تارگیت کنی نیسا با اثبات میکنیم بیرون انشالله نکس
سلام روزتون بخیر خوشحالم بازی میکنیم مرسی خانم خیلی بازی را میکنیم مرسی از همه احترامتون هستید دو نفر یه جریانی شروع کردن. جریان از روزبه شروع شده، هادی ادامه داده. یه اتکر داشته، این دو نفر به نام سورنا محمدیش رفته این سورنا رو. حالا وقتی که سورنا برای حال میاره اشتباه هست، چون سیت دو وقتی رو اون جریان ادامه پیدا میکنه آز شهروندی داره. مطمئنم اگه چیزی بگم مثلا این صحبتی که دارم میکنم با این ذهنیت که محمد سیش داره احتمالا از محمد سیش تارگت میکنم، چون ذهنیت محمد سیش برای مافیا سورنا اینه که سورنا خواسته با این حرکت خودش رو شهروند بکنه، پس مافیاست. به نظرم روزبه میتونسته مافیا باشه تو سیت یک و دو، اگه قرار بود تو تارگت کسی بخوره به نظرم روزبه باید میخورد، ولی روزبه رو گوش میکنم، نگردم نسبت بهش مشکوک هست. سورنا با اینکه فکت اشتباه آورده، یعنی تو سیت یک و دو قراره یک دو سه چهار پنج شیش هفت کیه حساب حالا یه فکت شهروندی هم برای حساب میکنم، حساب میکنم بگم سیت یک باید تارگت میخورد. جوزف میدونی کیا رو انتخاب کرده برای مافیا بودن؟ کسایی که این جریان رو قطع کرد. سورنا یکی سورنا رو تایید کردی، میساق و جوزف دو نفر رو تایید کردی. خب یه نفر رفته تو این جریان خلق و تارگت کرده، میساق اصلا تو این جریانه هیچ اظهار نظری نکرده. قطع کننده اون جریان محمد سیه شده با تارگت که به سورنا زده، پس میساق میتونه آز شهروندی داشته باشه. چون ذهنیت شما اونجا که کسی خلق تارگت نکرد که سیت یک تا چهار مافیایی نداشتید، میساق چرا مافیا شد؟ به خود به محمد سیش گفت حتما به محمد رسول حتما بینتون مافیا هست، یه جریان جدیدی ایجاد کرد. ذهنم یه ذره پاتی پاتیه دیگه، باید بازم بیشتر گوش کنم. چون تارگت ها رو زدم، باید بازم گوش کنم ببینم کیا قراره برم تو الکس بفرمایید.
خودت با میساق دوتایی با هم قول میدم. سلام، خیلی خوشحالم با هم دیگه مافیا بازی میکنیم. مرسی برنگردان.
وحید رضا
ببین، بله، من توقع داشتم واقعا این آخرش میگفتی مثلا این 5 تا چوب با هم بگید بشکنید، مثلا من بگیم نمیشکنه، بعد میگن نکن یه دونه میشکنه. اینو نگفتی. ببین اثبات چون قبل راست تا مافیا داری آیا اثبات؟ آره با خودم. پس روز به فردا تو بازی
صحبت کردم از بگیرم من نپرسید که میشه در اگه از من میپرسید من سوال دوم جواب میدم یعنی نه شهروند دارم میکنم نه مافیا دارم من گوش کنم دیگه مافیا من چیز خاصی نگرفتم روز به کاش تکلیف اینو روشن میکردی من معارفه بهت گفتم شهروند چون من فاش میکردم خودم شهروند بودم رو همین اضافه کار گفتم شهروند من آدش چیزی که تو ذهنت در مورد من کاملا درست بود یعنی همین که داری به این قضیه فکر میکنی به ذهنت اومده به نظرم من یه شهروندی مادامی که داشتم معارفه میکردم به دیگه هم داشتم پیام میدادم برای همین ذهنم درگیر بذار روزبه تارگتشو بزنه دیگه روزبه فهمیده واقعی حتما مافیا چون من مافیایی بودم که نخواستم کنسش بدم یه سگانه هم تشکیل داده محمد سیش میساق جوزف چون روز معارفه به سینیور گفتم اگه قراره تو یک و دو تارگت بخوره باید سینیور تارگت بخوره نه هادی ولی قرار صحبت خود سینیور هم تو بازی گوش بکنم پس هنوز 4 نفر دیگه باید صحبت بکنن صحبت محمد سیش میساق جوزف که تکلیف یه عده مشخص بشه هم مافیا ذهنی میساق اون دوگانه‌ای که تشکیل داده بود هم ذهنیت محمد سیش تو حضور یک مافیا توی هادی سورینا همینطور خود جوزف که دوگانه سورینا میساق رو تارگت کرده پس به نظر محمد اسفاد تو بازی حتما شهروند بود.
سورنا شروعش این بوده که این رفتار رو نکرد و من نمیکنم، پس هادی گفتم سورنا این مشکوک بوده، رفتار مشکوک بوده. من هادی عبادی قطعی مافیامه، یعنی یه دونه مافیا قطعی داشته باشم تو بازی هادیه، چون هادی هیچ جوره پوزیشنش زدن یه همچین حرفایی نبوده. هادی عبادی از نظرم حتما مافیاست. آقای محمد اسحاق، من معارف سورنا رو تاش کردم داداش، در بازی خودت چرا دیسلایک میدی؟ خودت از نظرم مافیایی، حتما مافیایی. توسط کسایی که دیروز تارگت زدن تارگت نخوردم. آره اینم خیلی جالبه. من هادی عبادی مافیا دارم. کسی از هادی عبادی واسش قطعی شهروند باشه، یعنی هادی مطمئن شهروندش باشه، پس به من نمیتونی تارگت بزنی. آره با این کسی نمیخواد سورنا بعد من صحبت کنم. وحید رضا جون، شما تا صبح به ما تارگت بزن، از این خبرها نیست. این نتونی فکت بیاری با فکت بازی کنی، من ایگنورت میکنم، همین بین رمضی میکنم بیرون، خودم گردنش گرفتم پالش نمیگیره بیاد تو بازی. حالا فکت آقای محمد سیش تو بازی این روز به 1 2 3 رو ایگنور کرد، گفت بین من تو جوزف تو بازی و باقری مافیا زیاد نشسته. هادی عبادی از سینیور روزبه خواست که تر در موردم اعلام موضع نکردی تو بازی، مافیا بود به سینیور روزبه شهروند گفت چرا بهم نگفتی شهروند، تو روز معارفه بهت گفته بودم شهروند تو بازی. خودت مگه نفهمیده بود روز معارفه سورنا تو بازی مشکوکه که بین دوگانه سینیور روزبه و هادی تصمیم گرفته به هادی عبادی تارگت بزنه؟ سورنا امروز به هادی عبادی هم تارگت نزد، گفت میثاق تو بازی شهروند، تارگت فورس هم نداشت تو بازی. به ویدرز هم تارگت نزد، به بنز احمدی هم تارگت نزد با شهروندی من تو بازی. وحید رضا میگه امروز میثاق تو جنگا دخالت نکرده، سینیور روزبه رفت کیو چالش داد بهش تو بازی؟ محمد اثبات. هادی عبادی چالش داد با آقای باقری، هیچ کدوم به من چالش ندادن بین احمدی فشار بذاریم تو بازی. سورنا هم امروز اومد منو کاور کرد، یارم نبود که یار کارتش درگیر باشه بخواد بره خود یارشو کاور کنه، پاور میذاش رو بنود احمدی دیگه، پاورم نذاشت. تو به نظرم یارم شهرونده ولی تارگت هم نمیزنم تو بازی. 1 2 3 محمد سیچ هیچ کدوم یارم نیستم، خودت هم یارم نیستی، باقری هم یارم نیست تو بازی. بنود احمدی تک اومد تک رفت. من یه جمله بگم تو بازی، من کارگاه میساق فهمیده بهنود تو بازی مافیاست که بهنود تو بازی مافیاست حتما بس بشه حتما باید چنج بشه چون این استاد تو بازی میساق روز 7 تا گذاشته بود که میگفت بهنود رو بازی تارگت کنه باقری هم اصلا خودش بازی مشهور بود چالش داد به محمد خود تو بازی گفت شهروندش نکنید باشه تو بازی پیاده شهروند نداشت معارفه چه اتفاقی افتاد سیت 11 یه اتفاق افتاد وقتی محمد خود حتما شهرونده وحید رضا الکس که تو بازی مافیاست استاد تو بازی فهمیده میساق چون ساید سه باز کرد تو بازی مافیاست اعلام نظر خود نسبت به اون ساید قبل خودش تو بازی چی بوده میساق که 7 تا گذاشتن معارفه فهمیده بین تو بازی مافیاست چی فهمیدی چون الان ساید سه باز کرد اون چالش رو میگه نفر اول ساید میگیره حمیدرضا که حتما مافیاست اینا دوگانه تو با هم مافیا نباشه آدز نداره دو تا با هم شهروند باشه سینیور حمیدرضا آدز نداره با هم شهروند همین رضا کی آقا تو بعد من صحبت کن آقای رضا رو بعد من صحبت کن اسم دادن الان بیشتر از این انتظار دارم داداش به نظرم داری کمکاری میکنی چون بخوای بین من و میساق ساید بگیری اون میساق رو تو باید تارگت کنی میساق من حرف نزده 2 بار ترنش و چالشی صحبت کرده گفته بهنود تو بازی مافیاست روزه براش اسکلت گوشه وحیدرضا گفته تکی گردنت میگیرم به ساید خودم میکنم بیرون موزش داره از طرف یکی میاد بالا موزش داره از طرف سورانم میاد بالا سورانم باز دارم میگه شهروند داره برای من حرف میزنه میخوای ساید بذاری تو منو میکنمش بیرون تحلیل داره مافیا میساق تحلیل داره باید بگی تو جنگ روز به باقری یا جنگ هادی عبادی محمدسیش حتما مافیا نشستگیم شورول شوه کار مادر سامن کشی داره شوشهروند تو بازیمونه پس بیس بازی مافیا میساق جنگ شهروندی نداریم من بخاطر این چالش دارم روزه یا جنگ تو و باقری توش مافیا نشسته باقری سفتر دارگیر کن یا جنگ محمدسیش و هادی این که بیدلیل بلند نمیشه من فرمت بازی به این شکلی گفتم محمد دارم بهت مشکوک میشم داداش اگه شهروندی به خودت بیاد ترن خوبی نبود انتظارات بیشتری داشتم
کیا ناراحتن از اینکه من محمد اثبات بهش گفتم شهروند و تو موضع داره درگیر نداره من چالش بگیرم با کارت مافیا بگم محمد اثبات تو بازی حتما شهروند. حالا من مافیا باشم محمد اثبات با تو بازی شهروند باشه باید بگم پاور گوش دادم توی یک و دو یکی از بازی بکنم بیرون. من نخواستم به روز به تارگت کنم. روز بازی آخر یادته بازپرس بود ما 3 مرحله فکت شهروندی برات آوردیم تو هی به ما گفتی مافیا 2 بار ما رو آوردی تو بازپرسی دفعه اول ملغا شد دفعه دوم ما رو کردی بیرون فهمیدی شهروندی دیسکاشن هم نبودی. پس اگه میخواد بازی خوب بشه امروز یه رای بده محمد سی اچ خودتو ببر به جوزه آیه ببین من به نظرم سیت 1 و 2 مافیا نیست. هادی تو به نظرم تو بازی هادی تو با ذهنیتی که من رفتم محمد اثبات رو کاور کردم تو منو مافیایی میدونی که رفتم یار کاور کردم برای همین داریم چه میزنیم محمد سیچ باقری محمد اثبات. حالا گوش کن باقری مافیا باشه هادی و سینیور تو بازی حتما شهروند میشن دیگه. پس باکس سورنا محمد سیچ توشون حتما مافیا هست. یه دونه مافیا توی میثاق و بهروز بخواد تبدیل بکنید خط کشی سورنا بد نبوده که توی جوزف و الکس باید مافیا باشه. چرا؟ چون الکس تایلت که داره به میثاق میزنه از شهروندی بهروزه خود جوزف هم اینجا نخواسته تایلت بزنه. پس یه روی محمد سیچ بده خودتو ببند آقای جوزف آقای
یک
آقای منو بگی منم خیلی وقت مافیا بازی نمیکنم چون نمیخوام با کسی کل کنم داداش بازی مافیا رو نمیدونم شاید همسال خودم و خودت خراب کنم. اگه شهروندی باید دیالوگایی که میکنی من شهروندم واقعا دلم نمیخواد ولی واقعا دوست دارم الان تارگتت کنم. اون چیزی که من معارفه گفتم اصلا چیز دیگه ای بوده. من معارفه گفتم چیزهایی که سورنا در مورد گفته درست بوده. دغدغه مافیا پیدا کردن نداشتی. خود سورنا رو تارگت کردم نفر دوم چالش گرفت منو تارگت کرد دیگه. من قبل از شما چی داشتم از شما چی گرفته بودم تو بازی بعد یه تارگت می‌زدم بعد خودم تحلیل کنم دیگه. چالش هم نگرفتم ورود به بازی نکردم تو منو تارگت کردی فهمیدی من اون مافیاییم که ورود به بازی نزدم مافیا منم تارگتت میکنم. این نکته اول. حالا آقای باقری از نظر شهروند هادی اینکه چین ما نشد میخواد ما رو بکنه خودت روزبه تاشم کردی سورنا گفته بین خودت من یه دونه مافیا هست با چیزی که به وحید رضا گفتم تو هم همون رفتار داشتی پس جنگ میثاق و بهروز باید ادامه پیدا کنه به نظر اینجا یار دارم مایک بزن چرا قور میزنی به نظر من آقای باقری معلوم مافیایی آقای باقری معلوم چون من تو بازی تو 1 و 2 مافیایی نیست 1 و 2 هم تو رو تاش کردم هم منو ورود به بازی امروز این بوده با ترم صحبت الانه که کی از شهروند کردن محمد اسفاد توسط من ناراحته من هیچ کدوم از کارهایی که تو ذهنتون جور بود اگه شهروندی انجام ندادم قطعی مافیایی آقا
حاج آقا باقری هست پشت که این روز به گفتش به جوزف رای میده چه جوزف رای میگیره بیرون بازی من تو بازی مافیا داری بگی سریعا تایم نره 1 و 2 تو بازی شهروند داری اثبات تو بازی شهروند داری خودم میگم تو بازی شهروندم خب مافیا تو سورنا محمد میثاق جوزف بهروز خودم کیه آقای باقری چرا مافیا معرفی نمی‌کنی ببین آقا این سورنا محمد زیاد گفتن هانی تو بازی مافیاست لایک نده در بکنه بیرون جوزف جون الان میکنه
شهروند داری، وحید رضا رو محمد اثبات شهروند داری، تک مسیرت باید بگی جوزف. مگه من با آقای باقری سایت نگرفتم؟ آقای جوزف برای چی باید تارگت زدی؟ حتما مافیایی داداش، امروز باید بیاد تو دفاعیه. آقای میساق بیس مافیاییشون کی بوده؟ آقای میساق بیس مافیاییشون من بوده. بعد از خودش دیکو و جنس فکتای میساق رو گوش دادی، فقط خودش رو داره آنچین میکنه که بگه بهنود تو بازی مافیاست. خودشو با همه داره آنچین میکنه بگه بهنود مافیاست. من، هادی، محمد سیج هیچ مافیایی نداره. جوزف و مافیا نداره، باقری هم مافیا نداره. این میساخت شوروله. امروز یه رای میدید آقای جوزف، آقای باقری میاد تو دفاعی گوش میده. الکس از نظرم قبله است تو این بازی. الکس حتما شهروند. تک میدید امروز جوزف میره بیرون، دفاعی آقای باقری هم گوش میده. داداش تو امروز بازی فرق میکنه. امروز من بستم رو شهروندی تو به من تارگت زدی. این نبوده که مثلا تو بیای منو کاور کنی من گردنت بگیرم اشتباه کنی. من بستم رو شهروندی تو. تو گفتی نه خودت مافیایی، هیچ تحلیلی تو بازی نکردی. این حرفا رو باید موقع ترمت میزنی تو معارفه. خودت جوزف.
ببین آقا من به نظرم عادی با چوسنار خواست خودش رو شهروند بکنه. از تکرار میدید به هادی عبادی. اون گفت اثبات اولش رو من گفت شهروند، بعدش گفت مافیا. همه چالش من تحلیل صحبت‌های سورنا نسبت به چالش ندادنش بود. پس امروز یه دونه رای میدید به هادی عبادی. من مطمئنم روز به شهروند میخوای بخورید. مطمئنم شهروند میخوری. حتما امروز شهروند میخوری. تو الان تو پوزیشن نیستی اگه شهروند باشی مافیا بکنی. من مطمئنم خروجی تو شهروند بود. یه دونه تکرار میدید به هادی عبادی. تکرار میدید میاد میره. کی گفتم الان چالش گرفت چی میگه؟ بگه آقا من سیت دو سه نشستم دارم تارگت میخورم. خب برگشت بفهم جای ما. بفهم سیت نو. بفهم سیت ده. یه حرفی داره. فکت داری تارگت خوردی. دوباره مثال آوردی ما ایگنورت کردی، باز گفتی اثبات مشکوکه. این که معلومه میخواد شب ما رو شات بزنه. آقا پس دکتر ما سفیده نذارید هادی عبادی بمونه تو بازی. رفتی تو باخت. رفتی تو باخت. اینو بهتون گفتم. آره آقا یه رای به ما بدید، یه رای بدید به هادی عبادی دیگه. ایشون فهمید ما مافیا، من فهمید ایشون مافیاست. برو بیرون آقا، ما هم وصیت کن.
سلام همگیتون. 10 تا مایک اعلام حضور لطف کنید. بهنام جان صدای منو میشنوی؟ الان کار داری؟ اوکی. 1002 به بعد تخلیه دیگه رو مایکش نیاد. رای یک میگیرم برای روزبه 1001 1002 3 رای متشکرم. رای یک میگیرم برای هادی 1001 1002 2 رای متشکرم. رای یک میگیرم برای سورنا 1001 1002 اثبات هستی؟ الان من کار محمد اثبات یه لحظه صبر کن. اثبات هستی؟ صدا من